Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Protector of the Fairies in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Protector of the Fairies. The first to fall. Great, muttered De Maria in pain, cradling her broken hands against her body that Invel was doing his best to help support. The drama queen is here. Drama queen. The man shook his head at her, making another pose in the process. Do not compare me to such pathetic pretenders. I am a star on this stage. I am forced to share. It is not expected that you were unable to fight the rival I have been waiting for when he finally appeared. Oh fuck you, Serena. Now that is simply unbecoming of one of my beautiful assistances to use such language, De Maria. You are a lady after all. Fuck you. She screamed back at him, Invel having to hold her back from going over and trying to crush him with her feet. You waited, you prick. My fucking hands are broken. As much as I would hate to admit it, said Brandish in annoyance, De Maria is right. Setting up these spotlights took some time. Why were you waiting? Why? The star cannot just enter at any random moment. It must be the highlight of all the scenes before it, giving off a wondering show to all that watch. That and you finally realized the level of the threat we are dealing with, stated August as he teleported down to the area beside the man. As much as I dislike the idea of you waiting and purposefully allowing harm to befall some of us, I cannot turn down your assistance now that you finally decided to give it. Not now that our enemy has gotten serious against us all. Plan G is out, stated Invel as he helped De Maria over to August. The old man didn't need any prompting to do what the woman wanted, taking her hands one at a time in his own and letting green light encase them both. We have no choice but to switch to Plan S, the one Emperor Spriggan devised for the worst-case scenario. Looking at this, I expect he knew this would be the outcome, Aziel pointed out, holding his hands behind his head. Will it still work with him this serious? That giant is serious news. Far stronger than Warod. Ah yes, said God Serena, a smile coming to his face at his old comrade's name. I heard you fought Warod. He was ranked 4th, you know. How does it feel to be so outclassed and to know there are at least 2 others stronger than him, not including any replacements made or other mages Ishgar has available? You should sit this one out, Aziel, lest you get hurt and need a hero such as myself to save you. I can handle myself, Aziel shot back. Besides, there are 7 of us here. We can take him with these numbers. Ah, my fellow friend, you are mistake. We do not need all of you here. You may leave. Turning his head towards the others, he gestured at De Maria too. You may retire too. Your injuries have hampered your strength far too much. Oh yeah? Give August a moment and they'll be as good as new. I need more time than this to fully heal the bones, pointed out August, continuing to alternate between her hands till both were in roughly equal condition. I would heal them more, but Serena. I already know, said the man dramatically, swinging his arm out as magic poured forth around him. The distorted space that had torn through the area towards them was deflected upwards, fading completely after a few moments. It seems the guest of honor does not want to wait much longer. I suppose he believes I was following and suspected a trap. Now then, please vacate the area, those that are unnecessary. In fact, all that aren't, August and I should leave. You will only get in the way of my splendidness. Hold up now. You think you can get rid of me that easily? I don't care much. I'm bored of fighting. Enough. Shouted Invel, causing all of them to be quiet. Very well, we shall leave this to you two. Plan S was always meant to rely on us eventually dragging you out to fight so we can be said to have fulfilled our end of the plan. Stage 2 is what you two must face. Let us go then, said August as he released his grip on De Maria's hands. They are healed for now, but please be careful. They are still brittle and it will take me more time to heal the bones completely after how many pieces they shattered into, and I'm reluctant to try and apply any form of quick regenerative techniques while in the heat of battle. Scowling in frustration, De Maria reluctantly followed after Invel, the man already leaving with Brandish beside him. Taking one angry look at God Serena, Aziel chased after the 3, while in the distance showing signs of backing away too. Paying little attention to them now that they were gone, Serena turned all his attention towards the giant in the distance, another strike incoming towards him. With no need to protect anyone now, he simply sidestepped out of the way of the attack, August teleporting at the same time. Well then, shall we put on a good show, August? I am willing to share part of my stage with you in order to defeat my opponent. That arrogance of yours might one day be your undoing, muttered August quietly, shaking his head at the thought of it. Very well, let us move in. I will cover your assault before joining you. Raising his staff, he tapped it down against the ground a few times, snapping with his fingers in the process as magic circles formed around him. God Serena didn't waste much time staring at the sight, instead sprinting straight towards the Celestial Spirit King in the distance, the men manning the spotlights on the ships doing their best to try and keep up. It wasn't much good when he moved far too fast for them to ever even have a chance of keeping him in their gaze, the man reaching the giant just in time to see the next strike incoming. Before it even had a chance to hit, it was knocked away, the blasts from August and his magic rapidly bombarding the giant and forcing its attack to one side. Halting in front of the giant, Serena kicked off from the ground, shooting upwards right in front of the Celestial Spirit King's face and continuing past until he was level with the large carrier ship above him. The guards merely looked at him in shock for a moment as he stepped forward out of the air onto the ship, raising his foot before slamming it down on the deck. From one end to the other, the ship broke in half, a large crack right under Serena's foot that went from one side to the other and all the way down. He ignored the screams of his own men as he leaped upwards off the falling ship, letting it crash down on the Celestial Spirit King's sword that had been raised in defense. Before the ship could be completely deflected, he clicked his fingers, the entire thing going up in a burst of flames as the reactor within exploded. Did you get any of the men out? He asked as August appeared beside him in the air, floating down with him as he used magic to slow his descent. Well, even if you didn't, they still died for a good cause. I got a third of them out with remote teleportation. Another half have barriers on that I hastily put in that I felt shatter when the ship detonated. If we are you assistances in your show, you should at least tell us when you set up traps within our own ships. Ah, that. I figured it would be a great show for all if there were a few surprises in it. August couldn't help but shiver as he teleported away from his ally. A fool God Serena might act, but that was not what he was. Even when he arrived to help, he had purposefully sent the Celestial Spirit King over to a ship he had already prepared to blow. And the magic furnaces and carriers were far greater in order to support such a large mass. Setting it to self-destruct had only amplified the damage, causing the Celestial Spirit King to be engulfed in an explosion of magical power. Still, it would not be enough. His original barrage to make the Celestial Spirit King fight them seriously had been more powerful than this. What was Serena planning? Flying up out of the energy before it could fully disperse, the giant lunged at God Serena, swinging his sword round in a long arc. Space distorted along the whole path, and with Serena falling there would be very little room to dodge in midair. Instead, God Serena waited until the last moment, when the sword was about to pass in front of him. The next second he was gone, distorted space tearing across the area he had been just at. Tilting his head quickly, the Celestial Spirit King found his missing mage. Resting on the flat side of the sword, God Serena gave a wave of amusement before rushing forward, using the blade as a platform to get higher up. He didn't let him get very far, tilting the blade downwards and forcing Serena to fall as his platform disappeared beneath him. Raising a large fist up in preparation, the Celestial Spirit King was quickly forced to switch to defending when a stream of ice shards came down at him from above, using his arm to cause the ice to shatter harmlessly against it. Raising his sword slightly, he stabbed it down after God Serena, space distorting beneath him in a spiral towards the escaping mage. Too slow, said God Serena in amusement, letting himself fall normally to speed up before flipping in midair and bracing for impact against the ground. The moment he hit the surface, he kicked backwards, the spiral of distorted space tearing away the ground where he had just been standing. In response, while August kept up his attack from above, he waved a hand forward, slashes of wind flying through the air and slamming into the giant. Wincing in pain, the Celestial Spirit King ignored the blood on his sword arm that he had used to block the strike with, too surprised at the fact it had pieced the armor so easily. However, it was not nearly enough to weaken him. Spinning his sword around with one hand, he let energy pour forth into the blade, space distorting all around the area it spun through and even going as far as to affect the area around him too. The ice being fired at him was no longer even something to block, with the space distortion ripping them to shreds before they even made it through. While he had this chance, he had to act. His enemy was Nukin and a magic king. He could not underestimate them. Using his full power, he dropped to the ground like a stone, slamming into the earth as he finally stopped the spin of his sword and stabbed it down into the earth until it was buried to the hilt. For once the confident look on God Serena's face dropped, leaping upwards just in time as the ground exploded upwards. It didn't stop just in the area around them. It rippled out further and further, continuing for hundreds and hundreds of meters in every direction. The rubble launched upwards froze in the air as space continued to distort, stretching upwards to everything it had thrown up and tightening its grasp on it all. Asteroid field. Well, that's unexpected, muttered God Serena, leaping from piece of rubble to another as they started to move. Forcing magic to gather and solidify momentarily under his feet, a technique that had taken a lot of time to replicate from those Quincy, he used the platform to dart out of the way as boulders flung themselves towards him. With all the damage the attack had done and the earth it had picked up, however, they was too much to avoid completely, Serena finding himself surrounded. Right before it could attempt to crush him, however, August appeared beside him, his staff slamming against the air. Magic circles formed around them, defensive magic of the highest class forming to ensure they were protected from not just the physical damage but also the space distortions still functioning around the rubble. The extra protection was worth it when a blast of light tore upwards through it all, shattered all but the last defense seal in the process, and even that crumbled a few seconds later as all the light from the attack faded. "This may take a while unless you are willing to withdraw," stated the Celestial Spirit King. The others just nodded at him, not even bothering to dispute his statement. With the current matchup they were both fairly balanced, and neither seemed particularly tired either. As it was currently, anything could happen. "I see. So we have to continue. Unfortunately I cannot afford to waste my time fighting you for that long. I will need to break this stalemate." Lifting his sword back up out of the ground, the Celestial Spirit King held it close to his chest, keeping the blade parallel to his body while pointing upwards. "Lights of the stars, lights that guided me, open my path. Reveal the road towards destiny, towards space, towards hope, and shift onto this barren world." At first the words seemed random to them, almost like he was trying to bluff. But with each word, the distortions around them grew. It was small at first, creeping away from his body towards the area around him. Then it increased, stretching further and further away. Not towards them, however, but towards the surrounding area itself. And unlike his last attack, this continued on for miles. "Constellations guide me, constellations help me, lend me your strength and reveal your strength." They had to be imagining it. They had to be. And yet despite all odds, despite all reason, the very world seemed to be shifting before their eyes. "The planets that light my sky, the trails that streak across my sky, reveal yourselves once more." It was getting worse. Now it was almost like large land masses were appearing as spheres. And there was one area in particularly that stood out the most, almost like a temple. It was then that August finally realized what it was. Or rather, where it was. "He's actually doing it," he muttered, both in awe and fear. "He's actually recreating his world right on top of us." Open, gate of the Celestial Spirit King. The transformation was complete. Before their eyes, the world finished changing completely, everyone within the spatial distortion finding themselves in this new world. And it was a new world, August could feel that clearly. The magic was like normal but the rules were different because this was a world all created by the Celestial Spirit King. The pinnacle of all space magic. There were people who were close to this level of proficiency but no one had ever taken it this far and been able to manifest the world over the original, even at a small level. They had always been separate dimensions, requiring transport into them. But this spell had instead put them all in by simply being in the area. "What a stage!" exclaimed God Serena, spinning round on his heels before leaping away from August and descending down to one of the large spheres that were meant to resemble planets. Looking into the distance, he reckoned some might actually be the real deal. Despite the area this world had taken up in the real world, the actual space contained seemed to be far greater. "How wonderful," spoke Zeref as he watched from the distance. But then something of this level was to be expected when the opponent is someone who has taken space magic to its peak, combined with the power of a consciousness of magic that specializes in space-related magic. Now then, shall we end this? Purposefully raising his magical power, he let himself become noticeable to the giant far in the distance. Picking up on the energy, the Celestial Spirit King spun round, his senses easily able to pinpoint the Dark Mage's position in his world. No. Why are you here? Lord Spriggan, muttered August in worry. What are you doing? Spriggan. Frowning, the dots slowly clicked in the giant's mind. The moment he did, that frown turned to dread. Zeref. Spriggan. Two forces. This was your plan. Raising his sword up high, he disappeared from the sights of August and God Serena, his speed far greater in a world where everything was decided by him. He appeared before Zeref in the blink of an eye, swinging his blade down with all his strength and magic. Zer dash. He never finished. Zeref simply continued to smirk as the world shifted completely back to normal, everyone that had been transported and returned safely. There was only one difference. The Celestial Spirit King was not here. Very good, Marin, Zeref stated, turning his head to look man with spiky, dark-colored hair behind him. The man in question could only nod, one hand clutching his chest in pain while the other did its best to make a salute. I do my best. Each word was accompanied by small grunts of pain, the man looking like his heart wanted to burst out of his chest. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with you? Zeref shook his head, amused at the stupidity he saw in the question. Your magic is quite special. Did you forget that? I've found plenty of stronger mages with spatial magic, trust me when I say that you lack the raw talent they have, but you are certainly skilled enough. And your magic is unique enough to have a special feature. It only works within a certain radius. But how does this pain? Zeref sighed, ignoring the increasing groans from the man. I'm getting there. Be patient. I am answering your question, so you should be thankful for that. Now where was I? Ah yes, I remember. Your magic may only be able to act in a certain radius, but, in that radius, it is the strongest. Your rules can overwrite the rules already present with far greater ease than any other form of spatial magic can. The Celestial Spirit King alone would have been tough however to overcome, especially with that consciousness of magic at his side. That's why we had to wait, and why you are in pain, continued Zeref as he pointed at Marin. We had to wait until he released his full power. You see, if you had trapped him before then, he could simply break out his world and break free by overriding your rules with his own, and then you'd never be able to stop him. But by letting him go first, we have overridden him instead, trapping his world within your dimension. Even if he dispels his world now, he won't have the magic required to recreate it. But alas, such a victory must have a cost. Even with your magic's power, you cannot hope to contain the entirety of another world for long. And the Celestial Spirit King knows that, so he won't let his world fade while he has that chance. Turning his head, Zeref gestured for August, who had teleported nearby. Good timing, August. I need you to take Marin and I back to Alvarez. I have some specialized equipment to help Marin cope with his newfound strain. Giving a reassuring smile at his subject, one that only made Marin freeze at how opposite it made him feel, Zeref placed a hand on both men's shoulders. Well then, to Alvarez. We have no time to lose. If we wait too long, the Celestial Spirit King may break out again, and we can't have that. Not when today has turned out so well. Protector of the Fairies. Stop, Ichigo ordered, Mest hesitating for a second before complying. Coming to a stop in the field they had just reached, he appeared in it with Ichigo by his side, taking the moment to rest as much as he could. He was already started to feel exhausted, even if he could continue to go for another half an hour without resting. It was odd though. Ichigo had been so urgent to get to the other battlefield, so why was he stopping the two of them now? Was he going to go on ahead alone? Instead of leaving, however, Ichigo simply looked into the distance, occasionally glancing towards his shoulder where Mavis likely was. Damn it, he muttered before raising his fist and slamming it against the ground. Damn it. Ichigo. This wasn't good. What's wrong? Has something happened? I can't sense him, replied Ichigo, gritting his teeth in frustration. The Celestial Spirit King was fighting over there. We sensed his power spike not too long ago, so we know it was him. You did? We're still over an hour away at the very least, and that's being kind. How do you know it's really him? Magic. He got serious and started drawing in far more energy to fuel himself. The moment that happened, every Ukin must have picked up on him. It's a big giveaway when you use that level of power. Something must have happened over there because that presence in the air is gone. Even if he died in battle, that presence would never just disappear in an instant. If he had died, I should still be able to feel his energy slowly decreasing to nothing. But it just vanished in the blink of eye. You're right, muttered Mest in understanding. That is indeed worrying. With all the effort Emperor Spriggan put into this assault, it's hard to believe it would be repelled completely this quickly, so the Celestial Spirit King should still be there. If he's no longer able to be sensed. Mest? Asked Ichigo in concern, noticing the growing fear and understanding on the other man's face. What is it? Did you realize something? Possibly. I've traveled through time, so I know all about trying to set up events and taking advantage of moments. If the Celestial Spirit King has vanished in the blink of an eye, it adds another layer to what he believed. We at first assumed the trap was for you. Then it was revealed to be a trap for Nozomi, sealing her off and preventing us from reaching Alvarez's attacking force in time. A force like that would need an Ukin to help repel it with the amount of firepower they had. And the only other Ukin Ishgar has in permanent contact is the Celestial Spirit King. Exactly. If it were me, I would assume that he would come. The chances of him not would be almost insignificant, and if no Ukin arrived, then the rewards would be even greater. By trapping Nozomi, they delayed you. And because you were delayed, they had to call him. The trap was never intended for any of us. It was always intended for him. To remove one of the greatest threats in a single move. They outplayed us, muttered Ichigo angrily. Spriggan and Zeref, they were too many steps ahead. Where's the nearest outpost? The nearest outpost? But why? Hibiki. We need to re-establish communication lines. We've been pulled around like puppets on strings, moving exactly as our enemy wanted. Even the barrier, while unexpected, was not entirely unaccounted for. Even getting Uriah was not a loss to Waiwak with what he gained. We need to strike back before there is a chance to retaliate. Before we get pulled into another ploy by one of these leaders. That's risky, admitted Mest, his argument weakened by his actual feelings on the matter. I'll agree with you, however, that simply reacting will do us no good. If the Celestial Spirit King could be defeated so easily, it means they had a plan specifically to trap him. If we act quickly against Zeref or Emperor Spriggan, however, we may be able to catch them off guard. The question is what we can do to make such an offensive worth it. If we can't deal a large blow to one of them, we may just end up losing lives in the process. Don't worry. I've got an idea of what we can do. But we need to get in touch with Hibiki as fast as we can so I can run it by the others. Something tells me that Zeref isn't done yet, and whatever he has planned will be done before we could ever get there. If this plan is to work, we need to warn the others and move quickly. Protector of the Fairies. Again, Waiwak commanded, watching Yuzu from his throne as she focused her energy. The pale white magic clung to her body like a shield, trying to absorb the soul she had taken into its shield to overshadow her. After a few moments of waiting, the energy finally dimmed, signaling the job was done. This wasn't anything new, however. Begin. Yuzu didn't need any further instructions, immediately following the same orders she had been forced to repeat countless times over in this training. My name is Richard from the country of Bosco. I was 27 years old before I died, killed by bandits while on my way to visit my family. My wife and children were killed with me when we tried to resist. I knew basic forms of gun magic but was limited in my amount of magical power, resulting in an ability to only fire a few, but powerful, shots. Another failure then. Record it down, he ordered to the nearby soldier, the Quincy hastily trying to note down all the details as quickly as possible. Release. Yuzu did as she was told, allowing the spirit to fade away and return the rest of the souls in the world's flow. Once again, you failed to find the desired soul. This is the 34th time today. I am deeply sorry, Your Majesty, Yuzu said. Being polite was always the best move to make when around this man, especially as it was hardly any different than how she might act to anyone else. They all feel too similar that it's currently too hard to differentiate between them all. Regrettable, but not completely understandable. Using a single spirit for so long made you too accustomed to it. This is training you really should have done years ago. I had hoped Quilge would have taught you more when he had the chance, but I see now that even he had not suspected that anything was wrong originally. It seems we have no choice but to take some different approaches to speed up the learning process. Different processes. That didn't sound good to her. Not one bit. If the method was faster, why not use it first? Because normally it meant there was a risk involved. Shorter the training time, the higher the cost. Still, she had to grin and bear it for now, otherwise she'd never be able to gain any form of trust. What kind of process is it? Do not worry. It poses no danger to you. Normally I prefer my children to grow on their own strength, but sometimes time is not kind to us and shortcuts must be taken. Instead, we will take advantage of my own power to hasten your own power's development. Your own. Ah yes. Perhaps I should explain it to you. Glancing to the soldier beside him, he dismissed him with a wave of his hand. Tell Jugram to bring my ceremony tools. I will need them shortly. A ceremony? That didn't sound too bad. And the way he treated her did imply that it wouldn't be something that would put her at too much risk. Besides, half the time he didn't even seem that no. She had to stop this. Her thoughts kept doing this, betraying her with conflicting views. Wak was evil. He was the enemy. But the way he treated her sometimes, the kind words he gave her when she actually did well, it was too confusing to deal with. She knew it was only because she was a Quincy. Karen would never have been treated this way. But even so, it didn't make it any easier to deal with. Leaning back further into his throne, his actions causing Yuzu to snap her attention back towards the Quincy King, Wak began to speak. Currently my power is what is known as the Alone. It is not the power I was born with, but it is what I currently possess. With this power, I am capable of seeing your true self. I see the power you can gain and the form it will take at its end, and because of that I am capable of utilizing my own soul to accelerate its growth towards that optimum level. Just like that. It couldn't really be that simply, right? And did he just say he could see the final form her power could take? Didn't that mean he was seeing a form of the future with that power? If this was what he was capable of currently, just what kind of power did he once have? Wak nodded at her question. Indeed. Just like that. There are some limitations, however. I can only accelerate your power to a level that you yourself can reach. If your magical power is too low to sustain the true form of the power, it will only reach as high as it would be able to with your current level of strength. I can increase your base level too if needed, but I do not feel like that is needed at this point in time. An Auswallen is never something to be taken lightly. Auswallen. She had heard that word before. When he had been her teacher, Quilge had described how it had once been used in the history of the Quincy, back during the war against the Shinigami. The records only stated a rough idea of what happened, but it seemed to be something akin to a holy selection. In reality, from the further research she had done on it, she had learned differently. It was the act of taking power from one person, a process that was normally fatal to those whose powers were stolen, and then gifted to others to increase their strength to far greater heights. She was glad he wasn't going to use it here on her in order to make her stronger. The mere idea of others dying just to make herself stronger sickened her. Once we are done with the ceremony, Wak continued to speak, drawing her focus back to the Quincy King, I will give you some time to rest and get accustomed to your new level of strength. It may take some time for my power to kick in as the acceleration process varies from person to person, all dependent on how far it is able to make your power develop to. Even I do not know how far it can go, merely what it can reach if no barriers exist to stand in your way. After your power has finally settled down again, we will resume normal practice. And that will work. Of course. The stronger your power develops, the easier it will become to identify differences in souls that you are trying to call upon. You should be able to learn how to narrow your search, how to identify useful criteria before letting the soul overshadow you, and how to easily find souls that you like at even faster rates. I may call upon the prisoners to help you with this. Sky magic users always have some form of spell to interact with the dead. If they show you a bit of how they identify targets for summoning, it may help you develop too. You think they'll cooperate? She expected Wywak to be angrier at the possibility. Instead he seemed to think it over for a moment before briefly laughing quietly. One of them. Wendy Marvel. Even with her life at stake, she will refuse my commands to her last breath. That is how a sky magic user is when the Ukin they face is not the one they laid eyes on. The culture of sky magic users is really quite fascinating, especially among those that are part of the trinity of Slayer magic. They are as heavily bound to magic as Ukin are. And Kelia. She'll cooperate. She remembers it clearly. It is why, even in a prisoner cell, she sits there happily with a smile constantly glued to her face. It quite amuses me when I think about it. Despite actually trying to listen to Ichigo, the fascination she had around me drove her to subconsciously rebel against some of his orders and warnings in battle. Not much, mind you, she did not realize I was the man she had laid eyes on originally until she met me again, but enough. She unconsciously recognized me through magic, and that meant she also subconsciously rejected Ichigo. The fact she didn't reject him outright is more because she sees far more than most and recognized something of me within him. She didn't. Muttered Yuzu in shock. Did she get captured on purpose? No. My name was not enough to make her try and return to my side. She had no face to put with it. It was merely a coincidence. If it was to happen now, however, well, she would be a lot more assertive in trying to reach my side. She will help us, and of her own free will too. That was wrong. It sounded wrong. She didn't understand it. Sky magic users and Ukin. Why was there even this connection? What purpose did it even serve that it needed one to be so loyal to the other that they would actually go against the orders of other Ukin? For what reason did either even need to exist? Maybe Wendy would know, but then in order to ask that she would have to do it in front of Kelia. And with this new information, she was uncertain if that would be wise or not. Kelia might just report it directly to Wywak the moment she had a chance. Your Majesty, said Jugram from behind her, making her jump in shock. When had he gotten there? She hadn't even heard the door open. Turning her head slightly to face the man, she saw him holding a large tray with one hand, a single saucer resting on it next to an elegant knife encrusted with some of the most beautiful blue gems she had ever seen. I have brought what you requested. Excellent, Jugram. Bring it here. The blonde-haired man nodded his head before walking forward, kneeling when he reached Wywak and holding out the tray for him to reach. Raising his hand above the saucer cup, Wywak brought his other hand towards the knife and raised it to his wrist. Without flinching or hesitating, he brought the blade down across his skin, allowing it to cut through the veins lightly and for a slow stream of blood to fall down into the saucer below. Yuzu felt sick. Was she meant to drink that? It was the only thing she could think of that would involve a saucer and blood. But if she didn't, she might easily be seen as disposable with her power too weak to be useful to him. And if that happened, she'd die before she could escape or be rescued. Waiting until the saucer was almost full, Wywak stopped the flow of blood with his blood venet. The dagger was safely lowered back into the tray as Jugram took it away, allowing him to bring his hand freely over to his wrist and place his palm over the wound. Blue light shone through gaps of his palm and wrist before finally disappearing, and when he took his hand back the wound was completely gone, not a trace of it left. This is the ceremony, Wywak explained as he returned his attention towards Yuzu, gesturing for her to take the saucer Jugram was offering her. Drink my blood, freely given, and its power will accelerate your own. With this, you shall become a true Quincy. You shall become one of my stern Ritter. What? She froze, trying not to show any panic on her face. Stern Ritter? As in the Stern Ritter she had heard about in the past few days, who were the elites. The elites who were also responsible for countless deaths single-handedly against her own allies. Just couldn't join a group like that. Not when she would be expected to fulfill the same kind of duties as them. Still, she had no choice. If she didn't do this, if she proved herself to be nothing more than a nuisance, then at best she'd be confined to a prison cell. At worst, she'd be killed. Her brother might have captured Wywak as heir, Uriah, but Wywak had 2 more hostages after her, one of which might easily betray her brother the second she got the order to. She had to play along. She had to play this game, no matter what the cost was. With that in mind, she took the saucer in both hands, careful not to spill any of it, before drinking the blood within. She almost dropped the saucer when the last of the liquid passed down her throat. Jugram quickly took it from her, but she barely noticed that. She felt her knees hit the floor as her whole body filled itself with pain. That was odd. When had she fallen? All she could feel and acknowledge right now was the pain flooding her nerves. Pain always accompanies growth, stated Wywak as he watched her from his throne. When we grow, we get hurt. When we train, we get hurt. Nothing can be gained without suffering. Nothing is free. But the growth you will gain will be far greater than the suffering you have to undertake, even though right now you may not be able to believe me or even hear me. Let your power grow, my child. Let it flourish to its full potential and dazzle us all with its beauty. You gave the new girl your blood? Asked a voice from the doorway. Bambietta raised a hand in greeting, waiting patiently to actually be admitted to the room. She had a lot of freedom in how she could address their king, but she still knew she had to show a decent level of respect too. So that means she's going to be one of us, right? That is the intention. I do not lie, Wywak said simply. And she knew it to be true. The man hated lies. He detested them even. Any Sternritter who ever tried to lie to him always got in huge trouble. Now manipulating the truth, that was another matter entirely. So long as your words were true, that was all that mattered. If another was to make a mistake in interpreting them, that was their own fault. The ones who did do that, however, never managed to slip anything past their king. He was far too perceptive to miss anything, and would always press for the details if he desired them rather than fall for assumptions others might want him to know to save their own skin. Tell me, Wywak spoke, bringing her focus back to him quickly. What is it that you want, Bambietta? It is rare for you to come see me normally. Especially so when you are on guard duty. Yep, he was still slightly annoyed at the whole losing Uriah part, even if he carried on easily enough. She could tell just from the slight chill to his voice compared to the normal feeling he gave off when he spoke. Still, she didn't have to be nervous. She had a reason to be here after all. The prisoners you had me keep watch of? Well, one of them has a word for you. Gesturing behind her, a head of pink hair poked out from behind the doorway, Kelia smiling widely as she spotted Wywak. Hey, old man. She declared happily, giving him a wave as she walked through the door with a skip. Wow, she said as she stared at Yuzu's shaking form. What happened to her? A simple bit of training she has to endure, explained Wywak. What is it, Kelia? I believed you were having fun talking with your friend earlier. What changed? Oh, me and Wendy were talking lots. She doesn't like you, you know? I tried to convince her otherwise, but she's too stubborn. I mean, I guess I can see what she might prefer Ichigo a bit more. We talked a bit about her meeting him and me meeting you, and I guess I can see some points there, but I couldn't convince her to like you even a little bit. It's so annoying. Just say what you came to say, brat, Bambietta muttered, smacking her on the back of the head. Don't ramble on like an idiot. Kelia shrugged sheepishly, a silly smile across her face. Sorry. Anyway, what was it? Ah yeah, I remember. She exclaimed, ignoring the look of annoyance on Bambietta's face. Ichigo's calling. All the occupants froze apart from Wywak and Kelia. Even Bambietta, who had brought the girl there, hadn't known what exactly she had been there to say. She had just been told to bring Kelia to His Majesty whenever the girl wanted to go see him. Wywak himself merely leaned forward his throne, an amused smile slowly forming across his face. Ichigo? Well, isn't this a surprise? Tell me, can you hear him still? Is he speaking to you in your head? Kelia nodded. Shall I say you say hello too? There is no need. Come closer. It will be far easier for me to communicate with him myself if I can access this communication magic. Archive, I assume. Kelia nodded, skipping up to the throne before planting herself down in front of him, resting her back against his legs to the disbelief of everyone around them. Ignoring her actions, Wywak merely stretched out his hand and placed it down on top of her head, his magic easily grabbing hold of the archive magic currently connected to her. Ichigo Kurosaki. This is a surprise. What do I owe this pleasure to? I want to make a deal. Straight to business? And here I expected you to ask how your sister is doing first. After all the effort you went through to get her, do you really think I'd expect her to be some random prisoner in a jail cell? I don't care what you have planned for her, only that she's alive and unharmed. If she isn't, you'll be down in air. You won't kill Uryu Ichigo. I know you won't. We may be at war, but you aren't an executioner. Now then, are you going to tell me what this call is about? While I am enjoying this moment, I am a busy man. An army doesn't run itself. All right then, Ichigo replied after a moment. What do you know about Ziraf and Spriggan? You mean their two-pronged attack that ended only 2 hours ago? So you do have more spies. Wywak couldn't help but laugh at that. Did you expect I didn't? I have been preparing for a long time now. In an act of good faith, I will tell you that none of them possess the level of power that a Sternritter does. And how do I know you aren't lying? Lying? Just saying the word made Wywak grimace. I despise lies. Every word I speak is truth. Interpret them as you see fit, but remember that they will always be truth, even if you fail to see the whole meaning. So in other words, you're telling me this to make me cautious and distrustful of anyone I met. No matter. This does work to my advantage here too. You'll be next. Oh? And why is that? You really believe Ziraf and Spriggan would be foolish enough to attack me right now? Yes. Because it's only a matter of time till you strike back at them preemptively, right? It wouldn't do for one side to gain too much of an advantage. Lumen Histoire can only belong to one person. Even Ziraf and Spriggan won't be able to work together forever, but for the time being they represent a big threat to us all as the strongest force of fighting power. An army of endlessly respawning demons on one side, an army of millions on the other. How many Quincy do you have, Wywak? Is it enough to last against such numbers? Perhaps, Wywak replied, pausing to run through the situation in his head various times. Being pinned on two sides is better than on all sides. You and the forces of Ishgar are unlikely to push out too. Why would you when you could let Spriggan and Ziraf do all the work for you? With the Sternritter I currently have, plus my own power, I'm confident in our ability to hold the line for a long period of time. But not indefinite. Not when Ziraf's losses will never matter to him. Not even the loss of a lot of his strongest demons. I'd appreciate it if you would stop mincing words and get to the point. How quickly can he recreate his strongest demons? Not sure. But a strong demon must take a long time to produce in the first place. And from what I've gathered, Ziraf has a process to speed up their recovery. If it is only a week shorter, that's nothing. But if the actual waiting time is far less than the time to manually bring them back, we all will be in trouble. So you want a truce? There was silence for a moment, Wywak almost thinking the line had broken down if it wasn't for the fact he could still sense the magic. No, Ichigo finally replied with. A truce wouldn't work that well. I'm acting outside the authority of Ishgar. That matters little. In the end, the truce is a decision only you and I could make. The higher-ups making the decisions with your army lack the necessary power to truly challenge me. Still, I can't trust you. None of us would be able to. Then what do you want? Wywak asked, more impatiently this time. I do not like my time being wasted. You contacted me for a reason. You initiated this, and I don't believe you were warning me out of the kindness of your heart. While I would love it for you to finally join us and embrace your heritage, I know that isn't what this is about. What are you after? What is your goal? It's simple, Ichigo replied immediately, his answer already prepared. Before you can make the first strike, Ziraf will beat you to it. He is probably already aware that I might contact you to make a deal, and so the strike will likely come sooner than you would expect it to. When that happens, I want you to order the Quincy fighting it to team up with Laxastriar to capture it. A very small request. And? What do you get out of this? Do you plan to follow the energy of the demon back to its source after you eventually kill it? Yes. Whack nodded where he sat, considering the plan over. It had its merits, and he would lose little in the process while gaining a lot more. Honestly speaking, he had already been debating on ideas to deal a crippling blow to Ziref after seeing the reports hours ago. With this, he could get the same results without even having to move from his stalemate position. I would trust that your ally will agree to not harming my own ally. I can guarantee his cooperation with a bit of arm twisting. Not anyone else's. And only until the demon is captured. If your Quincy dies by the demon or is killed after the battle, I cannot be held responsible for those actions. So don't complain to me if you lose someone valuable because you chose poorly. Have no fear, I can accept these terms. I look forward to working with you, my wayward son. The call cut off before he could do it from his end, removing his hand from Kellia's head now that there was no need to use her anymore. Bambietta. Escort Kellia back to her cell. Jugram, take Yuza back to her room. I am heading out. Alone. Alone? Questioned Jugram worriedly. Are you sure that is wise, your majesty? While your strength is unquestionable, even giants can fall when outnumbered. There is no need to fear for my safety. I am merely going to see the events of the battle unfold for myself. I have a vested interest in them, you could say, beyond merely the cooperation now formed. Has Giselle joined the Sternritters currently on duty? I believe so, your majesty. You are sending her? Perhaps. First I wish to see just who Ziref believes will be enough to weaken my position. My Quincy will not fall so easily to just any demon. If he insults me too much, I may not be able to resist showing him an answer to that mockery. Protector of the Fairies. You think he'll keep his word? Asked Shinji the moment Ichigo appeared on the ship, Mest letting him go and taking the opportunity to collapse into a nearby chair in exhaustion. Ichigo didn't need much prompting at who Shinji was talking about. Even though it had been at least 2 hours since they had last talked about this plan with everyone, he still remembered where they had left off. I don't know, Ichigo admitted, shrugging as he did so. Whack, from what I've gathered so far, is a man that does whatever he says he will. Very straightforward at first glance, but it also means that just interpreting his actions isn't necessarily correct. Uriah knows more than me about that, however. He's the one who had to stay close to him for years. Glancing around, Ichigo noticed the lack of people nearby. Where is everyone anyway? The ship is back in the barrier, so Nozomi must have broken free. She's holding up in her room from what I could tell when I passed. Mistogen's trying to coax her out, but it's not working that well. Not surprising really. She blames herself for this. Ichigo shook his head. She shouldn't. None of us expected who this trap was actual for. Then again, I'm not really in much of a position to say much when I would be blaming myself needlessly too. I'll see how she is in a moment. I was afraid when she vanished completely. When did she reappear? About 40 minutes ago. I see. And the others? Where are they? Shinji shrugged. Hibiki was talking to someone. I'd put my bets on him setting up the next stages of the plan. He mentioned something about a possible meeting with Juushiro too for us. Something about getting us more support for when we make a move at Ziref. As our recognized leader, you'll need to be the one going. Sounds like a pain. There's always politics, even in war. They all just want to know what we can gain from this, but because they want structure they won't just accept messages from Hibiki and a layout of the plan. They want to hear it personally. Great, Ichigo groaned. Just what we need. You want to be the leader. Shinji smirked. Hell no. Leave that job to the ones willing to put a target on their heads. Fair, I suppose. What about Kisuke and Levi? Uriah is still sticking to his room from what I can sense. You know it's odd finding the one person that you can actually pinpoint this accurately after years of vague ideas from you of where people are. Anyway, the former's in his lab. The latter. I think she's with Nozomi? I only saw Miss Doggin out there, but she might have let Levy in if the girl was persuasive enough. Folding his arms across the nearby table, Shinji leaned forward towards him. What about you? Are you okay? I'm fine, Ichigo said with a frown. Why are you so concerned? Well, we are friends. Yeah, but you normally can work this stuff out by simply observing me. You're perceptive. Half the time you pick up stuff even when I'm trying to hide it. Shinji shrugged. Call it me wanting to be sure. Sometimes we all just want that little bit of extra assurance that everything is still fine. That everything is still good. But mainly I know you didn't get much time to think about Karen after she left. The attack came out of nowhere, and I doubt you've had a chance to think about it. I'm glad I haven't had much time, Ichigo muttered, causing Shinji to frown as he stared at his friend. I mean, there's nothing I can do about the situation, but thinking about it and knowing that fact will only make it worse. I spoke to Waiwak and I'm pretty sure he was within feet of Yuzu. Knowing that, part of me wants to rush back after Karen and try and stop her, even though I know I'll never find her now and that there would be no stopping her, even if I dragged her back. You care. It's not wrong. I know that, Shinji. It's just tough. I don't like thinking about this. And it doesn't help when we can guarantee that Kelia is all but on the side of the enemy currently. Hold on now, called out Mest in shock, half rising out of his chair. How can we be so sure? I mean, sure, she seemed to be quite happy when you called, and perhaps she might have been a bit too exciting about speaking to Waiwak, but there's still dash. If what you are saying is true, said Shinji as he cut Mest off, then it is all but guaranteeing that. Sorry to burst your bubble, but remember that she would have been fine as a hostage without being friendly. With Uryu in our possession, they would not have been harmed. But if she's getting friendly with the leader of all those Quincy, she's not just playing for time and trying to stay alive. She's actively and freely trying to interact with the enemy. So what does that mean when we find her, huh? Mest demanded, unable to control the anger leaking into his voice. Do we just talk her down? He asked, his voice rising with each word. Do we capture her and hope she returns to our side? Do we kill her for her mistakes? Mistakes? She's making this choice consciously. Now if she's putting on a good show, I'll take it all back, but I doubt she's that good at acting. I met her briefly, but I know that for certain, as one who knows how to put on masks and play the part. If she's an enemy, I'll gladly cut her down myself if you won't do it. You would raise your blade at a child so easily. If she's joined Waiwak, then dash. Enough. Ichigo shouted, breaking up the argument before it could progress any further. Mest, no one said anything about killing. And Shinji, just because she may be an enemy, it does not mean that she has to be treated the same way as any other enemy. Remember that. Both of you. Sending a glare at Mest, Shinji scoffed before nodding in agreement. Fine then. But remember, be ready for any outcome. No matter how distasteful it might be. Watching Shinji leave, Ichigo sighed as he turned back towards Mest, the man retreating back down into his chair. Sorry, but you know Shinji. He's not one to shy away from darker paths. I know that. I worked with him in the future. It's just. I don't want things to be the same. Mest looked older when he said that. He was already old-looking, but the ways his eyes dulled when he spoke made him appear far wearier than ever. There has to be other ways. I simply don't want to see the future repeating before my eyes. I don't want to see a path with no hope, else there's no purpose to what I've done. I gave up everything so that I don't have to see those days again. I don't want it to have been for nothing. We'll all do our best, Mest. But, and I hate to say this, sometimes we have no choice on how the future goes. Sometimes it's left with no choice but to go down one path in order to reach the brightest outcome. Sorry, that sounds a bit more depressing than I'd like, but it is the truth. Either way, I promise you that you won't end up having to see that same sight. The wasteland that you remember won't come to pass. If anything, it'll be able to become a bad dream. Mest laughed dryly, too lost in his memories to truly be happy about that. I hope so. I goddamn hope so. Trust me, we cannot let this world experience what I had to. No matter what happens to me, no matter what happens to us, we have to change things. Change everything. It's just. If it comes down to it, I don't know if I'll be able to do anything about Kelia. In the end, I can't kill her. Then I'll do it, said Ichigo quietly, snapping Mest out of his memories in shock. I killed Levi and Laxus, my best friends who are closer to me than family. Kelia is nothing compared to that. You won't need to suffer any pain for her fate. I promise. And the pain you'll suffer. We both know I can't avoid that. Because part of this war all started because of my actions. What is one more death on my hands if it means it won't be on yours? Protector of the fairies. Preparation for battle. Finally! Shouted Jackal as he stretched out in the light of the sun, standing in the window frame of one of the sides of Pluto Grim in its cube form. Turning his head slightly, a glare sent at the devil behind him, he snarled as he asked, "So who the hell are you meant to be anyway? I don't remember seeing you before dying." Deliara, Gray answered simply. It would be good to try and get this demon to like him, but it was hard when he couldn't respond himself with his true feelings on the matter. The King of Earth. Deliara. Spinning on the window's edge, he grabbed both sides of the frame to stabilize himself as he leaned forward, studying Gray more closely. Something's different about you. Of course it is, you idiot, Gray couldn't help but snap back. Look at me. I'm not a towering giant. Oh, that's what it was, Jackal said stupidly before snarling. Yeah, like I'd say that. Something is different though. Did Master Ziraf alter your form a bit? Your energy is definitely different from what it was before. I just can't put my finger on it. Why does it matter? Gray asked, really hoping the demon would stop digging further. The more they asked questions, the more they compared him with what they knew of Deliara in the past, the more his illusion of Deliara being in control would fade. He was already pretty sure Ziraf knew himself, though why he had yet to act on it was both a mystery and a blessing. But these demons wouldn't be so kind if they realized the truth, and as it was he still needed time to get used to his new powers and his curse. I'm Deliara. Nothing else matters. Unless you doubt me. That made Jackal back off. It seemed even if he was curious about him, he wasn't about to challenge someone who was meant to be on the same level as Ziraf's top demons. He was brash, not stupid. Not at all, he finally replied with, bouncing forward off the window and planting himself down on the edge as a makeshift seat. It's just odd to see you again. After hearing you died years ago, none of us honestly expected to see you again unless Master Ziraf took the time to recreate you himself. Ziraf could do that? Somehow that didn't surprise him. He had seen the library that housed all of the copies of Ziraf's demons. All the Dark Mage needed was a bit of time and he could recreate almost any of them. Given enough time, he had no doubts that the original Deliara could be recreated. Well, he should be thankful at least that Ziraf had taken the time to experiment with that demon. If he hadn't, he would be dead. He also wouldn't have been cursed too, but that was all in the past and far beyond his ability to change. Judging by Jackal's reaction to him too, it was safe to say that not all of the demons were aware of the experiments that Deliara had been involved with. So far only a few of the 9 demon gates seemed aware of them. Perhaps it was a need-to-know basis, or perhaps some demons did not care for such details. Any demon below them however had no idea. To them, he was Deliara, a demon that made them look like ants in comparison. At least they never bothered questioning him due to their fear of even offending him. Why did you take so long to resurrect anyway? Gray asked Jackal. He had seen the demon growing in Hell's core, but why the resurrection system had taken so long was confusing. From what he had been told, most demons could be regenerated in there from anywhere between a few minutes to a few hours. Rarely did it even take days, and this demon had been forced to endure waiting for a few weeks. What happened? Jackal scowled, crossing his arms in frustration. Those damn humans decided to blast the entire place. Don't ever get hit by Etherian. It's a weapon the Magic Council have. It wiped out every trace of me. If it wasn't for Master Ziraf and Mardgear, I would never have even stood a chance at being revived. Etherian? That thing was fired. He still remembered seeing it once long ago at the Tower of Heaven. It was not something he could even imagine falling again, much less to wipe out a single demon. What did you do to piss the enemy off that badly? Hey, it wasn't my fault. Jackal protested. That situation was bad enough as it was. All we were meant to do was hold off some of that abomination's dash. Who? Jackal frowned, glancing around as if afraid Ziref would pop up out of nowhere. Ichigo Kurosaki. Better not to say his name, you know. Master Ziref hates hearing it. I was holding off one of his lackeys when this Quincy bitch showed up. Started throwing bombs at me, so I made everything explode back at her in turn. We were all fighting, and then next thing I know, I see the light of Ethereum coming down from the sky and killing me. End of story. Not my fault. Can't be helped. I can't really see anyone surviving an attack like that. Exactly. See, it could happen to anyone. Even we devils aren't safe. I'm honestly just glad they haven't tried firing it at our army, though part of me wishes they would, just because of the damage it would do to theirs. They have a barrier in the way. It might kill a lot of them, but not nearly as much as you would like. Ah yeah. Heard about that rotten thing. What I would give to blow it all up. But then I also fancy living for longer than a few seconds, since they'd kill me right afterwards. Ah, what to do? Make a barrier explode or make people explode? Both are so much fun. You should dash. Jackal and Grey both froze, the ground shaking slightly. Leaning back against the wall for support, Grey found himself almost unable to move, his curse spilling ice everywhere in shock and fear. An overwhelming magical power was rushing towards them at a breakneck speed. Ziref and Ichigo had been bad enough, their magic had steadily rose, but this energy was just remaining steady, as if it was the monster's base level of power. And the source of why they had both been scared stiff? Well, it was because that sound was the sound of a dragon's roar. Protector of the fairies. You shouldn't blame yourself, Levi stated as she walking around the room absent-minded. There was nothing you could have done, Nozomi. None of us even thought for a second that Ziref's goal was to delay you. I should have known, Nozomi replied weakly. She knew it wasn't much of an argument, but she stuck to it. She had heard the news. The Celestial Spirit King was gone. Captured, killed, none of that mattered. What did matter was that it was her fault. Her fault because she had been caught in a trap. Her fault because, without her and her magic, Ichigo and Mest had been forced to take a longer route. Her fault because the two would never have made it in time, and so the Celestial Spirit King had to be summoned instead. I should have known, she repeated again, the words sound more confident even though they still contained the same amount of hollowness as before. And I didn't. How could you have known? This wasn't a mistake that you made. It was an intentional plan by the enemy designed to delay you. You still broke out as quickly as you could. You are not to blame. And yet they used the same enemy against me that I have faced before. The same enemy whose illusions I recognize more and more. They were mocking me by sending him, and they were right to. I saw through it far too late to be of any help. Levi sighed, unsure of what else she could say. She had been at this for ages now, and nothing she had done was working. Or rather, anything that might work was being rejected. Nozomi was annoyingly stubborn at times. She had thought her experience with Ichigo's stubbornness was bad, but this took the cake. Ichigo. That could work actually. She could sense his energy now that he was back. Nozomi might have been able to if she focused enough. As it was, the woman was too busy agonizing over something outside of her control. If she brought Ichigo here, he might be enough to make her snap out of it. Part of why Nozomi was blaming herself so much was because she had been needed by Ichigo when it happened and she had failed to appear to help. If that single-minded though was enough to push her down like this, an equally single-minded thought might be enough to snap her out of it if said by Ichigo. And luckily for them too, Ichigo likely remembered his bad experiences with being stubborn, so that would work even more in their favor. Heading out the door, Nozomi not even noticing her leaving, she passed Mistogen with a wave, closing the door behind her. I've got an idea. You can go if you want, Mistogen. I'll be fine. I'll stay here for a bit just to keep an eye on her. All right. Suit yourself. Heading down the corridor, she followed the turns for a moment before almost colliding with the very person she was looking for. Backing away slightly to regain her balance, she smiled as she looked up at him, subtly checking him over for any injuries she already knew would have vanished long before now. She couldn't help it. He was getting in so much trouble half the time that someone needed to be worried for him. Ichigo. I was just looking for you. Nozomi. Yeah. You know, I assume. Ichigo nodded, gesturing back the way he had come. I was talking to Shinji. He filled me in a bit. What about you? Are you alright from the battle? Levi nodded, turning slowly as she began leading Ichigo back the way she had come. It wasn't too bad. It's not nice. Fighting like this, I mean. It's horrible, knowing so many people are dying and that it was all just to stop a single demon who was essentially knocking on the barrier. That's war, Ichigo muttered, his hands subconsciously clenching into fists. I don't like it either, but there is little we can do to change it. They have an army. We can't hope to stand a chance without one too. And sometimes a large loss of life is worth little in exchange for a greater victory. That's how Kisuke would put it anyway, not that I completely agree with him on that. I guess that's kind of true. Sad, but true. That's why Nozomi's so depressed too. She's not responding much to any of my attempts to try and cheer her up. Can you try? She might listen to you a bit more than me. You know her a bit better, plus she likes you a hell of a lot more than she does me. Glancing at Ichigo from the corner of her eye, Levi sighed when she realized her hint slipped way over Ichigo's head. Sometimes there was downsides to him being a bit oblivious to things. You think you can get her to cheer up? Ichigo shrugged slightly as they approached the room, giving a nod to Miss Dogen when they got closer. I'll give it a try. I don't know how well I'll do, but I should be able to give her some reassurance. Giving her a quick goodbye, he knocked on the door for a moment, receiving no answer. After waiting for a few more seconds, along with getting a few shoves of encouragement from Levi behind him, he finally took it as a sign that it was okay to enter, closing the door behind him to give Nozomi some form of privacy. The first thing he noticed was that it was dark. There was one light on in the corner, a light Levi must have turned on due to its far proximity to Nozomi herself, but all it did was light up the room a bit and leave the rest of it coated in darkness. It didn't take long to find Nozomi, the woman resting at one side of the room against the wall that was furthest away from the light, pulling her legs close to her body. She didn't look up at the sound of his arrival, likely assuming it was Levi returning or Miss Dogen coming to try and cheer her up. Hopefully his attempts would work better than theirs had. Without saying a word, he walked towards the wall she was leaning against and sat down beside her, removing his swords and placing them by his side. How you doing? That got her attention. Her head snapped towards him, her eyes widening in shock at the sight of him before she immediately tried to pull herself into a kneeling position. Stop, Ichigo commanded before she could finish, Nozomi lowering her head and refusing to meet his eyes. I don't need you to try and show your respect to me or act loyal. I don't need any of that here. I merely want to know how my friend is doing, not my servant. My prince dash. Ichigo. Call me by that title as much as you like later, but I don't want to speak to you as someone you respect or look up to. Friends are equals, so don't thrust titles on me right now. Nozomi nodded, keeping her head down even as she adjusted her position to face him properly. Ichigo. I'm glad to see you're alright. Are you? Then why won't you look at me? Nozomi refused to answer, continuing to look down. Are you ashamed? That got something out of her, her body flinching for a moment as she rested her hands against her legs. It was barely noticeable, but he couldn't miss it at this distance. You aren't you? Because you got caught in the trap. Yes, whispered Nozomi quietly. I'm sorry. I wasn't strong enough to escape in time. You needed my assistance and I was unable to answer you call when you needed me most. I'm failure as a knight. A failure, huh? She flinched again, but he ignored it this time. I see. It's true I needed you, there is no point denying that fact, but don't you think it's arrogant to assume you could have escaped in time? Arrogant. Her voice was even quieter before, laced with confusion and a bit of hurt. I'm not sure what you mean. What I mean is that you believe that you should have been able to escape far quicker than you did. Tell me, what happened exactly? How were you delayed? Yukio, Nozomi replied automatically, her voice turning bland as she simply repeated the facts she knew. I teleported over to Byakuya as ordered only to appear in his dimension. It took me 20 to 30 seconds to realize and make my escape, but the time difference the demon wields between his dimension and our own resulted in a far longer period of time to have passed. Figures he was involved. You mentioned him before. So I say this to you again. Why did you believe you could have escaped faster than that? What? I said, why did you believe you could have escaped faster than you did? Grabbing her by her shoulders, he forced her to look up at him, finally getting her to meet his eyes. It hurt to see how much pain she was in, all because she blamed herself for this. So he wouldn't let her do so for any longer. This trap was not for me. It was not for you. It was all for the Celestial Spirit King, and we were the pawns being moved to make that happen. When it comes to your magic, you possess a talent far greater than most. Few can manipulate space like you can. But all your talent, all your power, it was judged by Zeref and taken into account in this plan. He knew you would break free quickly. He had already left enough time, however, that it would not matter. But still, Nozomi muttered weakly, if I had broken out faster then dash. If I hadn't lead us all there, then you wouldn't have been trapped in the first place. So does that mean I'm equally to blame? What? Nozomi shook her head rapidly, gripping his own arms as she removed them from her shoulders. Of course not. You did what was right. Zeref was there. Without your presence, who knows what he might have done. You made sure he could be kept in check. Indeed. Just as you did what was right and went to try and warn Byakuya to begin pulling back his troops. Should we have not sent you then? Even if someone else wouldn't have made it to him as quickly as you could have. But I didn't make it to them. And I didn't stop Zeref. We both failed in this case. You didn't fail dash. Then neither did you. Argued Ichigo. We did our best only to all be manipulated by the same man. We were all played. It's possible that he may have even been prepared for us to act differently and was ready to counter us. So don't blame yourself. I don't want to hear you say it's your fault. In fact, I'd agree it now. You always claim I'm your prince, so now I'm going to give you an order. No matter what, you are not allowed to blame yourself. Not even once. Got that? Finishing his speech, Ichigo paused when he noticed the silence coming from Nozomi. Before he could open his mouth to say anything more, she leaned forward against him, simply resting there as her arms clutched him tightly. Heard her stifling a choke for a moment, making him worry she was trying to hide any pain she might have gotten during the brief encounter with the demon, until it turned into soft laughter instead. I thought I was meant to refer to you by Ichigo currently, she murmured lightly to him, hiding a small smile as she hid her face against his chest. We're friends either way. I've never cared what you call me. I'm still the same person no matter what name I go by, whether it be Ichigo, Prince, or even Kion. That's why I never really protested you calling me by a title. It changed nothing for me and made you feel safe. It was a name you could use to remember your life in Edalis. It was once, she muttered quietly, too low for him to hear. Thank you, Ichigo. Protector of the fairies. Well, isn't this rare, commented Mardgear as all the demons around him assembled at the platform to the outside. Mardgear rarely sees us all assemble like this. The 4 kings and the 8 demon gates. All we are missing is Master E.N.D and then we would be complete. You're lucky I was checking in, muttered Yukio, already trying to steady himself against the pillar beside him. I was going to take a nap until I heard the roar. It was so loud that I even heard it in my dimension. A being who can truly fly, Blue Note said as he stood the closest to the exit, staring at the dragon descending towards them all slowly. Should I be upset at this sight or ecstatic? My mind cannot comprehend which answer is correct. This monster is in my domain, so I should feel insulted, and yet I also feel fear and respect for one capable of forcing me to back down with its mere presence. Is he going to fight us? Gray asked, standing back slightly away from the opening. Is that why we have everyone assembled? Mardgear does not think so, Mardgear replied, giving a cautious look at the dragon even though he sounded sure of himself. Acknowledge is a dangerous beast, but he and Master Zeref have an agreement. But we can't just ignore him either, Yukio added for clarification. An agreement is as it means. An agreement, made through words but not binding. No contract exists to bind them to the terms, no seal links their alliance with magic. It is simply convenient at times for the two. But Acknowledge has shown signs of acting out before. He destroyed Tenro Island when Zeref summoned him, but that wasn't because Zeref told him to do that. That was because Zeref knew he'd never be able to stand the existence of a hybrid and forced him to act to his own tune. Mardgear can agree to this. Mardgear also remembers a time when Acknowledge did try to betray Master Zeref. Their fight lasted for weeks, on a land that has been lost to time since the land presence no longer exists due to their battle, and the end result was that neither was able to be killed. Not even Master Zeref's death magic could kill this beast, but equally Acknowledge was unable to kill Master Zeref no matter how much he tried to tear him apart, whether it was through physical means or magical ones. He is an ally, but he is also an enemy. A contradiction that we must be very wary of. It makes it worse that he's a hybrid like the abomination, commented Zeref as he appeared behind them all, stepping out of the darkness. An orb of dark energy created as it spun. Hybrids truly are some of the worst creatures to ever try and fight. Logic and weaknesses mean far less to them than they do to us, since their strength comes from the fact all their magic's strengths are heightened while all the weaknesses are covered. Master Zeref, greeted Kyuka as she bowed before him. Please leave this to us. You needn't deal with such beasts yourself. If he was to betray you There is no need to worry about that, said Zeref as he began to walk past all the demons around him. Your purpose is a show of force, one that merely will make him hesitate. Not halt. But I have nothing to fear from him. No matter what he does, he cannot kill me, and no matter what I do, I cannot kill him. That is the nature of our relationship, and one that still holds true. He won't act on such uncertainties in his chances. Reluctantly stepped back, Kyuka joined the other demons as they settled themselves into the idea of merely watching Zeref approaching the dragon that was only now approaching the platform, holding itself in the air with each flap of its massive wings. Zeref, Acknowledge snarled, watching as the dark mage approached. You kept me waiting. And you kept me waiting. I expected you here days ago. Acknowledge snarled again, one clawed hand pressing down against the platform and breaking part of it off from the force of its grip. I am not your dog that comes at your beck and call. Remember that. Indeed, Zeref replied. That is how you see it. But do not assume that I am so easily frightened by your demands. When I call you, I expect you to answer. After all I have done for you, you should still owe me that, even if you decide to ignore my requests. It's not like you have anything else to do in this world now that all the dragons are dead. Dead? I beg to differ. I can still smell them in the air. I can still hear their mocking laughs in my ears. And I can still vaguely sense their presences. At least 6 more dragons and dragon slayers still exist, with the 7th one growing stronger with every passing second. As far as I'm concerned, my time is better used hunting them all down. Still chasing ghosts, I see. Well, no matter. What do you do on your own time is of little consequence. You already know what I'm after, so why don't you give me a straight answer? Will you fight? Oh. The dragon tilted its head somewhat, glancing down at the dark mage suspiciously. How, unlike you? Asking me for help means you don't just want to play your little games with the enemy. You are asking for a one-sided annihilation. Don't overestimate your own abilities. I'm not. You know that better than anyone else. You helped turn me into what I am today, don't forget. In this world, no one has more destructive power than I do. I am the dragon of the apocalypse, the dragon that made the entire world tremble with fear at my name even to this day. And if you weren't as cursed as you are, I would have even killed you. As it stands, I came the closest to ever doing anything close to killing you. Zeref frowned, tensing slightly in annoyance. I remember. Well? Will you answer? Acknowledge nodded, what appeared to be a smirk being shown for a brief moment. So be it. I'll join you for this war of yours. For now. But when I get bored with it, don't be surprised when I leave. You have only a few chances to try and use me, so choose wisely. It can even be a game of sorts, and I know how much you like to play with the lives of others. You did that with mine 400 years ago, in case you remember. With what he had to say told, Acknowledge used his wings to push himself away from the platform, flying away into the distance with one last roar sent back behind him simply for his own amusement. Sighing in relief and annoyance, Ziraf turned back to his demons, most of which had managed to keep their confidence through the whole discussion. Taking one look at Yukio, the demon almost ready to collapse when faced with the suffocating presence of Acknowledge and his own self-harming curse, he allowed him to leave them, dismissing the majority of the remaining 9 demon gates in the process. "Not you, Franmouth," he called out, the round-armored demon pausing mid-turn. "I have a job for you. Meet me in my library an hour from now and be ready to leave." "Of course, Master Ziraf. As you wish." Turning to the remaining 3 demons, Ziraf gave them a once-over before settling his gaze on Grey. "Join me for a bit, would you, Delira? I am curious to how you found your fight earlier." "Of course, Master Ziraf," Grey replied immediately, unsure whether to be happy or upset at this development. On one hand, he had an excuse to separate himself from the other Devil Kings, demons he really found it hard to be around. But now he was with the worst person to talk to all by himself. He never felt comfortable when he was this close to the Dark Mage. All it would take would be a blast of death magic and he'd never even make it down the corridor in time. He'd be dead in an instant. "I have to say," commented Ziraf as he strode ahead, Grey falling slightly behind, "I was quite impressed with your development. You were able to freeze a good chunk of Natsu's flames, and that is not something just anyone can do lightly." "It's the power of the curse you developed when you created me originally," Grey replied, doing his best to act a bit humble. "Without your influence, I could never have grown this strong." "Indeed. Creations like you are quite precious sights. I have to put a lot of work into you lot to make you all unique and strong. Sometimes the results are as intended, sometimes they aren't, and that latter outcome really does produce a variety of results. Not all of you can be successes and not all of you will perform as I designed, whether that is because you surpass my original plans or fail to reach them. Looking at your success and improvements, I wonder if I should look into repeating a similar process. Tell me, what do you think?" "No. Absolutely not. No one else could be sacrificed to the nightmare he had been forced to endure when he was still human. It sounds like it could be promising. I wonder if you could afford to lose any of your demons strong enough to be known as devils, however. This is a critical time. Perhaps, though the loss of one of you cannot alter our strength that much while Acknowledge is here. That creature makes any loss I might take not even consequential." "I can agree on that, Master Ziraf," Grey found himself saying, and for once he didn't need to lie or act. Being in the presence of Acknowledge, coupled with the knowledge of his memories from Tenro Island, gave him a glimpse at that beast's true power. Acknowledge is frightening. That he is. Even I fear his strength slightly if left unchecked. And my enemies will learn to do the same when I release his chain. If you don't mind me asking, why is he so strong? I heard about the dragons that attacked Crocus, but none of them sound anywhere close to his level of strength." It was true. He remembered seeing those dragons and the destruction they caused, and he knew his iced shell had been undone before it could settle too. But even after seeing all of that, he knew that none of them had ever made him feel the same way he did when he was just around Acknowledge. Is it because he's a hybrid? Ziraf paused where he stood, causing Grey to stop before he ran right into the back of him. "Why do you assume it's because of that? I know what itchy dash. You're brave to speak that name in front of me. Or stupid." "I apologize," Grey said quickly. "The abomination was strong, and from what knowledge I have gathered I am under the assumption that they are not to be trifled with or treated lightly. Is that why Acknowledge is so fearsome?" "Perhaps," Ziraf admittedly, turning round to face Grey with a frown. "But rather part of me has come to believe that his hybrid status plays but a brief role in his strength. Quite frankly, his drive to push himself and grow stronger surpasses any individual I have ever met. Rage does that to a person, and Acknowledge is nothing but rage. Well, rage and pain. That's what makes the true difference between him and other dragons. They still have more they cherish. Acknowledge seeks only to destroy, to bring an apocalypse in his wake and to bring everyone down to his level. And yet you respect him. For once in the entire time Gray had met the Dark Mage, he was faced with a sight he never expected to see presented to him. Before him, Zeref didn't even speak, his eyes so wide in disbelief that he had been stunned quiet. Why? Why do you say that? Zeref asked, frowning at how uncertain he was being. This is an odd feeling. To think I'd end up feeling surprised at what you would say. I truly have underestimated you. Why do you believe I respect him? Well, you don't call him abomination. Gray didn't miss how Zeref's eyes narrowed at him. This was a bad idea. He could already tell he was hitting a sore point, but he couldn't help but push forward. For some reason this felt important to know. The Ukan Ishgar primarily relies on. The one you call abomination. You always call him that, but isn't that because he's a hybrid? If you acknowledge the fact that Acknowledge is a hybrid and use his name, and yet don't do it out of respect, does that mean the name abomination isn't referring to hybrids in general but towards Ichigo Kurosaki himself? Zeref finished for him, his tone deadly quiet. Perhaps that is the truth. Perhaps it isn't. But you should watch how far you push me in this game of yours. I am not a pawn for you to manipulate. Gray Fullbuster. The moment he heard his name, Gray backed away, ice ready to be summoned at his command the second Zeref made any threatening moves. Finding himself at what he hoped was a safe distance, Gray eyed the Dark Mage warily from where he stood. How long? Since the beginning. Zeref scoffed at the look on Gray's face, gesturing towards him in boredom. You were reborn because of my experiments. I knew the moment that you took on that form that you weren't Delira. It was fun, however, to play the fool and let you think you were in control. For the most part. So you did already know, said Gray to himself, reaffirming the suspicions he had from when he first saw the library. I thought you knew then, but part of me honestly hoped it was merely a test and that I passed, or that it was just you seeing if I recognized the name at all. But you knew all this time who I really was. There is nothing that goes on within my domain that I am not aware of. If that's the case, why am I alive? Gray asked, confused at the reason for the first place. If he had been discovered as spy, why was he still being allowed to do as he pleased? Why hadn't he been stopped? You knew from the start. You must know that I could become a threat given enough time. A threat? You. Breaking down into full-blown laughter, Zeref ignored the strange looks Gray threw at him, all the while trying to put more distance between himself and the Dark Mage. Sorry, but you don't even come close to being able to threaten me currently. I let you move as you wanted for one simple reason. It was enjoyable. Enjoyable. That was it? For some stupid reason like that, he had been allowed to do as he pleased? Why? A reason like that is foolish. Everyone here could be at risk because of actions I might take. And you think I care about them? Asked Zeref cruelly. You think I care for a handful of demons that I created? Don't you get it? If I lose some, I can always make new ones. My army can be wiped out 100 times over and I can still rebuild it time after time. What can you do to harm me? I'll tell you. Nothing. You can't even touch me, let alone think about harming me. Walking forward, Zeref began closing the gap between the two, Gray trying to back up further to maintain the distance. What makes it even more fun to watch is to see how far you can go while struggling. Even if you got information, and let us say that I cared about it for some odd reason, you still have to deal with your own allies. Allies that would reject you the moment they lay eyes on you and recognize you for who you are. If I have information they will act nice and then kill you. It doesn't matter to those in charge if you are helpful or not. A damaged reputation can be pushed to one side, but yours? You are a demon. You have already caused harm by participating in the last battle. Because of your help, the Celestial Spirit King has been removed from the game. The leaders may accept you, but the public would never. They would demand you to be executed or exiled. But you know that, Zeref added after coming to a halt right in front of Gray. You would still try. You would go to Fairy Tale. Am I right? And of course they could never turn you away. You're their precious friend after all, even after all you did. Even after you killed your fellow disciple's wife, even when the whole world would hate you, they would still accept you back. and, in doing so, make themselves targets for those that hate you. Face it, he finished with, finally backing away. You lack power to do anything to affect me, whether it be through battle or war. You are merely a character in a play to me, one I will watch to its end and then find a new one. So act well, Delira. Play the role for as long as you like, and eventually give me a fitting conclusion to your tale. That is all you are worth now. There is no future you can be happy in any longer. Protector of the Fairies. Actually standing face to face with the Fiori War Council was a lot less intimidating than he might have thought it would have been, mused Ichigo as he glanced around the room. When he had approached some of the leaders when this war started, it had been a meeting with all the guild masters and other influential people present too. But with most at the front lines, the numbers had dropped down to a select group that would always be on hand to make the important decisions, not unlike the situation of the Magic Council normally. He wouldn't be surprised in fact if this group ended up becoming the Magic Council once the war was over, their roles shifting as a time for peace arrives. At the head was the man he already knew, Juoshiro. He had seen some better days. It had not been long since they had last seen one another, but it seemed that Juoshiro's illness had taken a bad turn during that time. He simply looked weaker than he normally did, though the man would struggle through it. He always did. Next on the council was Hiswai. While it would be right to say that Juoshiro was the leading figure in this council, she was equally as powerful of him when it came to support simply due to her position as queen. Neither could truly act against the other if their ideals conflicted because it would cause chaos, so the best compromise they could have was to let the majority decide at these meetings. The next three were faces he did not recognize, though he was sure each played a key role when it came to the country. Economics, intelligence, development, all possible aspects that impacted the war had to be represented at this council in order to make decisions. The next was one he did recognize though, Yahima, and wasn't that old man a sight for sore eyes? He had heard what had happened to him from the others in Fairy Tail briefly when they had first been reunited after 7 years had passed, and had feared the worst after his own assault on the Magic Council's headquarters. Luckily it seemed that he had never been transferred away from the cells at the Rune Knight's base and avoided the slaughter that must have occurred before he arrived. The last seat however was left open, the occupant missing. Juoshiro gave a small shrug when he sent a questioning gaze at him, seeming to have already accepted the fact that the seat was and would remain empty. We're meant to have a 7th member here, Juoshiro explained, but unfortunately he has a poor track record of turning up. We only manage to speak with him during these meetings. The rest of the time, we can't even find a trace of him. Surprisingly he always does know when to turn up, even if we organize a meeting at such short notice. Spying on us, that's what he's doing, commented one of the three Ichigo didn't recognize, the man, a short one with a large curly mustache, being his most defining feature due to the size hiding most of his mouth from view. I hardly see why we need that blasted monk. What good does he serve to this council? What does he bring to this table that the rest of us don't already supply? You shouldn't criticize him too harshly, replied a middle-aged woman next to him, her black hair tied back in a bun. He provides a point of view of the country that Yahima cannot due to his nomadic nature. No one has seen more of the world than he has, and we should respect the impact that wisdom can have on these meetings. Have you ever found fault with what he's said? The man grumbled to himself as he crossed his arms but still backed down. All right, I'll agree that he does say some useful things. But giving him as much freedom as this, allowing him to come and go as he pleases, it's not dash. Right? Asked Yahima. Fair? By all means, you can try and stop him. But he has both youthfulness and magical power. How many of us can still claim both? I can't even claim either of them anymore. We should be thankful he's even agreed to help us, since he does not seem to want to go and fight, despite the amount of power he certainly has. Of course I don't want to go and fight, said a cheerful voice from behind Ichigo as the door opened, a large bald man walking in with a wide smile across his face. I am a monk after all. Ichibe, Juoshiro greeted, a hint of surprise in his features as he welcomed the man to the table. I wasn't sure you would be attending. Oh, I wasn't sure either, replied the monk easily, giving another smile to those that sent scowls his way. But I heard word that this meeting might not be just any ordinary meeting and couldn't help but come and give my expertise. Something about an Expedition. And how on earth would you know that, said the final person that Ichigo didn't recognize, speaking up for the first time. He seemed a bit younger than the rest, bearing Hisui herself, and seemed almost like a shadow in how he easily faded into the background. His plain appearance and emotionless expressions only enhanced that idea. We were all briefed only a few hours ago secretly to avoid any leaks. So how could you even know if we never had a chance to try and contact you? As Juoshiro said, you turn up randomly, and I can understand that, but what I cannot understand is how you would already be aware of the topics of these meetings before we have even told you about them. Perhaps I'm a mind reader, Ichibe said jokily, the others not finding his laid-back attitude very amusing. For all they knew, he really could be. But does it really matter that I knew about it? I am here. Should anything else matter? The man sighed, shaking his head. It's better than talking to an empty seat. Well then, said Juoshiro, clapping his hands as he drew all attention towards him. We should get started on today's meeting then. Thank you all for assembling at such short notice. You better be, muttered the first man that had spoken, crossing his arms across his chest. I was already busy dealing with some of the mess that Alvarez left us. That one assault cost us over 6,000 lives just to try and break their lines long enough to try and stop them. And in the end, the one who shattered their fleet was that giant who vanished in the middle of the battle. We were lucky Alvarez didn't press their advantage. They couldn't have pressed any further, stated the woman beside him. Alvarez isn't foolish. They may still have a decent-sized chunk of their fleet left, but it no longer has the same impact as it did before. They sacrificed a lot, but they still achieved a great victory. They had no further need to push, especially when they can simply wait and let us exhaust ourselves at other battlefields before making their next move. Come now, let's focus on the matter at hand, Juoshiro said cheerfully, a hint of steel in his voice that shut them all up. Very good. That's much better. As the head of this council, I welcome Ichigo Kurosaki and Shinji Hirako forward. Hey, don't forget about me, called Mavis from Ichigo's shoulder, Juoshiro chuckling at her actions. Of course. We recognize the entity known as Mavis Vermilion too. Allow me to introduce to you all the other members of the council. You already know Her Highness, Queen Hisui Fiori on my left. And I trust you already know Yahima too. We've met a few times in the past. Very good, said Juoshiro as he gestured towards the man with the large mustache at his far right. This man is Tatsuya Kazaki, he explained, the man himself nodding in greeting. He handles our economic matters, ensuring life goes as peacefully as it can for the civilians in the barriers cities. Next to him is the lovely Ari Inasu. She is in charge of all technical development for our forces. The designs for those floating Jupiter cannons were actually hers, expanding off previous airship research. Finally, this leaves our resident spy master, Yoichi Kazuma. He needs no explanation about his role. Ichigo Kurosaki, Yoichi greeted, his voice giving nothing away in how he actually felt. Classified as hybrid. That word makes anyone afraid just by saying it when giving the correct context. Reason is, unknown. Results state the need for further observation. Apologizes. Yoichi can't help but analyze anyone new he meets. It's part of his charm, you could say. He took it quite hard when we learned we had a spy in our midst, since he personally investigated everyone. That's all right, Ichigo replied, shifting slightly from a small amount of impatience. Can we get on with this already? I understand your urgency, time is of the essence after all, but there is a formal process to go through. Now that we got introductions out of the way, however, you may speak. The council recognizes Ichigo Kurosaki. You may make your request. Ichigo nodded in relief. Thanks. I'll just come out and say it then. We have a plan to find Ziraf's base of operations. Preposterous, Tatsuya declared instantly. How would someone like you find this out when our entire intelligence network has failed to even find a hint of its location? That's not exactly true, Yoichi countered. We have a rough idea of the direction, but our results conflict quite often. Given enough time, our long-range sensor mages may be able to pinpoint Ziraf's magical signature. Then that further supports my claim. How can someone like him have found it before we have? He's one man, with just a few others, then probably don't go beyond the number 10. We have hundreds dedicated to this task. If you'd let me finish, stated Ichigo in annoyance, I'd explain. Grumbling to himself, Tatsuya shut up, waiting with crossed arms to hear what explanation Ichigo had for him. You're right though. I have no idea of where it is currently. That's why this is merely a plan, and it's not why I came here today. What I'm here to ask is permission to launch an expedition once we have his location confirmed. You're asking for permission to leave the barrier, Rei simplified down. Not leave for a few moments, not leave to fight a battle on our doorstep, but to leave to a location much further away. You understand exactly what you are asking, do you not? Rei is right, added Hisui. When we still had the Celestial Spirit King, this would have been fine. The two of you were both strong enough to force the enemy's high command to think carefully in their actions. But now we only have you. The whole reason you are told to keep moving around Fiori on board the Genesis is so to keep the enemy in the dark about your actual location, stopping them from being able to attack in force with their leadership when you aren't present. I'm sure Ichigo is aware of these risks, Yahima said in defense. He wouldn't be asking us for permission otherwise. He recognizes the position he is in and the power he has, and so is asking, not just doing as he wants. He's aware his life cannot be used as he pleases at the current moment. Yahima's right, stated Ichigo, clenching his fists behind his back. The old man was far too right. He had to keep within the barrier for the most part. He had to consider the lives of everyone else before he made any big moves like the one he wanted to now. But if he couldn't convince these people here to allow him to go through with this, he might have no choice but to act anyway and suffer the consequences. That is why we first need to locate where Ziref's base is. Through contact with some of his demons, it seems that there is a high chance that he is resurrecting some of those that fall in battle, in particular those with a well-developed consciousness. We were getting reports of similar high-level demons appearing even after death, admitted Yoichi, a frown across his face. So this is why. But that doesn't yet answer what you plan to do to locate Ziref's base. I'm getting there. We believe that if we kill a demon of sufficient strength, preferably one with a high level of power, and track its soul, we may be able to follow it back to whether Ziref is resurrecting his soldiers from. It has merit, said Juoshiro as he acknowledged the idea. But this only works so long as we assume that Ziref resurrects these demons at his base of operations. If he doesn't, it will all be for nothing. Don't say that, Shinji called out from the side, much to the annoyance of some of the members of the council. Even if it isn't Ziref's base, it has to be something of importance to him. And it may even give us a further clue if it isn't his base. Either way, can you all really afford to turn down the chance to take away a base like this? If Ziref can resurrect his high-level demons with ease, then this war might never end. It might also end suddenly if we act too rashly, countered Hisui. I've learned from my own past experiences that rushing things can potentially lead to tragedy. Look no further than Crocus to see that. Besides, we have to consider the positions of the other armies. Ziref's forces are on the other side of the barrier to Alvarez's. If Ichigo fought over there and that knowledge made it over to Alvarez quickly enough, they might just throw everything at the barrier to take advantage of his disappearance. Likewise, the Quincy and the Hollows may also act. It's been puzzling enough why the Hollows haven't made any large attempts at breaking through since the barrier was deployed. The Hollows are waiting, Yoichi stated. Biding their time and watching everything unfold. Let all sides weaken themselves, then have one large feast. That's the best situation for them, and they lose nothing right now in observing. It's the Quincy that are going to be problematic. They won't be, said Ichigo immediately. Due to the actions of Ziref and Alvarez, I've contacted Waiwak himself and struck a deal. You did what? Demanded Tatsuya. Who gave you the authority to make such a deal? I concur with Tatsuya, Rei added. While we recognize your strength as an asset in this war, we do not recognize your authority in these matters. What right do you have to make a deal with Waiwak concerning us? None. Which is why I didn't. I'm sorry. It's exactly as I said, explained Ichigo. I didn't involve any of you. The deal will not stop us fighting if we meet each other. But it does mean that Wywak will halt in any attempts to break through the barrier while we work together to deal with this matter. He is willing to offer help to defeat one of Zeref's demons and then allow us to go after it to Zeref. For the duration of that assault, he will not make a move against us. He gave me his word. Can you trust his word? Yahima asked, ignoring the protests from his fellow council members. Can you truly believe he will not betray you and go back on what he said? Yes. He doesn't lie. He manipulates, he tells half-truths, but he doesn't lie. He will stay true to his word, but after it is over he will return the situation to how it was. Right now he simply can't afford to let Zeref move as he wants as he has been done. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I think we should trust in him, spoke up Ichib finally, having watched the meeting unfold with a watchful eye. His words speak truthful. I know about this king of Quincy. His word might as well be the law of the world since it is never false. This plan as well has the highest chance we might get in a long time. We certainly cannot allow Zeref and Alvarez to act as they please and think they can get away with it. The time to act is now when they are still high off victory. Let us put it to a vote then, stated Juashiro. All in favor. 5 hands rose, only Hiswai and Tatsuya refusing to agree on the matter. Very well, it's decided. Ichigo Kurosaki, we give you authorization to embark towards Zeref's base the moment you get a location. Once it has been discovered however, contact us immediately. Depending on the situation, we may not need you to even fight. Etherian has finally reached a full level of charge after all this time. If we can truly find his base, we might as well wipe it out with one hit. Protector of the Fairies. The one who deals in souls. We just got word Laxus, said Fried as he reported into the guild master. The council has sent out a message to all leaders of guilds and those with high levels of command, informing them all to attempt to capture one of Zeref's high-ranking demons if the opportunity presents itself. They really don't ask easy things from us, muttered Laxus in annoyance, glancing down at the maps he had been provided of the area that he and the rest of the guild were stationed in. We're at the Quincy side of things however. Why bother letting us know? I'm not sure. Perhaps they suspect Zeref plans to make a move on the other forces nearby. Same with Alvarez. So that's why. I would have loved to have watched the two sides tear themselves apart, but it seems there is more value to capturing one of these demons rather than killing them. It's going to be hard though with the Quincy to fight at the same time, and that's only if a demon even shows up here. The Quincy. Swallowing the nervousness he felt, Fried continued relaying on the message. They have agreed to help. Laxus froze at what he was doing, looking up at Fried in confusion. Sorry, run that past me again. They agreed to help. A pact of non-aggression when a demon shows up in order to capture it. We don't know who they are sending, but they won't be fighting us for the time being. They seem to agree that Zeref is becoming too much of a threat when teamed up with Alvarez. Working with the enemy Laxus sighed, leaning back in his chair. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. It's an old saying that applies here, but it doesn't make the situation any more inviting. It basically means that we aren't strong enough alone to deal with Zeref, and so the only way we can do so is to team up with another enemy to get a shot at him. You think everyone will listen? Fried asked worriedly. A lot of us have a grudge against the Quincy for what they did to the master. But Kana. She's out for blood. Not just to avenge the master but to get revenge for what they did to her own father. Can she even suppress that desire and work together with them? Laxus shook his head regretfully. Unfortunately she can't. It'll be hard enough for me to suppress my hatred of them, but I can do it for the sake of the mission. But Kana won't be able to. For this mission however, I don't think we need to involve everyone anyway. I'll go to fight the demon myself if it shows up. By yourself? Absolutely not. Protested Fried urgently. You can't go. You are the guild master, Laxus. Let us go in your place. If you need a strong team, then the Thunder God tribe will be happy to fulfill this task for you. It's not that, replied Laxus. Please do not take this the wrong way, but I am not sure you lot will be strong enough. I'm not sure if any of the others in Fairy Tail are strong enough. Defeating an enemy is easy. But capturing them, keeping them alive, you need a level of power beyond their own to afford to pull your punches. I can spare that drop in power because I am stronger, but you lot cannot afford to be burdened by that. Then at least let us support you, Laxus. We can help, you know we can. I know, but this time I'm going to have to ask you all to step back. The demon won't be alone, it would be foolish to only send one if it does appear, so concentrate your efforts on keeping others away from me if a battle happens. If I need to fight, I cannot afford to take it easy on the enemy and watch out for additional enemies too. I need you and all the others to fight to keep me safe when fighting. Is that acceptable to you? Reluctantly nodding, Fried replied. I understand. Very well. If that is your wish, we will abide by it. Just be careful, Laxus. You're the guild master now. If we lose you, we'll lose the entire spirit of the guild with it. We cannot afford to mourn another guild master in this war. I know, Laxus responded softly, his mind shifting to thoughts about his grandfather. I won't die. Gramps knew his limits and I know that mine are beyond his. And so long as the Quincy keep their word, I'll have a strong ally in the fight too. Just leave it to me. Protector of the Fairies. Looking across the landscape, the demon known as Franmouth smirked as he leaned forward on his walking stick, his grin stretching across his whole face. There's a lot of them here, Master Zeref. Indeed, replied the Dark Mage, a similar smirk across his face. It's quieter than I expected though. It seems some precautions have been taken already in response to my actions. Not exactly unexpected but still a slight annoyance to deal with. What are they planning? Have no fear, Master Zeref. No matter what they have up their sleeves, I can overcome it. A trump card can cost one their life, but for me dying is little consequence. Do not get careless or you'll regret it when you return. I leave you with a contingent of demons to do with as you please. 100,000 of them. 100,000. Franmouth couldn't believe his ears. To think his master would bestow upon him the leadership of so many demons. This was a number that only a few got to command, most of which belonged to the 4 demon kings of Tartaros. I am honored at the support you have given me. Use them wisely, Zeref warned, stepping back as the darkness began to swallow him. I will not be there to replenish fallen soldiers, and neither will I intervene in your fight. Flee once you have dealt a blow to the enemy or retreat through death. I will not have the enemy following your way back to my library. Have no fear, Franmouth said in reassurance to his leaving master. I will accomplish this task before me. Waiting until his master had finally finishing leaving through the darkness he created, Franmouth turned his attention back over to the enemy below the cliff edge he was on. It had been the only place safe enough to observe both armies from, the mages and rune knights of Ishgar on one side with the Quincy of the Wandenreich on the other. Out of the 2 armies, the one he really saw as a danger was the Quincy force. Ishgar would likely stay cooped up in the barrier for the most part, afraid to lose too many troops. Some would come but that was expected. His real goal was to deal a crippling blow to the Quincy in order to stop them being able to mount any reasonable counter-offensive against their own forces. If their army was cut down enough, they would be unable to spare troops to send to battle unless they risked weakening their forces at the barrier's edge, and if that happened Ishgar would capitalize on it and deal another crippling blow. 100,000 demons, muttered Franmouth as he stared at the Quincy army. Yes, I can do a lot of damage with that number. And there are some pretty powerful souls nearby too. If I can kill a few and take them for myself, Master Zeref should reward me greatly. There was one problem however. Out of all the souls he could sense, one worried him. It was one of the weakest he had ever felt, almost like it was nearing the end of its life or had already reached it, and yet it encompassed the entire area his senses told him. A conundrum was what it was, that was for sure. At least there were no Ukin present that he could sense. With his ability to detect souls rather than magic, it meant none could hide from him, and he could sense no soul that matched the descriptions he had created from his knowledge of them. With these odds, victory was assured 100%. Raising his walking stick, he slammed it against the shadow it rested in, causing it to burst into action. He lacked the ability to summon demons, just like all demons did, so long ago Zeref had been forced to learn ways to allow them to be summoned. And this was one of them. 100,000 demons, all hidden in the shadows all around them, just waiting to emerge. Spheres of darkness sprung into life all across the battlefield, widening as demons poured through in the thousands. He only had to watch as the chaos began to unfold as they broke the Quincy army's formation entirely. Well then, I better get to work, he said to himself as he began to make his descent down the cliff face. Master Zeref is counting on me after all, so I must not disappoint him. This is all for his sake after all. Protector of the Fairies. They're here, stated Myrti to Arcadios as she returned from her trip outside. I saw them all over at the Quincy army. Tens of thousands of demons, all tearing through their ranks. So they made a move already, did they? Looking at the maps, Arcadios frowned. It's just as predicted too. They struck the Quincy knowing we won't commit much to help them. Just because we're teaming up for a bit, it doesn't mean we don't want to end up in a more favorable position at the end of it. But an assault like this is the perfect chance to find one of the demons we need to capture. It would be foolish to not send one against a force with many more elites to spare. I've already told some of the guilds to get ready. How many troops can we afford to commit to this though? The Quincy ranks are being broken as we speak, but that won't last for long. If it continues, the Stern Ritter will simply step in and push the demons back. Maybe at the cost of a lot of Quincy, but this isn't yet a dangerous situation for them. And they have much more to spare than we do. I know. But with that many demons, 30,000 men. The Quincy army can handle the rest, but we need to support them if we are to get a chance at capturing the demon. Can I count on you to lead them? Myrti nodded. What do you take me for? Of course I'll lead them. You just get ready to send reinforcements if it looks like we need them. You organize the troops to prepare at the barrier, and I'll organize a strike team to attack the demon once we locate it. It'll have to show itself once the battle starts shifting away from its favor, if just to keep it on track. Then we'll strike. Protector of the Fairies. Miss Giselle. We need your assistance, the Quincy pleaded to the girl, Giselle too busy staring at one of the dead bodies at her feet. Miss Giselle. Giselle continued to ignore him, tilting her head back and forth and making the two long black strands of hair, sticking up like antennae, bounce from side to side. You're so cute, miss. Don't worry, I've almost finished dressing you up perfectly. Just wait a bit longer and your blood will be just right and you can join the rest of my friends. Miss Giselle. Maybe I should dress you up a bit more though, Giselle must, pulling at the woman's sleeves and frowning at the material. You've got such smooth skin, but you hide it beneath such long clothes. Perhaps a style like Bambi? I'm sure you'll look even cuter in a short shirt and perhaps a sleeveless top. I wonder if I have any on hand. I suppose I can always steal some from the other corpses that didn't interest me as much. Miss Giselle. The Quincy behind her continued to say repeatedly, a small tick appearing on her forehead at the excessive shouting. Ah, if only that lowly soldat would shut the hell up. The Quincy behind her froze in place at the aura she was emitted, her annoyance at snapping point. I'm having fun with my new toy. I'll fight when I'm done. Turning back to the corpse she was crouched by, Giselle adjusted the woman's hair before scowling at the knots in and the dried blood covering the lower half of it. This just ruins you. You have such beautiful hair, you know? It's so soft and smooth, but it's also so hard to take care of and I don't have anything to fix it. Guess it'll have to go. Crafting a small dagger in the air, its form still unstable and remaining as pure energy, she used it to cut the woman's hair off at her neck, examining her handiwork with pride. There. That's better. Short hair is cute too. Thank you. Giselle's smile widened immensely as she heard those words, her arms shooting out and pulling the corpse into her embrace. Oh. You're so sweet. Maybe I should give you a new name too. If you keep this up, you might even make it into my top 100. Turning her head round to peer over her shoulder, she glared at the soldat still frozen behind her. Now then, what the hell do you want? You're ruining my fun time with. Snapping her head back round, Giselle glanced at the corpse curiously. What was your actual name again? Do you remember? The soldat had seen it. All of them had. But despite how many times you saw it, it was always terrifying to watch. Despite how it should have been inanimate, the corpse moved, shaking its head at Giselle's question. I see, Giselle said joyfully. I guess I'll have to give you a new name then. How about Rebecca? Wait, no. Jessica. No, not that one. A spark appeared in her eyes as she stared at the corpse, a name coming to mind. Celia. That's a cute name. It's perfect. Returning her attention back to the soldat, she asked, so what is it that you wanted? As I was saying, Celia and I are having some fun. Bowing lowly, unwilling to face her anger in case she decided to take it out on him, the Quincy responded. I apologize, Miss Giselle. Your assistance is needed in the battle. We cannot hope to push the demons back without your help. You're a member of His Majesty's army, and his army is the greatest well-ordered army in the world. Well, except for us stern Ritter. Us lot tend to have a bit more individuality to us than you bothersome idiots. But you all should be able to recover without my help. Just look. Gesturing out with her head, the antennae-like strands being used as pointers, she caused the soldat's attention to shift towards the army. See? We've already recovered. Our ranks are being repaired as those like you rush back into position. We lost, what? Maybe a tenth of our army? That's nothing. Now that the lines have been repaired, those demons can't make us take as many losses as before. Especially if we just wipe them out from range like good Quincy. I understand, Miss Giselle, but it is important to not lose any more lives. Is that what His Majesty has ordered? I didn't know if he was still here or not. Or is that what that dreamer ordered? The soldat remained silent, causing Giselle to sigh as she let go off the corpse she was holding and let it drop to her feet, the corpse moving slightly as it landed and barely keeping itself from falling face first into the ground. All right, fine, I'll go. I assume some of the others are out there fighting. The soldat simply nodded, Giselle smiling as a result. Well, at least I don't have to do all the work. Let me know if they die or not. If they do, bring me their bodies. I'd love some new toys. Ignoring the response the soldat quickly tried to give her, Giselle marched forward, the corpse behind her crawling after her. Celia would catch up once she got used to her newfound life. She was just a bit slow currently. She wondered if she could actually fight now that she thought about it. Celia had just been a random cutie that she found amongst the bodies of the Ishgar forces after the initial battle, and the large chunks of flesh missing from her chest had hinted at her death being the work of Driscoll. She never liked that brute. Now he wasn't cute at all. She could spend hours working on him and it still would make no difference. Some people were just born ugly and no amount of work could make them beautiful. Not even death. Speaking of death though, she wondered how many people from Ishgar would die in this fight. His Majesty had told her there was a temporary alliance of sorts, not that she bothered with that knowledge much. She'd work with them if they worked with her, else she'd kill them. And then take their corpses afterwards if they were cute enough. Or powerful enough. Power always made her overlook some of the ones she found less cute in exchange for that strength. It was why she had taken that old man, despite him being long past the age of cuteness. Blood to blood, bone to bone, she sang as she walked through the crowds of Quincy, more than happy to take her time getting to her enemy. Drain it all and join with me. Protector of the Fairies. There was no end to these demons, Laxus thought as he cut down another one with a burst of lightning, the strike passing through the demon and smashing into a group behind it too. No matter how many he struck down, no matter how many he blasted into oblivion, they kept coming. They were outnumbered with the men they had sent out to fight, he already knew that, but even so it didn't make the reality of fighting a swarm any less worse. Every time he thought he had a chance to rest for a moment, another 5 demons will spring out from the crowds, attracted by his power and trying to take him down. That was why he had allies though. Every time he needed a moment of peace, Freed, Evergreen, and Bixlow threw themselves into the mix, pushing the demons around them back with their excellent teamwork. So long as the 3 were together, they could hold off groups of demons like this with ease. As if sensing his need for a break, they burst into action just like all the times before. Swiping out with his sword, Freed erected a wall of runes between them and the demons, the ones that had been unable to stop in time slamming right into the runes. Evergreen took to the skies above as she bombarded the enemy with her magic, small explosions happening amidst the ranks of the demons while Bixlo fired concentrated blasts of magic around both sides of the wall, his dolls acting as mobile firing platforms. Laxus, Fried spoke up, glancing over his shoulder for a moment to check on their leader's condition. Are you okay? Just fine. Thanks for this. Fried nodded. It's fine. You said you'd be going after the high-level demon when we find it, so the least we can do is help you preserve your strength. It helps. Thanks you guys. Oddly, however, he didn't feel as winded as he normally would have. He certainly felt more winded when he last fought for this long, and he wasn't sure how to feel about that. Was it because he was simply getting more experienced at long-winded battles? Or was it a sign of something else? Either way, he'd take what he could get right now. Especially when he couldn't afford to be picky at a time like this. Keeping an eye on the rest of the guild nearby, he took note of their performance, prepared to rush to their aid at a moment's notice if need be. Most were starting to show brief signs of fatigue, something that would only increase the longer this dragged on. No one could fight for ever so long as fatigue kept showing up, and even if they could overcome that, it would still press down on you mentally. And he could see the first likely to run out of steam would be Kana. She was going crazy against the demons, tearing them apart with her card magic before smashing them apart with her fists as she amplified her limbs with magic. The reckless way she was using magic, however, caused by her frustration at not being able to fight the Quincy and instead having to team up with them for the time being, was getting to her, and she would not be able to last for long if she kept this up. She was even starting to push too far ahead, losing herself in her frustration and anger. Well, if she wouldn't slow herself down, he'd have to force her to slow down. He had a whole guild to look after now, and she was a part of it too. Moving as fast as he could allow himself to while fighting off demons, he moved to her position, backing her up slightly as he blasted away an incoming group of demons with a small breath attack. Pull back, Kana, he ordered, ducking quickly as a demon swiped at him and watching it explode above him as Kana struck it with her card magic. You're going to run out of steam if you keep fighting like this. I'm fine, Kana protested, leaping forward and sending a row of demons flying with a sharp roundhouse kick. I can keep going for far longer than this. Don't be stupid, Laxus countered, leaping over her in the air and scattering the demons coming at them from the side with a large blast of lightning. You've got impressive reserves of magical power, but you can still get tired. And if you get tired, you'll make a mistake. If you don't slow down, you'll burn yourself out mentally. I said I'm fine. Kana stated stubbornly, trying to prove her point as she pushed forward more into the grounds of demons. Forcing more magic through her body, she spun on her heel as the demons leaped at her, using the additional speed to lash out at all of them with kicks and punches. Each one hit its mark, sending the demons flying at all directions with a variety of injuries. Go and keep an eye on the others. They need your help much more than I do. I'm not going to be able to do that if you keep pushing ahead. If you won't slow down, then at least don't force the rest of us to chase after you to make sure you don't get overwhelmed. That got her attention, Kana briefly showing a look of shame at her actions. Sorry, she muttered, carefully retreating back away from the incoming crowds of demons to get closer to the rest of the guild. I won't push so far ahead. I'll be more careful. See that you do. We wouldn't abandon you if you pushed ahead, but not everyone can handle situations like this. Remember that, Kana. As he watched the woman, Laxus saw his message had gotten through to her. He couldn't get her to lose that anger, but he could dull it behind her own love of the guild. And yet using love of the guild to manipulate her like this felt wrong. Manipulate the love everyone has for the guild as a weapon to keep my body hidden away. Mavis's words rang in his ears and he couldn't shake them off his mind no matter how hard he tried. She was right, as much as it pained him to agree with her on this matter. Using the love mages already had for the guild to achieve a goal was both genius and cruel. But if it would keep the others alive, he'd swallow that pride he had and manipulate that love to the fullest. Laxus. Quickly to Fried's urgent call, he noticed the man holding one hand up to his ear, a subconscious act most employed when listening to a long-range message from someone to drown out the noise around them somewhat. And if Fried was getting a message now, that could only mean one thing. The demon we're looking for has been located. Fried nodded. Mirdi led a strike force to face it not long ago but is unable to respond much to those trying to contact her. and none of those with her are able to be sensed at all. Arcadios is requesting reinforcements to head to her location. All right. Fairy tale. Keep fighting. Hold this position for as long as you can. After a brief check to make sure all had heard his message, he turned back to Freed. You're in charge, Freed. Make sure everyone stays alive in my stead. I will. Good luck, Laxus. Taking off into the sky, his lightning form giving off more light than ever before, Laxus shot across through the air as fast as he could. If the demon was with Myrti, all he had to do was track her position down. He could faintly sense her magical power, but it was far easier to watch from the sky for the signs of battle. And he saw them. The only place a gap like that could exist in the middle of the demon swarm was when a large fight was happening that would rip apart anyone else who got too close. He didn't make a move to it. He couldn't risk jumping in at the wrong moment and causing Myrti to make a mistake during the enemy's attack. He needed to either appear in an opening or strike down at the demon directly, potentially in the aim to incapacitate it. It would be so much easier to kill it with one shot if he appeared with his legendary spell, but they needed this demon alive, so that ruled out that spell. It was overkill. Until he got a glimpse of the demon and its strength too, he couldn't risk using an attack too powerful in case he ruined the work Myrti had done in weakening it in the first place. Back to basics then. Strike hard and fast and make sure that Myrti wouldn't get harmed by her own surprise in the process. With but a thought, he was already flying back down towards the ground, the surroundings blurring past him. His lightning form faded as he returned to normal as he slammed into the ground between the two fighters, the power shifting towards the energy he was creating in his right fist as he swung at the demon. The demon, an odd-looking one with a round armored body, didn't have time to stop its current charge before he slammed his fist into it, sending it flying backwards in a storm of lightning. Right behind his strike flew light blue blades, transparent in design, as they struck the demon's body and piercing all its limbs. "What are you doing here, Laxus?" Myrti asked, not taking her eyes off the body of the demon. She couldn't afford to, not when it was getting back up even after having been pierced by all those blades. They were simply pushed out of its body and left to fall against the ground, fading away a moment after at her own will to preserve magic. "I wasn't expecting reinforcements." Arcadios got worried. "Besides, I already had every intention to help. I was just waiting to hear any news about a demon like this." Glancing around, he noticed the bodies scattered across the ground, all of them human. These mages. Did anyone else survive? "No," Myrti answered, shaking her head regretfully. "I had a group of 20 with me. Some of them to help fight our way to the demon, the rest to help in the fight to subdue it. We all made it to the demon without a single one of us being lost. And then after 10 minutes of fighting this demon, I became the sole survivor." 10 minutes wasn't a short amount of time in the grand scheme of things. Some fights ended quickly, others dragged on. But for a single demon to be this outnumbered and still kill all but Myrti was worrying. "I'm not sure if we have any more reinforcements, but hopefully I'll be enough to help out." "Hopefully. I can't get a sensory link on him though. I'm hitting something, it happens every time I try to connect my senses to him, but I keep failing to actually latch onto his senses. Rather I'm getting someone else's or I'm only half connecting to him. Just use your blades. They hurt, right?" Myrti shrugged, watching the demon brush off its injuries as flesh began repairing unnaturally quickly. "I don't know. They should be sending waves of agony though his body, but he's not feeling any of it. It can feel pain from others, but my magic simply isn't being very effective against him. I'm going to have to rely instead on pure cutting power and pure raw force if this keeps up, which isn't as helpful to my style when we're trying to subdue, not kill." "It killed 20 of us," Laxus pointed out, cracking his knuckles. "I think we need to use some force to make it submit." Raising his voice, he called out to the demon. "Hey! What's your name, demon? Already demanding names are we?" The demon asked, smiling cruelly. "What's the point I must ask in reply? Those corpses by your feet didn't need to know names, so why should you need to know it? You will simply meet the same fate. You really want to piss me off, don't you?" "Why yes, that was my intention," the demon replied. "I have to say though, your soul, just like that girl's over there with you, is so appealing to me. Yours is even unique. I want it. You know what? I'm in a good mood, and you are going to supply me with such a lovely source of power after this, so I might as well treat you. My name is Franmouth, one of the 9 demon gates of Tartaros. A 9 demon gate demon huh? Glancing at Myrti, Laxus gave her a half-hearted smirk. Well, at least we know he's a high-level demon, right? Not the time. Yeah, I thought so too, he said as he turned his gaze back towards Franmouth. I'll take the lead then. You can support me at range with those blades of yours, right? Of course. Be careful. I don't know what his curse is yet, but the abilities he has are countless. I'm not even sure which his true ability is yet, or if he even has one. If that's the case, shooting forward, he slammed a fist right into Franmouth's face, sending the demon flying backwards again. I'll just have to beat him up before he gets a chance to reveal it. That hurt, you know. Shouted the demon in pain, stretching outwards with both arms as flames shot forward. Laxus wasn't sure what kind of flames they were, but he didn't bother trying to find out. If they were the ones related to the demon's curse, he'd be foolish to allow himself to willingly get hit by them. Instead, he darted between the twin streams, his lightning form allowing him to dart through gaps that he normally would never have managed to make it through in time otherwise. Reforming in front of the demon at the last second, he struck out with his palm, his fingers stretched forward like claws. Lightning Dragon's Claw. The storm of lightning slammed against the demon's chest and scattered on contact, sparks flying from the surface of the demon's skin. Did it just harden its skin with some kind of iron magic? If that was how it wanted to play it, let's see how well its defenses could hold up against a stronger strike. Backing off for a moment, red blades flying over his shoulders and smashing against the iron skin of the demon, he smirked when he saw the cracks appearing across its surface where the blades connected. Digging his heel into the ground as he pushed back forward, he took a page out of Natsu's book. Lightning Dragon's Sword Helm. He shouted, slamming against the demon's chest at full force as his lightning shattered the weakened iron and caused the demon to cry out in pain. He didn't dare stop there, digging his feet back into the ground as he slowed his charge and swiped forward with both arms, large streams of lightning snapping forward and colliding at the demon's position. Lightning Dragon's Wing Attack. He expected some pain to be heard from the demon. What he didn't expect was to feel a chill down his spine as he watched the energy explode against the demon's position, the smoke from the explosion concealing Franmouth from view. Laxus. Reacting at Myrti's voice, Laxus moved forward, barely avoiding the slash from behind him as Franmouth came into view out of a bit of the ground. The demon didn't even get a chance to retreat, red blades from Myrti slamming into its chest and arms, the latter being torn off from the impact of the larger-than-normal blades she had made. Without pausing from the sight, Myrti raised her hand again, 10 more blades forming in the air above her. With a single swipe she sent them all flying through the air, slamming into Franmouth even as the original blades broke apart into energy. Laxus followed up right behind the blades, landing behind Franmouth just in time for the impact of the blades to send the demon flying back a few steps towards him. With a wide swipe of his fist, he swatted the demon right into the crowd of demons around them, following up instantly with a small breath attack to clear out the demons. That's not enough, Myrti muttered, walking up to him with a look of worry on her face. I've dealt countless injuries to him, yet none of them have stuck. I can see that, Laxus replied, watching as the smoke cleared and Franmouth began getting to his feet, most of his injuries already gone. Regeneration. I'm not so sure. There's a bit of a delay in the activation. True regeneration acts almost instinctively at times. You've seen Ichigo's, and from observation I can say Kelly's is similar in activation. This demon's, however, it's almost like he's doing something in order to regenerate. That's why there's a delay. He's got to be doing something we can't see, a process that requires something in exchange beyond the raw magic required. So how much damage do you think we can do to him while keeping him alive? Laxus asked. Fighting someone who could recover from injuries, even if it wasn't normal regeneration, was always difficult. What should be lethal was now ignorable, and what would kill others might not necessarily work. Should we just keep going until we see it slow down? It might work. But wait a bit longer, please. It has to be getting tired of this fighting. If we're lucky, we'll get a glimpse of what its true ability is soon enough. My abilities. Spoke up the demon. Is that what you want to know? I'll tell you, if you're willing to pay. How much are you willing to offer up in exchange? Will you accept jewels? Jewels. Franmouth scoffed at the word, shaking his head at the idea of accepting such money. That is just typical of you humans, offering up a material good as currency whose value is never fixed. No, I deal in a type of currency that can never lessen in value. Letting go off his walking stick, Franmouth swung his arms to the side before lightning burst out all around his body. I deal in souls. Lightning magic. Laxus couldn't help but smile at the sight of it. That was a magic he could deal with. Franmouth shot at them, moving quickly as he gained a lightning body similar to his own, but he gave it little mind, already having multiple counters prepared to strike with. This was lightning magic, a magic that was the absolute worst for anyone to use against him, a lightning dragon slayer. Ignoring Myrti's warnings, he stepped forward towards the streak of lightning, Franmouth's movements easily tracked by his eyes as he reached out and swatted Franmouth to one side. That had been the plan at least. Right before his fist could connect, Franmouth had regained his physical body, ducking below his fist. Odd. That was exactly what he would have done there. A blast of lightning was sent right at his chest from the demon's arm, but he could easily dodge such a strike, kicking off the ground lightly as he turned into lightning himself. In the brief time it took Franmouth to react, he was behind the demon and slamming a fist against its back, crushing the armor, letting his fist continue straight through the demon's chest. Sorry, but you're healing far too quickly to not do anything but fatal strikes. Laxus. Get away. What? Foolishly turning his attention towards Myrti, he realized his mistake a second too late, Franmouth crackling with glee as stands of flesh in the whole Laxus's arm was currently enwrapped around the limb, holding in place. Connection. Swearing, Laxus blasted out lighting all around his arm, blowing away the stands of flesh and quickly retreating back away from the demon. No sooner had he done so had the wound finally decided to start healing up, the wound vanishing within moments as a faint trail of energy left the demon's body. I told you to be careful, Myrti muttered to him as she reached his side, keeping one eye on the demon itself. We don't know what it's capable of. Yes we do, Laxus replied, a trace of honest shock in his voice as the lightning around Franmouth changed in intensity. That demon. It's using lightning dragon slayer magic. Impossible, Myrti countered weakly, seeing the sight herself and yet not wanting to believe it. This creature is a demon. It shouldn't be capable of dragon slayer magic. Forget that. It shouldn't be able to use my lightning dragon slayer magic. That is my magic, I would recognize the feeling of it anyway. Your magic. Narrowing her eyes, Myrti raised her hand towards the demon, a pink beam of light shooting forward from her palm and slamming into the demon's wrist. And then it vanished from its skin, just like all the other times she had tried it. The only difference was that Laxus was next to her this time. What the hell? Laxus muttered in shock, looking at the pink seal around his wrist. What the hell is this? Is this your magic? It is. Sensory link. Rather than sticking to him, it stuck to you. And my magic is quite absolute. When it hits someone, it latches onto their soul. I think we know a bit more about its curse now. This demon has somehow manages to get a hold of your soul, or at least the soul of your magic, and is overlaying it over his own soul. My sensory link can't reach him because another soul is in the way. Dismissing the seal, Myrti sighed in frustration at the situation they were in. It seems my magic truly is useless here after all. All I can do is support you as best as I can. That'll be enough. Don't worry. Even if he's using my magic, he lacks all the experience I have with it. Or at least he hoped that was the case. Facing an enemy that had his own magic at its disposal, it was a frightening prospect. Because what if it had absorbed more than just his magic? What if it had also copied his memories with that magic too? Just to be safe, keep your distance. My lightning body spell is fast. You might not be able to react in time if the demon gets too close and uses it. Nodding, Myrti rushed back a few meters, sending a barrage of blades forward as Laxus charged. Doing the same, Franmouth rushed towards them, tearing apart the ground with excess lightning. The demon was slower than he was, Laxus noted, even though they were using the same power. It was as he hoped. His magic still surpassed the copy. But even so, all that excess lightning hitting the ground wasn't something to ignore. Just because the control of the energy was weaker, it didn't mean the power the demon had to power his form wasn't there. Slipping out of his lightning form as he skidded across the ground in front of Franmouth, the demon was too slow to transform back out of his form to attack, missing him by a few centimeters as he swiped out with extending arms. Before they could retract back, Laxus struck, slamming his leg upwards from below the demon and kicking it up into the air. Switching back to lightning as Franmouth shot upwards, Laxus chased after him, blades of yellow energy following behind him from Myrti as they sought out their sole target above. If they kept up their current speed they might still connect, but there was a good chance they'd still miss if Franmouth recovered in time. So he might as well give them a bit of a hand and make sure they hit. Forcing himself to a faster speed, he sped further above the blades, passing Franmouth, and changing back in midair above the demon. Lightning Dragon's Jaw! He shouted as he locked his hands together and swung, sending Franmouth crashing downwards in a storm of lightning, even as the demon brought its arms up to block, falling right into the path of the blades below. Realizing the danger, Franmouth turned to lightning at the last second, dodging the blades by a hair's width as it rushed downwards towards Myrti. Laxus cut him off in the next moment, appearing before him cloaked in his own lightning as he held back one hand, lightning pouring off it in waves. Dragonslayer's secret art, roaring thunder. Being sent flying back once again by the blow, most of the power negated by the power gained through absorbing the lightning Dragonslayer magic and its resistance to lightning, Franmouth was caught unaware as the same yellow blades that had sped towards him before now impaled him in the back. "Oh? That's going to cost you a lot there," Franmouth muttered as he hit the ground, the impact only serving to push the blades in further. 15 no, 16. 16 critical injuries, all fatal. That's 16 souls. I hope you are willing to pay up. She won't need to, Laxus said as he appeared in front of him, energy crackling by his mouth as he prepared to release it all. Lightning Dragon's Roar. Got you, replied Franmouth instantly with a smirk, his hand opening as a massive spear of deadly lightning burst to life in a second. Already seeing the danger, Laxus tried to cut off his attack, make his escape in time, but that extra second he needed wouldn't come fast enough. By the time he had started to pull back, the spear was being stabbed straight towards him. Dragonslayer's secret art. Franmouth crackled with joy. Thunder-piercing lance. Maximum defense seal, 3-pillar gods. Everything went white as the lightning exploded on impact, tearing apart the area as the legendary spell unleashed all its power in one shot. Feeling brief pain, Laxus tried to move back only to hit an invisible wall, a barrier protecting him from the majority of the blast. His legendary spell being used against him didn't bother him through. Neither did this barrier in fact. It was the voice that had uttered those words before the attack had struck. The voice that he recognized, longed to hear more of, and knew he couldn't and shouldn't be able to hear again. And as the smoke cleared, he got his answer to why he was unable to move. Not from any form of magic, not from any pain, but from shock of an impossible sight before him. Because standing before him, within the same barrier that had shielded them both, was the same man who had helped raise him, had helped gild him, had expelled him from the guild to help teach him, and had welcomed him back with open arms when he had finally returned. "That's you, isn't it?" Laxus muttered weakly, his voice failing him. "Is that right? Gramps. Protector of the fairies. You knew it was possible, Ichigo," Uriah said as he leaned back in his chair, his eyes not leaving the book he was reading. "I told you about her. I told you about them all. So it is no surprise that Mavis detected him by his guild mark once his magic started to flare up once more." "He's dead through," Ichigo replied, gripping the edge of the chair he was standing in front of till it cracked. "He's dead. He fell during the first battle." Urza saw the light of fairy law in the distance, and then afterwards Laxus felt the power transfer to him. The seals that govern fairy law recognized him as the next guild master at the passing of the old one. "The master died that day." "I never said he didn't," replied Uriah. "Because that man is not alive either. That's why I never could like that girl. Giselle Guel, otherwise known to most by her shrift. The zombie. A fitting name for what she is and what she creates." What Mavis currently senses is not Makarofdriar as such but a shell. His body is the true one, but the soul that inhabits it is a mere fragment of who he once was, the memories of the body being used to substitute the memories of the soul. The direction I sense Makarof from too is worrying, muttered Mavis in concern. Ichigo. I can sense Laxus close to him. You sure? Mavis nodded. Positive. Laxus is the guild master now. Makarov is the old one. Both of them are clear to my senses. They shine the brightest through the guild mark. And now Laxus has to fight his own grandfather. The wood of the chair finally broke under Ichigo's grip, splinters digging into his hands only to be pushed out immediately afterwards as the tiny injuries regenerated themselves. I want to step in. He shouldn't have to face this. But you can't, finished Uriah for him. If he is seeing his own grandfather, then we have no right to interfere in his decision from here on out. It's now personal for him. If I was faced with my own grandfather, I don't think I would want anyone else to have the right to decide his fate, even if he was but a shallow imitation of the great man I knew. You really admire your grandfather, don't you? For the first time since they had started talking, Uriah lowered his book, giving Ichigo his full attention. My grandfather was a great man. In the beginning I was not always so confident in myself or as filled with admiration for him as I am now. I thought he was a fool at times. My father thought so too. He might still think that, to be honest. Or perhaps he never thought that at all. My father has never been the type to get involved with much, even when it came to our family. So no matter what emotion I felt towards my grandfather, it was always an intense one for me. So what happened to him? Uriah sighed, pushing the bridge of his glasses as he lost himself in his memories. He died. It was a very simple way to go, in fact. He died in the middle of the night, passing away in his sleep. It was without warning too, so much so that I suspected foul play for a while. But he really did just die like that, as if he was a leaf being blown away by the wind. Those mixed feelings of mine didn't settle until I finally inherited letters he had prepared for me. Some were techniques. Some were words to help me in the future. And some were warnings. To this day, Uriah continued, I've never quite known how he knew some of this stuff. Did he possess a shrift capable of seeing into the future? Did he meet with one who could see the future and got told what they glimpsed? Or did he just predict what would happen? Regardless, he knew long ago that Waiwak would rise. If it wasn't for him, I never would have known to infiltrate their ranks, nor what the power I possessed but didn't own was. I owe so much to him, just as your friend likely owes a lot to his grandfather. What do you think Laxus will do, Ichigo? Mavis asked, leaning back on the edge of the chair she was hovering over. You think he'll talk? Fight? Or do nothing? I don't know, and I know Laxus. That's the scary part. Faced with the man he succeeded and admired, a man he never got to say goodbye to, and yet also to realize that the man he faces is only a shallow version of him. He might do anything. Or he might do everything. Protector of the fairies. Gramps. Laxus muttered in shock, one hand reaching out hesitantly towards the form of his grandfather before he pulled it away. No, he muttered, this time with anger. You can't be real. You died. I've already mourned for you, and I won't be fooled by such mockery. I don't know what trick you are trying to pull, demon, but all you've done is manage to piss me off. That was not my work, spoke Franmouth, looking warily at the sight of Makarov as the barrier dropped. Surely you could tell that. But who on earth would be so willing to disrupt our fight at such a time? Or rather, who would be so foolish enough to do so? Foolish? Came the sound of a female voice behind the demon, a curious tone to it as she spoke. I'm foolish, I am. Now that's a silly thought. Spinning round, Franmouth raised his arms as they shifted to blades, the lightning fading as a new source of magic came to life. Caught off guard, the newcomer could only stumble back as the blades tore across her body, leaving two large gashes across her body, one of which caused her entire body to lean to one side as the top half threatened to break off and fall to the ground. Instead of succumbing to such injuries, however, the girl continued on like before, her voice still as curious as it was before. I think you might be the foolish one myself. I mean, you're so confident just because you've got a few souls locked away with you and can absorb some stuff. Personally, I prefer the more physical stuff to all that emotional crap. You. Franmouth was lost for words at the sight in front of him. You're a Quincy. But how? It was unexplainable to him. These were fatal wounds, wounds that should have instantly killed or killed within a few moments. Those with regeneration could recover from such injuries, which was the only explanation for why she was still able to talk. And yet it did not match. There was only one conclusion left, one that he could not deny as he stared at her body that should have been dead and yet still lived. You aren't breathing. Your chest doesn't move. A dead body but with an alive soul. You're not even a zombie. You're something else. The girl smiled, tilting her whole body as she forced the wounds to line up properly with one another and to slowly repair itself once the tissue was back in the correct position. Bingo. I'm Giselle. Giselle Buell. I'm also known as Zombie Girl, Deathless Angel, The Undertaker, the list goes on. Take your pick, I'm sure I've heard it. Tilting her head this time, she stared at the demon curiously as she pointed at her own chest. You've got some blood. Right there. Looking away from her should have been foolish, but it wasn't. That was the feeling Franmouth got from looking at this Quincy. Most enemies gave off a presence, but hers was different. In terms of her soul, it was the same one he had sensed earlier, that soul that had encompassed the entire area and yet was so weak it should have been dead. But when it came to her level of magical power, it was almost pitiful. He wondered how many arrows that those Quincy generally used could she even produce, let alone fire. So with that all in mind, he looked down, seeing the splatter of blood across his chest from when he had sliced the girl. It wasn't anything special, he thought. It was the same blood across his arms too, still in their blade form from the soul he had used. And yet no sooner had he thought that did he find his body starting to freeze up, his actions not his own. He couldn't move. Everything was failing him, from his power to even his soul. It was like a poison was running through his veins, burning up everything in sight till all that would be left would be Oh. So that was her game. Right before the process could complete itself, right before he ended up becoming nothing more than a husk, he ejected the soul he had taken so long ago, the pain fading with it as the body on the ground died. And then tried to get back up, preparing to attack him if he hadn't crushed its head under his foot. You survived? That's unusual. I thought for sure I had gotten you there. I suppose having a few extra lives helps, right? Walking around the demon, Giselle gave a wave towards the two Ishgar mages she could see behind it. Oh, aren't you so cute? She exclaimed as she noticed Mirti. I just want to soak you in my blood and dress you up in all sorts of clothes. When we're fighting each other again, I promise I'll come and kill you personally and make you all cute and pretty. As for you. She glanced at Laxus before sighing. Too muscly. Reminds me too much of idiots like Driscoll, though he had his uses. He got me this lovely little corpse at the cost of his life. You're the one who did this, Laxus growled, taking one step towards her before he felt a hand grip his wrist. What are you doing, Mirti? He asked, not even taking his eyes away from the Quincy before him. I'm going to kill this bitch. She's an ally, Mirti muttered with great regret. That was the agreement. We team up for the time being, and then we do whatever the hell we want afterwards. But for now, our goal is shared. You are not to harm her. She's using my grandfather as a puppet. And I'm sorry about that, but a dead man is not worth sacrificing the mission. If you can't accept that, then I'll force you to retreat. You wouldn't. You need me here. Maybe, Mirti admitted. But we also need her. The two of us aren't enough, and I don't know if we will get any more reinforcements. I know it's tough, I would hate to be in your shoes right now, and I can only imagine how hard it would be for me to see my mother in front of me like how Makarov is in front of you, but you have to ignore it. At least for now. At least for now, Laxus repeated in annoyance. Fine then, he added, finally tearing his gaze away from Giselle and letting it rest back on Franmouth. But once this is over, don't expect me to drop this matter, Mirti. I'm not a good enough man to let something like this go. Sighing, Mirti nodded. Fair enough. Is this okay for you, Quincy? Of course, replied Giselle cheerfully, resting her hands on the short figure of Makarov's corpse when it finished walking towards her. His Majesty say I can do whatever once our goal is done. For now, I just feel like getting rid of this ugly thing behind me. Even if I create a zombie out of a demon, they still are so ugly that I discard them soon afterwards. Well, except if they prove exceptionally powerful. I can't deny those ones. Now then, Giselle added, turning to face Franmouth. How do you plan to face all of us? All of you? 3 are 3 you. 4 if we count the corpse, Franmouth stated, a smirk coming to his face as spikes shot out from his back where his armor had been. I can beat you all. It doesn't matter how many times you kill me. You won't be able to kill me enough times with only 4 people. 4. Giselle shook her head, bringing her arms back and resting them behind her as she spun around. I don't see 4. Are you sure you can count? I'm sure. You, the corpse, the dragon slayer, and the general. You forgot some people, Giselle sang cheerfully. Oh really? Franmouth asked, his confusion shared by all others. And just where are these allies of yours hiding? The demons around us should have found them if they were hiding. And I sense nothing from above. You have no extra allies hiding around here. All that is here are the demons my. Taking a look around, Franmouth felt his anger steadily increasing as he took in the sight of all the demons before him. 100,000. That's how many souls you owe me. Sorry, Giselle replied, stretching her hands out as the demon horde behind her began to close in. But you should have worked out how I got Maki here without any of your little demon friends stopping me. It's because they're my friends now. And as one, the demon horde swarmed on their former leader. Protector of the fairies. The army of the dead. You know that's disgusting, Laxus said towards Giselle, the girl only tilting her head curiously at him as if she couldn't understand what he was talking about. Disgusting? How so? It's not like it's human or anything. It's a demon. What does it matter if it gets eaten alive for a bit? My zombies know to stop when he stops healing. And if you accidentally kill it, then we find a new one. One easier to capture. His Majesty won't just cancel the deal because of one failure. If we want to stop Zeref, we need one of these pests, and quite frankly I'd love to be rid of this one and just start again. And how long do you think that will take? She has a point though, pointed out Mirti, watching the scene with disgust. As unpleasant as this is to watch, it's going to be effective. And if we have to wait longer than intended, so be it. Unless we know how many lives this demon has built up with souls, we could be at this for days. Eventually we'll slip up and make a mistake, and mistakes aren't something to cheer about. My only hope is that the lives expended here won't be regenerated by this demon's rebirth if it does die in this attempted capture. I'm surprised however, Giselle added as she watched her zombies curiously. You think he would have done something by now? These are just weak demons that I found. None of them are really much of a threat individually, and the power it was using should have been enough to push them back or make some form of resistance. Why isn't it doing anything? I don't know. Don't let up though. It might be waiting for us to do just that. Or maybe it has a surprise attack planned. Or maybe I'm just bored over here. Shouted out Franmouth, not even the slightest bit of pain in his voice. This is really starting to cost you. Over 100 lives, almost 200 in fact as we speak, but that is not nearly enough. I had been hoping for more of a challenge from a soul like yours. Firing a pulse of energy straight up and around him, Franmouth cleared the area close to him of all zombies, sending them all flying backwards as he got to his feet. Large wounds all across his body from where his flesh had been pulled apart waited for a moment before regenerating, restoring the demon back to full health. This has been a real letdown, so I suppose I shouldn't waste any more time. Master Zeref wanted me to deal a crippling blow to you, Quincy. I think it's about time I did that, don't you? Stop him! Screamed Giselle urgently, the first to notice that something was wrong. Don't let him rest. Already on it! Shouted Laxus back, lightning pouring off his fist as he rushed towards Franmouth. Dragon Slayer's secret art, roaring thunder. Slamming his fist straight into the demon's chest, He paused only for a moment to see his target being flown backwards in a storm of lightning, his form immediately shifting to lightning as he gave chase. The zombies below all began to act once again too, using their weapons they had on their person to stab up at the demon as it flew past, while others fired the limited amount of magic that they possessed at their target. The corpse of Makarov was no exception, his body already growing to massive proportions as he raised one large fist upwards to the sky. Reaching the demon, Laxus shot beneath him, careful to avoid the thrusts of weapons from the zombies below, before using a fast kick to send Franmouth flying towards his dead grandfather. The zombie giant needed no acknowledgement to strike, his massive fist slamming down onto the demon and crushing him against the ground like paste. Lifting his fist back up, his dead eyes examining the pool of blood and flesh beneath his giant form, he looked towards Giselle for orders, only for her to scream back at him in response. "Don't stop. Keep crushing him down." "A bit too slow," came Franmouth's voice from the mess on the ground. Then, from the blood, rose a hand. A human hand. And then a human arm, then a human chest with a head, more and more following until a live human had climbed out of the mess of blood that had begun to glow an ethereal white. "It begins." The human that had risen from the blood looked at them for a moment before his form lit up with light, his hand extended out to the side as he snapped his fingers. Magic that could only be Requip burst to life, and then the next moment he had a large axe in his hands, one larger than the wielder himself. And yet even so, the human lifted it with one hand, the weight not even affecting him in the slightest. The corpse of Makarov looked at the newcomer before raising its fist up and slamming it back down. That was until the human on the ground swung his axe up in response, splitting the flesh where it connected with and causing blood to pool out of the giant wound across Makarov's fist. The zombie showed no pain, but it didn't stop the slight expression of confusion that appeared in its all but dead eyes. In their distraction, they almost missed it. The sight of another human, this one female, finishing climbing out of the bloody mess that was Franmouth. The woman in question was more beast than human, however, her form a mixture of flesh, fur, and claws. Setting herself up on all fours like a cat, the woman's body cloaked itself in shadows as she suddenly rushed forward, catching Giselle off guard by the suddenness of it and leaving a large wound across her side. For the zombie girl, it was not even worth noting, but immediately they were all on guard from the two new opponents. And because of that, they missed the third until it was almost too late. Reacting in the nick of time, Mirti gripped the blade that formed in her hand and swung, deflecting the spear that had been lunged at her from behind. Turning around to face her assailant, she found herself faced with a sight more terrifying than all the zombies that surrounded them. The man behind her was nothing more than a skeleton, flesh still hanging off his bones and his spear still covered in what appeared to be fresh blood. What was worse was the line that had been opened up in the ranks of the zombies, humans not unlike these three slowly pushing their way through at a fast pace. "It absorbs souls. It incorporates souls," muttered Mirti in shock. "Laxus. The demon can release souls." "Release them," muttered Giselle, listening in as she glanced towards the opening that had appeared in her zombie horde. She saw it too, the lines being decimated as thousands upon thousands of warriors charged into her own ranks. Most of them were like her own zombies, weak and without much strength. For most of them, her zombies were superior because of their nature and the fact they didn't die from what most could die from. But that strength was completely negated when they were simply swarmed over by a greater number of forces. "How many?" she asked in horror, turning towards the slowly reforming body of the demon. "How many? How many, you ask?" Franmouth chuckled, his top half of his body already repaired as it stuck of the blood around him. "I've been around for 400 years. I am one of Master Ziraf's first creations, and one that was meant to explore the manipulation of souls. And Master Ziraf was very fond on testing that in many experiments. How many small countries have vanished off the map over those years? How many times did places in history get lost over time, with no sign left to tell their story? I am that answer. I am the collector of over 1 million souls." Raising his hands, Franmouth's form fully restored, the demon laughed more as his body began to morph, gaining more spikes along his arms as his body began to become thinner and gain a more humanoid appearance. "Behold, the power of my Aetherius form. The power to release all those souls and allow them to fight for my will. Release them all, huh? asked Laxus, walking towards the demon as lightning began to stretch across his whole right arm. If that's the case, you don't have much left, do you? Not giving the demon a chance to dodge, he lunged for him, his arm easily breaking through the demon's weak flesh and letting him detonate the lightning inside the demon. Franmouth's entire body bulged out slightly as lightning tore out of it at all sides only to begin repairing a moment later. Sorry to disappoint you, Franmouth replied, a smirk across his face as he watched Laxus pull his arm back and retreat slightly. But I'm not so foolish to give up all my lives and leave myself defenseless. With 1,000,000 souls, how many do you think I even need to release? Even if I release all but a small fraction, that number is still massive. No matter how many times you try, you cannot kill me enough before you are overwhelmed by the sheer number of souls I own. Protector of the Fairies. What's happening over there? Fried muttered to himself, watching the sight from the sky with his rune wings. The battle had all been going fine and then it had suddenly changed drastically. All the demons had changed targets and started to rush inwards. During that time they had been hesitant to press their advantage, even when it appeared that the enemy was completely ignoring them. It was lucky they had done so when that mist had sprung up slowly from the ground, humans and other creatures appearing from within and engaging both sides. If they had tried pressing their advantage, they would have been completely crushed from all sides, something that was slowly happening anyway. It wasn't as sudden as the appearance of this force, but there was signs of it happening. Their forces were being surrounded. These people weren't like the demons and their swarm-like nature. They were being smart, organized even, and some of them were quite deadly. They had already been forced to split up a bit in order to deal with some of the stronger enemies before them, not that they knew who these people were even siding with. If this kept up though, they would need reinforcements from inside the barrier. A lot of them. Judging by the mist, however, there had to be a summoner somewhere nearby. Someone who was allowing this stream of soldiers to flow forth. But where? And how? He needed time to search, but he wasn't even sure if he would be able to get that. Not when Laxus was in need of help. He could see the line of demons being broken, he could see the giant form of the previous guild master, someone who was meant to be dead, and he could see the forces pushing through that gap in the demons' lines. What could he do, however, against such odds? Alone, nothing. With the others, he might be capable of something, but Bixlow and Evergreen were too busy with helping some of the others. He could see the state of the battle from above, and if he removed them then the lines would break. They were too valuable currently, and unfortunately he had no one else to ask for help from. No, that wasn't quite true. There was one other person, a woman who was still pushing a bit too far ahead than most were, almost to the point of being cut off from the rest of them, but keeping back just enough to not drag them in to help. Realistically, Kana wasn't critical to this battle here. She could be spared, and he could work with that. But Laxus might have already teamed up with the Quincy. Whether she could swallow her anger and rage was the question. Why was he wasting time thinking about this? There was no choice. He had to risk it if he wanted to get help. Quickly flying down towards her, he cut his way through some of the enemies that tried to stop him, purposefully ignoring the fact that they acted so human in order to keep moving forward without hesitation. Kana spared him a glance as he landed beside her, dodging to one side and allowing him to strike out at the enemy rushing at them. His sword easily found its way through the opponent's arm, disabling their limb as his sword hit flesh before Kana sent him flying back with a strong kick. "I'm doing my best to stop pushing forward," Kana said instantly, sending a glare at him as she threw a trio of cards at the enemy and let lightning explode off them into a vicious storm. "I already got the lecture from Laxus." "That's not about that," Fried replied calmly, using his sword to deflect the blade of another enemy and to use their momentum to have them crash into another of his attackers. "I need your help." "My help?" Leaping over him, she spun out with her legs and slammed them into the two enemies trying to sneak up on them, launching another set of kicks against their chests while they were stunned from her first blow and causing them to crash back into their own allies. "What on earth would you need my help for? The battle with Laxus looks like it's going to be far too much for him to handle. He hasn't asked for it, but I want to send him some backup anyway." "Is that so? Laxus is a big boy. He's more than capable of handling himself." "Not against these odds," countered Fried, swiping out with his sword and letting runes appear in the air to slice into his enemies as they drew nearer. Laxus is best one-on-one, against either a single or a few strong individuals. His magic isn't quite as widespread as others unless he purposefully uses a lot of magic. Lightning is better for individual targets. And you think my magic is any different? Kana asked. Card magic or body reinforcement? I'm not quite suited to large crowds with the latter, and the former isn't as powerful as I would like. Your runes are far more effective with large numbers like this. Exactly, Fried replied with, causing Kana to look at him questioningly. I'll sort something out to help control the numbers, but I need you to try and help Laxus. Even if you just help buy him some time to think of something, that will be worth it. Please. Please? Like you need to say that. Throwing out a set of 5 cards, Kana forced the enemies around them back as she took the opportunity to crouch down into a sprinting position. Better work quick, Fried. I'll get to him as fast as I can. This should help then, Fried added, lunging forward with his sword and letting a line of runes blast forward. The moment they activated, everything on either side was repelled away from the runes, leaving a large open path for Kana to travel down. Go. Already on it. Kana shouted, burning through a bit more magic than she actually needed as she forced her body into overdrive. Everything became a blur as she shot through the path, her feet barely spending any time on the ground with each step she took and the distance she traveled. She couldn't see much. That was the problem with a speed like this. Her body was moving faster than her mind could even keep up. That wouldn't be much of an issue for long, however. She only needed to travel straight, to keep moving forward until she reached the enemy. And she could see them a bit now in the distance, a distance that would be cleared far too quickly. The lines of demons, even if they weren't even focusing on her, never stood a chance at stopping her. She just leaped over them all, using her speed to clear the crowds with ease before landing right in the middle of them all. A few turned at her unexpected appearance but went back to ignoring her for whatever reason was happening. That suited her just fine. She could continue even faster if they weren't going to stop her. Taking another leap, she felt her muscles screaming in protest, quickly using more magic to dull the pain. The more she forced her body past its limits, the more she was going to suffer afterwards, but for now that thought was the furthest thing away from her mind. She just had to keep moving forward, only slowing down once she reached Laxus and the others. Only on her final stretch did she begin to slow down, her vision widening up once again as she let herself sail slower through the air with a weaker jump. The world still shifted by incredibly quickly, but at least she could see what she was facing before she ended up headfirst into it. And what she saw almost made her want to turn back. They were being overwhelmed. Laxus, Mirti, and a Quincy who she had never seen before but hated instantly like all the others she had laid eyes on. However many people had been fighting them and holding their lines against, the numbers here were so much worse. Thousands were crashing into the tides of demons, and many of the strongest easily broke through the ranks and charged at the 3 within. Even the ones left behind weren't able to be ignored, each using a variety of weapons and skills to target them from afar where possible. Out of all of them, Laxus was in the best condition. He never stopped moving, sending every enemy that tried to fight him flying away or knocking them down with powerful strikes infused with lightning. But he was still getting hurt, small scratches leaking out blood that was only going to add up the longer this fight continued on for. Mirti was worse off, holding her side awkwardly as she created blades and sent them flying at those surrounding her to keep them back. Whatever blow she had taken, it was already her effectiveness, and it would only be a matter of time until she was overwhelmed. As for the third, well, the girl was covered in wounds, from small cuts to lethal injuries. Swords and spears were sticking out of her chest as demons protected her, and why the hell were demons protecting her she wanted to ask, but knew better than to ask now if Laxus was still fighting this enemy too. By all rights thought this girl should have been dead, and it was frightening that she wasn't. She was probably only surviving because of the protection of the master. Why was he there? He was dead, right? But again, she could ask that right now. Not know when she had very little time to spare. He was fighting alongside them, but not in the way he normally would. His magic was still as deadly as ever, but his skills were that little bit duller, that little bit weaker, than what they all knew he was capable of. Finally she saw the one protected by all those new human soldiers. While possessing a humanoid appearance, this creature was undoubtedly a demon. She could tell just by looking at it. Why it was being attacked by its own kind again fell back on whatever that Quincy had done to get them to protect her, but it seemed he couldn't be reached by the others. Laxus was trying, but the enemies around him kept him focused on them just enough to keep him at bay. She would have a moment to act when she landed. It was possible her presence was already known to the demon, but she would have to act either way. The moment her feet hit the ground, the noise attracting the eyes of the others as they began to turn to her, she pressed forward as fast as she could, her fist brought back as she traveled through the air. The warrior in front of her didn't even have time to bring its large shield round, her body easily slipping through the small gap in their defense before she slammed her fist right into the demon's head. She didn't expect the demon's head to blow right off on impact. Whatever illusions she had of this demon's strength were instantly shattered. One hit? That was it? The demon's body couldn't even withstand a punch like that? Yes, it was a strong one, but she had fought people would have probably been able to catch her blow in the past, or at the very least tank the hit with minimal damage. But this demon could only take one hit? Kana. Move. She listened, unaware of the true reason for the warning and instead believing Laxus to be concerned about the enemies surrounding her. Lightly jumping, she shot up a few meters into the air, throwing down cards beneath her and triggering explosions with them. She was glad she had moved when the explosion completely vanished, being drawn into the same enemy body she had just struck. Rapidly beginning to repair itself, she could only watch in horror as the scattered remains of the demon's head came together once more on top of its body. So that's why you were so worried, Kana joked as she landed down near where Laxus was fighting. Need some help over there first? I'll be fine, Laxus called back, ducking under an overly extended strike from one of the humans he was fighting before sending a powerful blast of lightning slamming right into their chest. But if we don't stop more coming, we'll never get anywhere. You got a plan? She asked, already noticing the enemies rushing towards her. With energy still pumping through her body, however, it was a simple matter to close the wide gap between the two of them and for her to disable each individual with a single bone-breaking punch. If you don't mind caring for a lady after she's had too much to drink, I'll buy a bit of time for you. Just hurry up and do it already. Screamed the Quincy nearby. Do you understand how precious these corpses are to me? I don't want to lose any more. You heard our temporary ally, said Laxus reluctantly. Get us time. Darting forward as lightning quickly, Laxus bypassed both fighters trying to take him down before striking them both with overcharged blasts as he reformed behind them. 1 minute. He added. That's all I need. 1 minute, huh? Reaching for her waist, she grabbed the hip flask hanging there and glanced at the contents within. She didn't need it anymore to enter that state. She had been using it easily for a while now, but she could feel the strain. This was only meant to push her to that boundary with this magic. Drinking while already in that state, she'd probably lose all awareness of pain. But there was also the chance she'd lose more than that too. Got to take risks sometimes, she muttered to herself, downing the whole contents of the flask. Within a moment the alcohol was already beginning to take effect. She could already feel her awareness dimming under its influence before she pushed that to one side, burning the alcohol until all that was left was raw energy. It wasn't the same as magical power, rather it was physical energy to sustain herself. And with what she was about to do, she would need all the energy she could get to even last a minute. Looking around, she saw the enemies running in for all sides. The hordes of demon that had turned to their side, she really had to ask about that, weren't strong enough anymore to stop the onslaught from all those men and women pushing against them. They were rushing in from all sides, the full 360 degrees, and in a few moments they might be at Laxus once more before he could even attempt to start trying what he had planned. She didn't let them get close. 1 second she was standing there, the next there was a cloud of dust as the ground where she had been standing shattered. The enemies didn't even get a warning before one foot landed on the ground in the center of the group closest to Laxus, the ground shattering and sending them all flying to the sides from her entrance. She didn't stay long, kicking off the almost destroyed platform she had landed on and leaping towards each enemy. Not one of them could even recover in time, still being thrown away in midair from the initial impact. Using them as stepping stones, she bounced from soldier to soldier, each blow shattering their chests as she rushed to deal with them all as quickly as possible. This wasn't enough to rest on though. Over 100 had slipped through the ranks of the demons. She had only cleared away 10. The next two targets were Myrti and that Quincy. Both groups would reach them at the same time, and each of them were almost at opposite ends from one another. 13 at one, 7 at another. Child's play. Kicking off the last soldier, she shot through the air right towards the first group by Myrti. To her brief shock, the demon leading them all appeared right before her, having anticipated her flight path and prepared to intercept her before she could make it. Its body was slightly different, a bit thinner than before and made to look a lot more streamlined, but even that newfound speed wasn't enough to keep up with her currently. She couldn't maneuver much in the air, but she could do something. Spinning her body forward into a flip, she pulled out of it just in time and kicked forward as fast as she could. The force caused the air to smash against the demon as it struggled to stay strong against it, but, to Kana, the result didn't matter. This wasn't an attack. Its only purpose had been to completely halt her momentum. The demon wasn't prepared for her to stop right in front of it, one hand grabbing its arms and springing over it. Before it could retaliate, she kicked off its back, regaining her speed and shattering its body in the process. It regenerates fast, Kana muttered as she eyed the demon, having quickly taken out the first group before it could even begin to completely regenerate. Using the time she had, she sped to the Quincy, taking down the enemies there with just as much ease. What will it take to put you down for good? Waiting for Laxus's plan was all well and good, but if she could finish this beforehand then it would be even better. Oh. There was a thought. The other groups of enemies were still about 10 seconds away from Laxus and the others. With her current speed, she had time to at least try something before shifting focus. That is so long as her body didn't give out on her at any point. Quickly rushing at the demon, slight shock on its face as it tried to get to its feet as she approached, she came to a sudden stop in front of it as it struggled to stand, its back still partially broken from her kick. Not willing to give it enough time, she slammed both fists right into its chest, sending it soaring backwards through the air a few meters. It would have continued much further if she hadn't used her entire strength to launch herself upwards and then kick off against the air above herself to bring her slamming right back down on top of it. Its voice got quickly cut off as her fists pummeled the demon's body, crushing everything in sight until it was nothing more than a bloody mess smeared across the ground. And yet even then she didn't stop punching, the ground giving way beneath her as she did her best to scatter the blood into the ground. It had regenerated, having its head blown clean off. Let's see it survive having its body utterly destroyed and its blood scattered. She didn't have time to watch for results, however. That had taken longer than she had thought. 3 seconds until the enemy reached Laxus. It took a third of that time to both reposition herself and reach them, the rest of that time being used to wipe out the attackers and check for incoming enemies at the others. There were less than before, it seemed. Just as she had used the small amount of time since she had begun trying to kill the demon and then reach Laxus, Myrti and the Quincy had acted too. With the pressure briefly relieved off their positions, they had been free to recover and organize a counter-attack. Blades in the hundreds had filled the sky, just like how she remembered them doing on Tenro Island when she had fought Myrti back then. The Quincy meanwhile was looking in a much better state than before, but it was the fact the master now stood before her in his shrunken form that really stood out, light trailing around his fingers as he traced out lines in the air. As swords fired from Myrti, rays of light shot forward from the master, both tearing apart the incoming enemies. There was still going to be more. Now that the demon ranks were breaking, more were streaming through with every passing second. Taking a brief moment to check the battlefield, she leaped upwards, seeing the results for herself. The demons were all but gone. 100,000 demons, all being wiped out systematically, but the enemy humans tearing apart the ranks of all the armies. The Quincy were holding their own, if barely, by keeping them at range with barrage after barrage of arrows, but even that was starting to fail. Same with her own allies, whose forces were being pushed further back towards the barrier itself. She could even make out a small change in the barrier's light from her position near the bottom of it, a sign that a full-scale retreat might have even been in effect. And she didn't blame the one making this call either. The enemy they now faced was endless. Thousands of enemies, hundreds of thousands of enemies, neither of those were particular as scary as this was. This was thousands upon thousands, their numbers stretching for miles around in every direction. She couldn't even see the end to them in the horizon. They just kept appearing in the thousands. It would be foolish to not try and retreat against such numbers. How could we hope to fight this many people at once? You can't. The laughter of the demon greeted her as it appeared before her, even as she tried to move in time. Her position was terrible, almost no maneuverability available to her even with all the strength she currently had. Her foot tried to slam against the air but the demon struck first, its arm piercing straight into her chest. Coughing out blood before she almost choked on it, she slammed her knees against the demon's chest as fast as she could in her current position, the force still enough to forcefully separate herself from the demon. It was a messy job and she could already feel the pain started to leak its way into her mind. Only the remnants of the alcohol kept it at bay, but for how long that would be anyone's guess. This was where it got dangerous. With her pain dulled, she had no idea of how serious the wound actually was. Well, she had some idea. A hole like this was not something you were meant to be walking off, and the blood leaking out of it constantly was not a good sign. At this point she should be close to falling unconscious, but with the pain dulled she could force her body to keep fighting. And that would only aggravate the wound at the rate she was going. The demon was a problem too. She had left nothing for it to regenerate from. And it still managed it? Just how dangerous was this thing? This was less regeneration and borderline invincibility. If doing that much damage didn't kill it, what would it take? Repeating the results multiple times and trying to force it to run out of magic? Or trying a different method and seeing if they could get a better result? Your plan better work, Laxus, she muttered as she glanced at him, her eyes widening in shock when she saw what he was doing. So that was it. Well, she had bought a good 23 seconds currently. The only problem was that her body might not make it the whole minute. Even when training, she was only able to last in this state with this much energy coursing through her for about 5 minutes when standing absolutely still, letting her muscles rest as much as possible. This was the most rest she had had since she had started fighting this demon. I leave this in your hands, she muttered as she shot forward. You have 30 more seconds to make sure this works. Protector of the Fairies. There's a lot of soul movement right now, isn't there, Wendy? Stated Kelia as she looked up from the bed she was lying on, one hand held out towards the streams of light only she and Wendy could see out of those present. So many people are dying. Do you think a large-scale battle is going on? I don't know, Wendy muttered, a pillow pulled over her head in an attempt to shield her eyes from the sight. It's horrible. So many people. There's thousands of them. Thousands, Kelia. I know. It's sad. Wendy paused in her attempts to drown out her sight, the pillow shifting to one side as she peeked out at Kelia. You said it was sad. Well, yeah. Don't you think so too? There was a single nod of response. So what's the problem? It's just. I thought. You thought I didn't care about it, didn't you? Kelia asked her friend sternly. I don't get you. Ever since we met Wywack, you've been so cold to me, Wendy. Do you not love me anymore? Of course we're friends, Kelia, Wendy protested. It's just. I don't understand you much. I didn't to begin with, we haven't known each other that long, but I at least thought we were similar. Which is why I can't understand why you would like that man so much. Why though? What's so wrong with him? What's wrong? Wendy asked quietly. What's wrong, you ask? He's a monster. And I could say that about Ichigo, Kelia shot back at her angrily. I mean, look at how much he regenerates. No one could stay sane after enduring that again and again and again. Just ditch him like I have. The old man here is far better. He's got a similar aura to him, only better. Think of Ichigo as a small sweet if it helps. The old man here is a cake. A cake is always better than a sweet. You're using sweets as an analogy here? Wendy asked in confusion before quickly shaking her head. Never mind that. Just please, think clearly. I am Wendy. Getting to her feet, Kelia marched over to the cell's bars before gesturing at guard nearby. Hey mister. Let me out, would you? The old man gave me permission if I ever decided I was done with this lot. Kelia. Sorry Wendy, Kelia said cheerfully as she gave her a wave once she left the cell, the guard watching the other occupants hesitantly in case they tried anything. But I'm picking the right side. Maybe you'll realize that yourself soon and join me. Until then, I'm going to take a nice walk around. I'll come back to visit. Kelia. Wait. It's no use Wendy, spoke the only other occupant of the cell block as Kelia was escorted away by the guard, the man sighing sadly as he leaned against his bars. Whatever has enthralled her, you won't be able to break it that easily. But, pulling the pillow against her chest, she hugged it as tightly as she could. I don't know what to do. And even if I tried, I don't think I can stop her. She's always been stronger than me. Now that's not true. I saw some of the matches in the Grand Magic Games. You were quite strong Wendy. That wasn't all me, Wendy said with a blush. Nabara helped me. Without him, I never could have beaten her. Gods trump dragons when it comes down to it. Well then, that's why you've got me, the man said with a laugh, even if it sounded mostly hollow as a result of their situation. I may be a cripple but I'll still do what I can. After all, I'm the man who held the title of Fairy Tales Ace. And if I can't do it, then someone else will be able to. The others. Gildarts nodded. That's right. They'll come. It's not up for debate. All that is left is when. I have faith in them, so have faith in them that they'll be able to help Kelia too. Someone, anyone, out there will be able to save her, even if it is from herself. Protector of the Fairies. So you're finally done, Franmouth said in annoyance, holding Kana up by her neck. Blood continued to drip out of her chest, her arm twisted at an odd angle with the bones broken in the best case and shattered in the worst. What a pointless effort. Treating her as if she was nothing more than a doll, Franmouth chucked her to one side, not even bothering with her much longer. I don't need such a pain in my collection. Your soul is meaningless compared to your magic's worth. Kana. Barely making it in time, Mirdi lunged forward and grabbed Kana before she could hit the ground, her body scrapping across the hard damaged ground and drawing blood before she finally came to a stop. Cradling the fairy tale mage's body carefully in her arms, Mirdi listened desperately for a pulse, a small sign of relief appearing across her face when she felt it. She was alive, but she wouldn't last long if they dawdled here for long. Laxus. It's fine, Laxus replied. Tell Kana, if she's still conscious, thanks for me. She bought more than enough time. She did her job perfectly. Did she now? Asked Franmouth, turning his attention towards Laxus before taking a step away in fear. That's so he can use it, muttered Giselle as she glanced towards the corpse of Makarov. Maki here no longer had the ability to use it. Such a pain when I look at this spell now. That's. Mirdi looked at the spell herself, golden light held between Laxus's two palms as the feeling started to overwhelm them all. Fairy law. That's right, replied Laxus. Fairy law, the ultimate deterrent fairy tale has in battle. But now, I have no choice but to use it as a weapon to eliminate you. Eliminate me? Laughing, Franmouth shook his head as he stretched his arms out in a wide gesture. Look at all of this. Look how far my army spreads. You may be capable of using fairy law, but how much magic will it take to stretch it across even a fraction of the battlefield? How will you differentiate between my forces and your own teammates? Do you have the focus to even spare your own allies from this strike? Spare them? Mirdi asked in confusion, looking towards Laxus for answers. What's he mean? Fairy law only targets your enemy, right? Oh, it does, Franmouth answered for Laxus. But did you know fairy law all started from a dark spell simply called law? One to kill the enemy, one to kill everyone. But out of all the people you have under one banner, are you sure this dragon slayer regards them all equally? The demon's right, stated Laxus in annoyance. I can't say I share the same feelings I have for my guild with everyone we fight with. We're allies, but they are just as much strangers to me as the enemy is. Using fairy law at a short range is fine, but trying to put it across an entire battlefield might as well be a sign that we are willing to abandon our own allies too. And that's ignoring the magic cost of such an action. So what is your plan? Franmouth asked curiously. Do you plan to threaten me? Or do you plan to sacrifice your own allies to take out even a fraction of my forces? Neither. Slamming his hands together as he closed one eye, the light burst upwards as a gigantic pillar, reaching up to the sky above and generating a massive magic circle, expanding across the battlefield. I plan to take out you and your forces alone. Alone? Alone? Ha! Didn't you hear yourself before? You won't be able to do it. You lack the concentration necessary to see friend from foe at such distance. Laxus! Called out Mirti. Don't do it. I agree with the little general, Giselle said, added her few cents to the conversation. I don't think His Majesty will be happy if you start wiping out our forces too. Relax. Standing there calmly, his hands still pressed together, Laxus shot a pitying smile at the demon ahead of him. As is tradition, I feel the need to give you to the count of 3 to surrender. Kneel. Kneel? Franmouth frowned, the idea of kneeling to a human such as this absolutely disgusting. Why should he kneel? He was a demon of the highest class. He had absorbed thousands and thousands of human souls, and this lower being was demanding that he kneel before him? It was nothing short of insulting to even suggest. Your bluff won't work, Franmouth stated, his body changing slightly as he utilized a new soul. His body swiftly became more feminine as it integrated with himself, the memories of the user altering him to best use her magic. This was the magic he had been forced to endure against until that girl had burned herself out, and now he would use it against those that dared insult him. 1. The power of the magic burst through his body, muscles reinforcing themselves while his blood flow escalated. Everything shifted into overtime, his body even becoming damaged momentarily from inexperience until a soul was used to heal himself up. 2. He moved, using the speed gained through pure physical strength to shatter the ground he had been standing on and to reappear right behind Laxus himself. A kick hit the ground as he landed, the area behind the two of them collapsing from the force as he leaped right at Laxus from behind, a fist aimed right at the Dragon Slayer's head. 3. At the last possible moment, Laxus moved, his head simply shifting out of the punch's path as if he had already known where it had been. And he had the demon realized. The smirk said it all. This magic was his own allies. Did that mean he had already known what he would do with it before he even struck? What sane group of people fought each other enough to know stuff like this? Trying to flip in the air, desperate to stop Laxus in time, he was too late as his foot started to slam against the air, Laxus already shifting out of the way he was about to be launched in. I invoke fairy law. As Franmouth stretched out towards him, about to pass, he saw the eye snap open, a magic circle appearing within it as fairy law activated. That was the only chance he had to see it before the light rained down on all of them, the light touching everywhere underneath the magic circle and hitting every single person beneath it. And yet only his own men fell. The humans of Ishgar, the Quincy of the Wandenreich, they all stood there unharmed as his own men fell all around them. Not even the remains of the demon forces fell. It was only him and his men. And it went deeper than that. He could feel the light penetrating through his skin, reaching out towards every single soul within him and targeting them with surgical precision. No. He couldn't let this happen. If this continued, he'd be left with nothing. Not a single soul at his disposal, just his own. There was only one hope. Reaching out to the one soul in his arsenal, he grabbed hold of it, desperate to use its power to neutralize a fairy law once and for all. You want to cancel out fairy law? That's an amusing thought. That voice. The soul was communicating with him. Why now? It had been so quiet for so long compared to all the others, as if accepting its own fate. No, wait. It was never acceptance so much but rather a calmness. Almost like it was a threat. You realized too late, my host, came the voice of the soul. But I should thank you for calling on me in your last moments. Only one soul can be spared after all. No. Don't you dare. Laxus looked at Franmouth oddly as the demon screamed, finally falling face first into the dirt and lying there, completely lifeless. The last remnants of fairy tale slowly started to fade away, the guild master letting out of a sigh of relief as he fell backwards onto his back, feeling weaker than he ever had before. It worked, he muttered in relief, completely exhausted with almost no magic left. Thank God. Laxus. Mirti looked at him in shock, unsure what had even just happened. What did you do? Targeted him, came the brief reply. I'm good at single targets. I've been using Fair Law to strengthen a single shot spell for a while now. Figured I could alter the original spell itself to seek out a single magical signature. And all these souls had a link to the demon, Mirti muttered in awe. You used his own strength and link to them and turned it into a targeting device. One spell to target every single one of them. Yeah. Don't ask me to do that again, Laxus said with a groan. I'm exhausted. Don't think I've ever come close to channeling that much magic before. You think the demon is still alive at all? I still sense some life there, Giselle supplied helpfully, walking over to the body and poking it. That means mission accomplished, right? We fulfilled our alliance. Of Kudesh reacting just in time, Laxus rolled out of the way of the blood thrown at him, Giselle pouting at him in response. Hey. What are you doing? You agreed. We fulfilled our alliance. Therefore, whatever happens now is completely fair game. And I'd really like a dragon slayer to add to my collection. So what do you say? Want to join peacefully? A sword stabbed into her from one side, sending her flying with it as it continued through the air. Raising her hands, Mirti swiped them down as more generated swords formed and flew through the air, the yellow blades in the air seeking their target with a vengeance. A large blast of magic tore them apart before they could even reach Giselle, the corpse of Makarov taking on its giant form again with light magic bursting off from all areas of his body. Laxus. Can you get up? I can try, Laxus muttered tiredly, stumbling as he got to his feet as he tried to pick up Franmouth with himself. I'll fall back. Give me Kana and clear a path and I'll run as fast as I can with the two of them. I'm sorry but I don't think I can fight just yet. You won't mind if I deal with your grandfather then? Looking at the Quincy with hate and then his grandfather with regret, Laxus sighed as he shook his head. Go ahead. Just, be respectful if you can. He deserves that. And, if you can, please, bring me his body. I want to at least be able to bury him properly. I promise, Mirti assured him, passing Kana over to him as he reached her. Now go. Swiping out with her hand, she sent a wave of blades backwards into the recovering zombie human and demon ranks, scattering them as Laxus began to run. The demon forces might have been greatly crippled but they were still a massive threat to Laxus with how little magic he had left. Backing up slowly herself, one eye on Giselle with the other on the other possible enemies around her, she slammed her hands together as the sky once again filled up with blades of all the colors she could normally make. Ah, Giselle said as he looked at Mirti's determined face. Now that's cute. You want to buy time for your friends to escape. But do you really think you can beat the zombies I have at my disposal? I have Makarov Driar here, the third guild master of Fairy Tale. What do you think you can do about such an opponent? I can delay him long enough. Makarov Driar was known for many things. Impressive magic capacity, an above-average skill in magic that only grew with age and gave him a mastery in both light magic and titan magic, and a good head on his shoulders and the knowledge of when and where to strike. But one thing he was not known for was being particularly agile, especially in this form. Let's see how well he dodges over 100 blades. You forgot a magic there, Giselle pointed out as the swords rained down on Makarov's giant form. Doesn't he also know a lot of defensive magic too? The giant corpse clapped its hand together as a single pillar of light formed before him, a magic circle forming in front of it and deflecting all blades that tried to strike Makarov from the front. Yellow blades snapped back to life upon impact, bending their flight paths around the barrier and looking for cracks in it. Before they could even strike him from behind, Makarov clapped his hands together twice in succession, an additional two pillars forming behind him and adding full coverage to the barrier. Frowning slightly, Mirti kept up her barrage of swords, quickly putting a backup plan into motion. So long as the constant barrage of swords kept up, she could force Makarov to stay on the defensive. The only worry was what Giselle might do or what any of the other zombie demons might do, yet neither had made any moves to act just yet. But if they did, she would simply draw them into her fire. Sighing in frustration at Makarov's lack of progress, Giselle placed her hands against her hips as she looked down in frustration. Serious? You can't just move that barrier with you? Well, that's what I get for not testing you in battle beforehand. Oh well. I have plenty more to back you up. With a mere thoughts, all the demons she had converted began closing in. It didn't take Mirti long to notice, immediately redirecting blades into the swarming crowd. But what was the loss of a few hundred demons? Giselle had just gained these a little while ago, so there was no point getting attached to them. Bodies that she didn't like were discarded, so this was no different to doing a bit of cleaning of her collection. Still, she wondered when the woman in front of her would realize what she was after. She merely took her gaze off Mirti for a moment, her mind wandering, when her opponent made her move. A warning came from below, the sound of the ground cracking. But it was too late to move in time when orange blades shot out of the ground like drills, spinning rapidly as they slammed into Giselle's chest. That didn't stop them. If the red blades Mirti normally made were raw power and her yellow blades were seeking blades, these were the result of fusing the two together. Giselle's flimsy defenses couldn't hope to stop them as the blades exploded out of her back, leaving small holes through her chest where each of the blades had exited from. And yet for the zombie girl, she only smiled, completely unaffected by the pain or the normally lethal injuries. Not that Mirti was surprised too much. She had seen what the girl had survived before. But it was because that she had watched her that she knew the weaknesses of this power. Flesh could reknit itself if all of it remained connected or could be easily reattached with the right positioning. Anything else had the girl going as far to eat some of the flesh from her zombies to force recovery. So what she wanted to achieve here was not death. It was merely time. Halting in the air where they had flown up to, all the orange blades spun 180 degrees before propelling themselves right back down at their target. The best way to delay her was to force her on the defensive, and even she would have to be afraid enough to pull back for a few moments if she lost her mobility. Just one leg would be good enough, but if she could be greedy then she'd take them both and maximize the time she could buy to escape with the others. Right before the blades could connect, they were all shot down from a distance, what appeared to be streaks of light slamming into each one with pinpoint precision. Whipping her head to one side towards the direction of the projectiles, her focus wavered and her barrage of blades let up for a brief second as fewer new blades joined the expended ones. That gap was minimal, not nearly enough for any one mage to take advantage of. Unless of course they were as strong as Makarov Driar was. In that small opening the giant released his barrier, taking a single step forward and leaping. His size shifted in the air, returning to his small stature as he sailed through gaps in the blades. It wasn't quite enough, her focus barely returning in time as she realized what he was doing, and some of the blades sliced against him as Mirti desperately tried to redirect them in time. One even took off an arm, but that didn't matter to a zombie. Not when he had now achieved his sole directive to get close to her. The last blades currently created shot down in front of her, protecting Mirti from the brunt of the old man's blow as he arm extended out. But against such force they shattered like glass, the fist slamming against her and sending her flying backwards. The moment she hit the ground she rolled out of the way of the zombies too close for comfort, getting to one foot when an arrow suddenly embedded itself through her ankle. She didn't scream, such pain was nothing compared to the pain she had inflicted upon herself when she had trained with her magic, but it still made her want to cry out in pain. Snapping the parts of the arrow sticking out of her ankle, she shakily got to her feet, a sword being summoned as a crutch as she looked towards her enemies. The zombies had stopped getting closer to her now, probably a sadistic command from their master in order to play with her some more, leaving her a clear view of the three enemies she was up against. Giselle walked up to Makarov with the severed arm, entirely ignoring the wounds she had as she pressed the limb back against flesh and forced it to reconnect. The third zombie, a woman she thought it was under that long cloak, was definitely the source of those arrows. The large bow in her hands was all but confirmation. Somehow she doubted this woman was alive either. She certainly didn't dress like a Quincy, not when she lacked anything white, so it certainly fit if she was one of Giselle's zombies too. Oh, look. They're back. The happy tone in Giselle's voice made her blood freeze, her head turning over her shoulder back towards the path she had originally cleared for Laxus and the others. Just coming into sight she could see a large man, twice as big as her and made of pure muscle, dragging Laxus behind across the ground by one leg. She couldn't even see if he was awake at this distance nor if he was even still alive. Another cloaked individual had Kana slung over their shoulder, a chain being dragged across the ground that started beneath the robe at his wrist. Finally there was the only inhuman one of the three, a large wolf-like man dragging the demon by its leg. They hadn't managed to escape. The Quincy had played her, making her think she had bought enough time while the Quincy had secretly sent other zombies to catch those she had sent ahead. Like them? Asked Giselle cheerfully. I keep my elites nice and fresh. I got the big guy there from a battlefield. He was all bones when I got him, but I restored his flesh nice and good. Shame he's all brawn, but I think he still does a good job at his size. Not sure when I got the wolf, I think he was alive at the time, so it must have been about 10 years ago, but he makes a great tracker. And an even better fighter. And Mr. Assassin over there, well, he was sent after me when I accidentally let slip the existence of my zombies. It wasn't fun hunting down all those that learned that fact, but I took some pride in the irony that they were being killed by the same assassin they sent to kill me. Let them go. Mirti commanded. Or at least she hoped it sounded like a command. To her it appeared more like she was begging. I'm your enemy. Well, right now you are, but I want more zombies. I can't help it. People are just so much more fun when they're dead. But don't worry, I'll make sure to take good care of them. I didn't go through all that trouble just to discard them in a few days. They can take their place in my elite forces. Over my dead body. Oh, I love it when people say that, Giselle shot back sadistically. I don't mind, to be honest. I'd love you in my collection too. Your skin's so smooth it makes me want to hug you all day. And dress you up in some cuter clothes. I know, let's do that right after I've finished up here. But first I need to kill you. I could just us my blood, but you had to be an annoyance and make me work for this. So I think a bit of pain is necessary. I really want to see how much pain you can take before you beg out for death. I bet it's a lot if you didn't even flinch when you were shot. Making a slight movement with her wrist, Mirti prepared to summon blades quickly to use to try and free her friends when the unfinished constructs shattered like glass. The woman in front of her lowered her bow once again, having raised and fired it so fast that she hadn't even seen it happen. This was not good. If she couldn't make blades, she couldn't retaliate or try and rescue the others. Her sensory link was brilliant when dealing with most people, but this was the dead. Pain through the nerves would be useless here. She was out of options. I know, said Giselle finally, a happy smile across her face as she snapped her fingers. You want to finish this, Hades? Mirti's blood froze. Hades? No. She knew that name. And the body that appeared through the crowds of zombie demons was undoubtedly the same body she had seen on Tenro Island and the same body she remembered from years before then when he was still alive. That long white hair of his, the eye patch across his right eye, the horned helmet, it was all him. No. Normally she would have hated sounding this weak, but right now was an exception. There was no way she could deny the terror she felt at seeing this man before her once more, even if he was dead. You can't have his body. Bambi gave him to me as a present, exclaimed Giselle. It was so sweet of her that I almost killed her on the spot and added her to my collection. Isn't he great? The strongest mage of his time, perhaps even now. But then I've heard things about those Spriggan and that magic king of theirs, so it's a tough competition. Now then, kill her, Hades. But make her suffer too. I want to be able to remember her screams when I fall asleep tonight. The corpse nodded as it began to walk forward towards her, Mirti willing herself to back away. But she couldn't. Her body wouldn't respond, frozen in fear of this man. It was like she was a child again, watching her village burn around her and being powerless to even try and stop it. With every passing second he drew closer, his hands tracing through the air as he muttered words that must have been instinctual to the corpse even if it didn't truly comprehend their meaning. Amaterasu seals appeared all around her, each glowing that dark purple she remembered from watching her old master showing off his power. She wasn't an expert on this magic, but she knew enough from watching to recognize this formula was in the 20s. It wasn't a wide-range spell, nor was it the fastest, but neither of that mattered when she was frozen in fear. And it was certainly more than enough to kill her, or at least put her in a crippled state from pain. Right before it could unleash its full power, however, she heard a noise behind her. She saw Giselle's face converting up into shock, with a hint of fear in it too, right as the spell went off. And yet right as it did, she saw a blur in front of her, the demon they all had previous fought appearing in view. She didn't know why he had chosen this way to die, but it seemed they had even failed to capture and return the demon as they had been charged with. That was what had believed until the demon swiped out with both hands, the explosion that had been about to consume them being redirected by other Amaterasu seals. Amaterasu Formula 21, spoke the demon. Not a bad formula to choose if I do say so myself. But I have to be thankful in your choice. Countering Amaterasu precisely is delicate work, requiring very specific counter phrases and the opposing formula with the reverse number. I'm glad all I needed was Formula 12. Countering with a formula above 40 would be even beyond me in such a short space of time. You. How are you awake? Giselle demanded. No matter. Surrender. You have no souls left. Your next death will be your death, which means we now have nothing to fear when it comes to capturing you. And we will capture you. What? With these corpses? With imitations. The demon laughed, Mirti not feeling reassured by the fact it had saved her or why it had done as she listened to it. And that laugh. It reminded her too much of. Run. That voice came from Laxus, Mirti spinning her head to see him as he weakly looked up from his place on the ground. It appeared he had been discarded in the chaos when the demon had broken free, him and Kana having been dropped near one another as the other zombies moved in. Mirti, he spoke, earlier. That's not the demon. Then who? She called over. Who is it? The laughter all of a sudden stopped, forcing her to turn back around as she felt a chill go down her spine. The demon had turned to face her, an expression she could only describe as stern across its ridiculous-looking face. And yet she couldn't laugh at it. Not when this presence seemed so frighteningly familiar. Don't you remember me, Mirti? After all those years, I'm hurt. The voice was different now. Not by much, just by a bit, but it was changing more with every moment as his form did. It remodeled itself as it became to look even more human, the skin taking on the appropriate shade while clothing morphed out from the flesh. And it was then when she found herself almost wishing she had just been killed so she wouldn't have to see this. Because she had already seen this face only a few moments ago. I'm hurt, the demon said as it finished morphing, its voice now fully identifiable to her. How could she forget such a voice? It had been engraved into her soul through the years she had spent near the man, obeying his commands and following her mother around. No. Please. Anyone but you. I'm afraid I will have to do, the demon said as he turned towards the nearest zombie, the corpse of Hades. After all, this is quite an interesting turn of events for me. I never suspected that I'd get the chance to fight myself. You. Gritting her teeth, Giselle let out a scream filled with her anger and fear at the man now before her. You dare to still live? Hades. Protector of the fairies. The strongest dark mage. Taking in a breath of fresh air, the man once known as Prechtgebulg to some and Hades to others enjoyed the odd feeling it gave him. Interesting. Breathing doesn't quite feel how I remember. Very slight differences. Is this because of the tiny differences each individual has? Or is this because of this demonic body I've gained? This could benefit further study in the future. How, muttered Mirti weakly, staring up at her former guild master. Master Hades. You're dead. Your corpse is over there. As if hoping it would add weight to her point, she shakily raised a hand towards the zombie close by, an exact copy of the man before her. Indeed. A conundrum, is it not? I am in two places at once, and both certainly can be said to be me. But only at first glance. You already know that these corpses are mere imitations. That zombie there is made from my body and the memories imprinted across its surface. Every action one takes can leave a mark on the world, and none you make are as strong as the ones engraved into your own flesh and blood. But in the end, that is all they are. Memories that enchant the body with a certain level of skill and power. They do not bring back the souls of the departed but take what was already left and reanimate it. But then Quiet. Despite years of separation, despite years of having known that he was dead and gaining her own independence, Mirti still found herself obeying unquestionably out of fear. "That's better," Hades said with satisfaction. "As for why I am standing here, it is simple. You see, before my soul could join all the other debated souls, it was captured by this demon you all fought so valiantly against. But unfortunately for him, he bit off a bit more than he could chew. His curse keeps all but the strongest wills in check, and even I was suppressed quite heavily under the weight of the thousands of souls above me. For those like myself, he only ever drew upon our magic, not our very souls." But then he panicked, Hades added with a trace of satisfaction in his voice. "When Laxus over there performed fairy law, he knew he had to do something to counter it to survive. And so he reached for me, the one soul in his collection who not only possessed the knowledge of fairy law but also had the capability to stop it. And the moment he did, I forced us to switch places. Rather than me dying, he died. And with the host dead and no one to fight against for control, I was able to freely take command of this body and modify its form to my liking. I have to say, I am quite impressed by its design. Zeref truly is a genius when it comes to the arts of life and death." "Now then," Hades continued as he returned his focus towards Giselle. "You are a part of the Quincy forces, am I right? I saw some of the battle going on through flashes, but I wasn't paying much attention until Franmouth began treating things seriously and releasing most of his souls, so for all I know you could be a rogue element." "Are you?" "I'm a stern ritter. One of His Majesty's chosen," Giselle shot back at him. "Rogues are idiot dark guilds like your old one. And you lot are different, why? Speaking from my own experiences, I honestly see no difference between what your leader is doing and what I did. Different goals, different methods, but the same willingness to go against the current system and change things." "Really? I'm sure His Majesty would be willing to talk dash." "No, he wouldn't," Hades replied instantly, cutting her off. "I'm not interested in the first place. Just because I can relate, it does not mean I would take your side. I have my own interests, and quite frankly you lot don't factor into them in the slightest." "Well, no one can say I didn't try," Giselle stated, more than happy that he had declined. "That just means I get to kill you with yourself. Hey, if I bring you back as a zombie, do you think I'll have two of you? Kill him." Responding immediately, the zombies burst into action. The archer raised her bow and launched 3 arrows in the space it took the others to start moving, each aimed for a vital area of Hades's body. Before they could even connect though, Hades shot out with one arm, chains of purple magic forming and firing forth in front of him. Each of the chains slammed against an arrow before bouncing off it, looping right back round to guard Hades from behind as the 3 zombies tried to make their moves. The resulting net of chains stood strong as large fists slammed against it, the assassin ignoring trying to break his defenses while sending his own chains through the gaps. The corpse of Hades did the same with his own branch of chain magic, easily bypassing the wall of lines of chains that crossed through his sight. Before they could connect, Hades grabbed Mirti under one arm and leaped, the demonic body he possessed allowing him to use its physical strength to the fullest. Chains from his existing barrier sprung to life beneath him and crossed over each other continuously until a platform formed for him to land on, allowing him a chance to observe the enemies around him. Makarov was waiting for him when he landed, growing into his giant form as he slammed a fist forward, enveloped in blinding light. But that wasn't something to make him afraid. He had beaten Makarov once before. Beating an imitation would be easy in comparison to that. So with one hand raised towards the fist approaching him, 2 fingers pointed forward like a gun, he fired a quick burst of magic right at his opponent. The first disrupted the magic coating Makarov, not by much but enough to make the second shot penetrate through the barrier. The second sent Makarov reeling back in recoil when he packed enough firepower in it to blast through several walls. He didn't have time for any more than 2 shots, his attention quickly being turned to the other major threats. That Berserker and Wolfman were the least of his worries. They were brute strength types, but they weren't strong enough to overpower him like they needed to be against him. The assassin was problematic, but only because he was purposely lowering his own magical power to try and vanish from his sights. Even the army of demons around him wasn't much to worry about. Even if they began to move, he could halt their progress. No, the dangerous ones right now were himself and that archer. As if aware of his thoughts, The archer fired 7 arrows in quick succession, Hades barely having time to shot 2 of them down to make it easier to dodge. She fired fast, faster than most could move. Carefully observing the arrows even as they passed, he had more than enough time to see the warnings when they bent through the air and fired right back at him from behind. Was it spatial magic? Homing magic? Basic projectile magic? Vector magic? Whatever it was, he could adapt for all of them. He had walked down the path of magic long enough to see enough to know how to deal with mages like this. He would be the biggest threat currently. How much did that imitation know? It could use Amaterasu formulas to at least the 30 level if he was to take a rough guess, perhaps higher. Did it have the memory knowledge in order to counteract his own uses of Amaterasu? He had never had the need to use that technique much in the past, not many people even had heard of Amaterasu back then yet alone used it, so maybe that knowledge hadn't stuck. Dealing with maybes however could get him killed. Until he saw proof, better to play it safe and test the waters. His corpse could still use chain magic too apparently, so the biggest factor in this fight would be how much of his knowledge it had access to. I did always like fights that challenged me to think, Hades muttered to himself with a smile. Myrti, I'm going to need you to stay with the others here. You'll only get in my way. Before she could even protest, he threw her, sending her flying towards the others and crashing against the ground. It wasn't the most graceful of landings and he could have done things kinder there, but this was the quickest way. Besides, she knew how to handle pain. If she was anything like her younger self, she would grin and bear it. So then, 6 enemies and then their leader. I'm pressed for time, so let's do this quickly. Leaping backwards of the platform, flipping in the air as he narrowly dodged the return path of the arrows, he extended down with his hands, letting 2 magic circles appear in the palms of them. I taught this to Blue Note a long time ago. Let's see, I still remember how to do this. Gravity intensified. The assassin and the wolf man found themselves having their faces planted firmly in the ground the moment his magic burst into action. Only the berserker remained standing defiantly, even managing to jump upwards towards him with a powerful leap. Cutting off the gravity magic in the face of the current threat, he switched to a different magic, slamming his palms together and bringing them back apart. The only difference was now a weapon was appearing in the gap, taking form into a large staff the more he pulled his hands apart. It was older variation of requip magic, utilizing a separate pocket dimension to that magic, but it was suitable right now because of one main reason. It worked independently to the body you were in. All it needed was the right passcodes, which had once made it a good system for sharing artifacts and information secretly. At least until people realized using guessable codes could get things stolen with ease. Gripping the staff before it could fall, magic coating every inch of it, he swung down with it, letting it collide with the guard the berserker put in face of his attack. He doubted many would have expected to see the berserker being the one to be sent flying. The staff was made of nothing more than wood. No matter how sturdy it might be, it should have broken against a man as strong as this. But magic always made the difference. He had crafted this staff in his early days from a tree Warod had infused his energy into. It had been made from the great Tenro tree itself, a tree unlike any other. Which was why it could channel far more magic through it than normal wood could. In his hands, he might as well be swinging a steel bar rather than a wooden staff. Of course there was one thing that he always felt was out of place nowadays with this staff. It was the fairy tale symbol on the top of it. He should have broken it off years ago when he made his decision to abandon that path, but he had never been able to find it in himself to break it. A foolish bit of sentiment, but one he had given into anyway. It hadn't hurt his goals in the slightest, and he had been more than happy to seal it away within that dimension out of sight to rid himself of distractions. He never thought he would have seen the day that he would be using it again. Hearing a roar from behind, bringing him back to the reality of the situation, he glanced over his shoulder as the wolf man began to tower over him, transforming from a hybrid state into a full-on wolf. At its size it towered over him, about 3 times the size of a house. Where had that Quincy found a creature like this? He couldn't deny he envied her if just for the chance to play around with such an interesting subject. Quickly raising his staff, he was forced to cancel his attack when he found himself under assault from arrows from the archer. His second hand raised only to be caught midway, chains wrapped around his wrist courtesy of the nearby assassin. And the wolf was right in front of him too. He sighed slightly. They weren't bad as a team, they honestly did complement each other's strengths quite nicely. Their teamwork was certainly better than his 7 kin of purgatory, so much so that he wished his own troops had worked this well. But then it was easier to make people work together when they had no will left to deal with. Anyone could work together if you could remove the conflicting personality traits that normally separated them. Unfortunately for these zombies, however, this wasn't enough to win against someone like him. He couldn't move his bound wrist enough to direct chains correctly. He couldn't take down his defenses with his staff unless he wanted to be pierced by arrows. And with the way he was positioned, he wouldn't be able to fire off many types of offensive magic. So the best choice was one where he could direct with his mind. His magic spiked as the wolf lunged towards him before he shouted out a single word. Katsu. The wolf vanished completely. It didn't explode and it didn't break apart, rather it was completely annihilated instead, not even a single trace of it remaining. It wasn't without cost and he felt his magical power dip substantially. It had been the best available option at the time, but he would no longer be able to count on it with what he had left. What did you just do? He paused, glancing towards Giselle as all the attacks on his person stopped. Even the chain around his wrist had slackened, allowing him to freely withdraw the limb safely during the chance moment. The puzzlement he saw on Giselle's face should have amused him if he hadn't already seen how attached she was to her zombies. And, just as he anticipated, the expression morphed into full fury. She must have realized it now that he hadn't teleported away her zombie. She could no longer feel it because the spell had reached into the zombie's very essential and destroyed every trace of it. He wasn't sure what she did to trigger what she did next. Her magic spiking was his own warning, causing him to leap back to the other defeated mages nearby and to press his free hand against the ground. Chains burst down through the earth before extending back up around the lot of them and crossing over each other to form a protective dome. He was glad he had done so when the zombie-converted demons began to move in, clawing at the chains as Giselle's magical power increased further. And then all of the demons dropped dead, collapsing against the ground before fading away into darkness. With each one that fell, Giselle's magic grew, as if she was leeching energy off them. Or maybe it was the other way round. With each zombie under her control, a tiny portion of energy was dedicated to keeping them under her control and functional. By discarding all these demons, she was freeing up 100,000 tiny portions of energy for whatever she wanted it for. When he next glanced her, he could see a change. Wings of bone extended from her back, a similar styled halo across her head. He wasn't familiar with the form, but it was undoubtedly dangerous if she had been willing to lose all of those demons. As it was right now, she had lost the mass numbers at her disposal. So was what she was after so worth it that she could justify such losses? Something's coming, Laxus muttered weakly from the ground, catching Hades's attention quickly. I can hear it. It's roar. Roar? Something only a dragon slayer was picking up on. He really hoped his suspicions were wrong, but as he heard the roar he knew they weren't, even if it was the first time he had ever heard such noise. You aren't limited to just humans and beasts, are you, Miss Quincy? He commented quietly to himself, turning back as he saw the sources of the noise appearing in the distance. Crossing the distance as quickly as creatures of that size could, they landed all around him, their numbers reaching double digits. Was that 25 or them? No, there was even more coming. Some were nothing more than bone while others were half bone, half flesh, the decomposition slowly reversing under the effect of the Quincy's magic. Her power had dropped once again and he knew now where it was going. It was all being pumped into these dragons she had reanimated. Dragons. I never thought I'd ever encounter any, or if I did I feared it would be Acknowledge and that I would not live to have a chance to see another. And to be greeted by so many. Is this an honor, I wonder? I've had enough of you, snarled Giselle. Killing my zombies is one thing, I can always fix them back up afterwards so long as I can find the main pieces of them, but what you did is inexcusable. I don't even care if I can't reanimate you or the others with you afterwards anymore. I'm just going to crush you entirely. Master Hades, Mirti said quietly, unintentionally falling back on the way she used to address him. We have to retreat. There's a protective barrier away back, but the dragons won't be able to break through it easily. Yes, they will, Hades countered. I've seen some of what Franmouth has seen and knows. That barrier can't take prolonged high-level fire. If this many dragons launch breath attacks on points close enough together, it will shatter like glass. I guarantee it. Then what do we do? You'd ask your old master for help. Hades chuckled to himself at the situation he was in. Well, that is only right. I will end this all in 2 minutes or less. I have already gathered most of the information I need in order to defeat this pest. Just sit there and watch, all of you, and remember why I was so feared. Taking a step forward, he willed the chains to shift and allow him passage, exiting through the gap they created before snapping shut behind him. Giselle would go for him before them. She must have realized his attachments to them were minimal at best and that he would not go too far to save them. Now then, how to proceed? He had given himself a time limit, so he might as well stick to it. He had a reputation to live up to. 7 rules. Huh? Said Giselle, staring at him in disbelief. What the hell are you talking about? 7 rules. Your magic. I've identified 7 rules that govern its properties. Shall I explain them to you? No need. You'll be dead in a moment. Hades ignored her threats, beginning to run towards her directly. Rule number 1. The body of a zombie can be restored beyond its decayed state through your magic. The more you expend, the faster they recover. From what I've seen, it is certainly more efficient to restore the body if the pieces remain, but sometimes you will not have access to the same materials you normally would. I can only theorize that this is a costly process on your magic, hence why you dropped the drain on all those demons in order to fully restore these dragons to full capacity. So? What the hell is that going to do to help you? Maki. Crush him. The giant raised a large fist before slamming it down at Hades. Instead of dodging, however, Hades stretched up with his hand, chains bursting out from it and wrapping around the limb. With a show of strength, he threw Makarov over his shoulder, letting him slam against the ground. Before the zombie could escape, the chains extended further, binding every part of the giant's body to the ground. Even as it shrunk down to try and escape, his chains kept up, tightening to hold his tiny form and expanding when he tried to switch back again. Rule number 2. These zombies have a range of strengths, but I would be tempted to say that what they have access to varies depending on when you got a hold of them. Makarov has a lot of his skills available to him, from his defensive magic to his giant magic. But when I look at that berserker, I see what he lacks. He certainly has the capacity for magic and his reserves are large enough to suggest he did use it, and often too. But if he could still, then he would have already used it. This corpse has lost its ability, and if he was already long dead when you found him, then it means time degrades them beyond what you can restore. That leads me to rule number 3, continued Hades as he dodged the swipe of the berserker and the chains of the assassin. Using the large body of the berserker as cover, he let the assassin lose sight of him before he dodged another attack from the berserker and slammed his staff into his chest to send him flying at his own ally. These zombies will always lack a soul. They are imitations, and their power comes from the memories that were once imprinted on these bodies. They are imitations of life, but that is all they are. Fakes. Fakes can still be dangerous though, Hades admitted as he saw the first of the dragons lunging at him. Leaping up, he barely avoided becoming a chew toy as his feet came to rest against the dragon's nose. Before it had a chance to do anything, he rushed down its back, chains bursting out of his hands and grabbing hold of any part of the dragon that they could find purchase on. I could never hope to beat this many dragons. I could maybe battle one of them for a while, but I do not know if I would have enough raw power to destroy one. Maybe Amaterasu would be capable of such a feat at the high levels, but that is debatable in itself. Now then, he asked. Shall we move on to rule number 4? Leaping off the dragon's bound body, aware that the chains would only bind it in place for another 5 seconds, he did his best to put as much distance as he could between himself and the dragon, even as 5 more began to make their way towards him. But before they reached him, he would have to deal with the archer who was making her way forward. Bringing his hand up before she even fired, he launched a barrage of his own projectiles, the magic bullets forcing her on the defensive as she fired arrows in return fire. Her speed had already been proven to be faster than his own, and yet he still kept her on the defensive, firing more bullets at her weak spots before she could take any advantage back. Her speed meant nothing if he could keep disrupting her firing form. Your zombies, while capable of acting independently of you, are still very limited. For one, their actions can be broken down into simple commands when you consider what they are performing. Even their use of magic can stem from a single command to fight or kill. The body's memories will do the rest of the fighting. However, he added as two dragons rushed him from either side, forcing him to slide through the small gap in their attacks and continue moving, a blast of gravity being sent behind him to not only accelerate himself forward but to also pin them down for a moment. Memories can only take these imitations so far. They need more for the base. The memories can give them the advanced skills, but what about the basics? Walking, normal fighting, talking, even basic thinking, this all stems from you. Whatever habits you have picked up or methods you have for performing certain actions, they know them too. And they act on them. Proving his point, he fired one final bullet at the archer before letting loose with chains now that he was too close for her to dodge. With her focus too tightly on countering the bullet, she was caught unaware as the chains wrapped around her before he pulled, tearing her apart as the chains ripped through her. In a game of speed, I would never be able to keep up with a woman this skilled. She must have dedicated herself to this art for decades, and even in death her memories of that skill were so strong that they manifested this strongly. But unfortunately you weakened her. I watched all of these zombies enough to see similarities in their methods of attacks. Signs you unintentionally bestowed upon them. I may not be able to compete once she starts firing, but that means nothing if I already know when she's going to fire or when she's going to try and break out a counter-attack when she thinks my barrage has weakened. Dragons. Obliterate him. Hades merely clicked his tongue in annoyance when he noticed all the remaining dragons preparing breath attacks from above. They were planning to wipe out the entire area with that blast. Did that Quincy not even realize she would be caught in the blast too? Or maybe she didn't care because she could recover from it, even if she would lose some of her more precious zombies in the process. Attempting to beat them with raw power would be foolish. He had nowhere near enough power to attempt anything like that. The only option was a barrier strong enough to weather the assault. But that would leave him almost dry in terms of magic. He would have to end it before they tried to strike again, or it would all be over for him. Coming to a sudden stop, his staff stabbing into the ground, he placed both hands tightly around it, almost as if in prayer. Maximum defense seal. He shouted, the fairy tale symbol on the top of the staff glowing brightly as the energy expanded out all around him. He couldn't afford to worry about the others nearby. With any luck, the breath attack from the dragons would be so focused on him and his barrier that the energy would barely miss them. 7 pillar gods. Extending upwards to the heavens, 7 large pillars of seals burst upwards, the drain on his magic extraordinarily high. He would only be able to maintain this barrier for 10 seconds at most until he would be forced to dispel it in order to keep fighting. Luckily the dragons were done far before that time limit was up, firing their breath attacks at full strength down upon him. The barrier held strong, absorbing the damage it took and minimizing the damage to the surrounding area. With every bit of magic that the barrier took in, he felt it weakening, cracks in the pillars slowly starting to appear. Then the first one fell and the barrier was forced to shift, reverting down into the spell 6 pillar gods. Then a second pillar broke, then a third, a fourth, a fifth. It continued until he was left with only a single pillar when the blast finally ended, and even that pillar shattered immediately afterwards. He was short of breath from the strain of maintaining the barrier, but he couldn't rest. Not yet, or the dragons would fire again. Breaking back into another run, he reached the final stretch towards Giselle, only one defender still before him that would be able to stop him in time. How ironic that the last barrier he would have to surpass would be himself. This brings me to Rule 5, he stated as he continued from where he had left off before. Memories degrade. You can maintain them like I mentioned before, but you can't restore what was lost before you reached me. And as far as memories go, they have limits. You may have my body with all the memories imprinted on it, but that version of me is limited to only the magic I used the majority of the time. Amaterasu and chain magic is what this version of me has shown. But if he can use more, show me now. Prove me that he can do more. Shut up. Giselle screamed at him, waving a hand at him in command. The corpse before her listened and obeyed, chains shooting from his wrists only to be deflected by Hades' own. Just die already. I already did. The proof is right before you, remember? Now then, why is only these two magic currently present? Why, it's because the rest was never able to make an impact on my memories as much as these two. I didn't use them nearly enough. I didn't use most of what I knew nearly enough, and trust me when I say I knew far more than most. All you have before you is a glorified puppet with a few limited but dangerous techniques. Darting around his corpse in the moment of weakness he had made through deflecting the chains, the action having made his enemy unbalanced, he shot right at Giselle herself. And then he immediately hesitated as he saw the Amaterasu formula. He should have known better than to assume that the opening was as good as it seemed. Because right above him was Formula 100, the final spell Amaterasu could teach. 20 could be countered by 2. 10 could be countered by 1. But for 100, nothing could counter it. It was the final spell, the sole spell that had no counterpart. And he lacked the magic necessary to put up a barrier in time. That left him with only one option left. He spun on his heel, his hand extending out and letting spinning chains burst forward and tear apart his own corpse. Blood flew through the air as the corpse fell to pieces, the spell breaking apart without the caster in a state to continue casting it. And even though it should have appeared to be a victory now for him, Giselle laughed, watching as blood fell against him. It's over, she declared gleefully. You're mine. Rule 6, Hades muttered. All zombies carry your blood. Those it falls on can be converted into a zombie themselves, whether the blood comes from you or your zombies. Obviously the latter is weaker, but for someone with little magic to resist it is always fatal. This is also how you took command of 100,000 demons. You simply let them do the work and allowed the blood to spread rapidly through their ranks upon striking their own allies or being struck themselves. Exactly. You lose. It would appear so. If I hadn't already been aware of this. Spinning back round, he faced Giselle and watched her eyes widen. Blood dripped down in front of him against the barrier he had erected at the last moment, hitting the ground harmlessly much to her fury. And now you lose. Lose? Good luck with that. Bringing up her arm, a bow beginning to form, she felt her arm snap as Hades grabbed it and twisted, ensuring not to break the skin and gain exposure to her blood. What now then? You think you can stop me? You can't even kill me. Dragons. Kill them all. The dragons turned away from them and rushed at the enemy army in the distance, Giselle chuckling gleefully as she watched all but 3 fly away from her. The 3 that remained were already preparing for another blast, aimed directly at the 2 of them. This is the end for you. And all of the forces Ishgar has nearby. They are all dead. I never finished the rules, did I? What? There are 7 rules. Tell me, do you know what the 7th is? Giselle shrugged, but he could see the unease she felt. He didn't blame her for feeling this way. There was no doubt that this was her victory in her mind. He had nothing left. And yet the fact he could still be this confident was worrying her. She was, for once, afraid. Afraid because if he had been prepared for the first 6 rules, then what did that mean for the last rule? Allow me to explain then. The 7th rule is that the zombies are all linked to one person. All of them, without exception, draw power from you. You keep them alive, you give them the missing information they need. So without you, they return to corpses. And? You can't kill me. No. No, I cannot, admitted Hades, his smirk never vanishing. But I don't need to kill you. What sustains them is your magic. I may be almost empty, but I have more than enough power to do this. Do what? Giselle demanded, struggling now as she tried to break free of his grasp. You bastard. What are you doing? If I cannot kill you, Hades continued, dropping his staff as he used the hand that held it to press against her chest, then I will simply cut off all the magic that leaves your body. A pulse shot through her, almost painful enough to make her scream. And then the pain was gone. Only there was now a difference. Not a single one of the zombies were registered in her mind. Across the battlefield, the dragons that had taken to the air fell from the sky, crashing against the ground and moving no more. The remaining zombie humans simply fell to the ground lifeless like the dragons, leaving only silence and a fading presence of the magic the dragons had been building up for an attack. My magic? What have you done? Nothing much. I simply stopped it from exiting your body by sealing it within you. It won't kill you, but it will certainly stop you being able to send magic to your precious zombies. As of this moment, you are powerless against me. Removing his hand from her chest, he let chains sprout with some of the last of his magic, allowing them to wrap around her body tightly so that she would not be able to escape. That should do it, he muttered to himself. I think I did that in the time I promised. Grabbing the Quincy, he shoved her forward towards the others. Now walk. Or don't, and I'll simply knock you out and carry you. I'm not in the mood to hear arguments from you. Dragging her across the stretch of field, only a bit of hesitation coming from his bound hostage, he spared a glance towards the two armies in the distance. With the demons now gone, the Quincy were free to push back and regain ground. They might even continuing attacking. On the other side there was the forces of Ishgar, who could only be making a strategic retreat at this time. There were a few mages in the distance that he could see rushing towards his position, and, judging by the people present, there were few groups that this could be. Fairy tale. Ah. This would be a dilemma. He had helped because he was here and because he would never have been allowed to escape that zombie girl if he hadn't defeated her and her army. But that also put him now in a dangerous position. Ishgar would not take kindly to his revival, but that would be nothing compared to the reactions of Fairy Tale. He was the man who had once led them and then later almost torn them apart. He might as well be the devil in their eyes, and he knew that was the case. You would have to be an idiot to not see how everyone had reacted to him. Mirti had acted the way she had 7 years ago, a way that she hadn't acted when he had been watching Franmouth fight. Laxus meanwhile had tried to tell Mirti to run, even though he must have recognized that he could beat Giselle in their stead. He had reduced a strong woman back to a scared little girl and turned a man looking for hope into one seeking to flee. They had all acted in fear. He couldn't help but laugh to himself. Thousands and thousands of zombies, their magic close to nil, the enemy ready to take their lives and make them her puppets, and still he had been the one they had been afraid of in face of all that. Not the armies or the undead, but of a single man who had managed to come back from the dead. That fear was still there, he noticed when he reached the group, Mirti standing fearfully but defiantly in front of him. He could see the blade in her hands and recognized it immediately. A black blade. A single touch of that blade and he would die. It must have taken her all of her remaining magic to make that blade, all in the fear of him when she saw him approaching them now that his bigger threat had been dealt with. Drop the blade. Kindness could have worked so much better in most cases, but they feared him enough that commanding them would work far better. Fear was a weapon, and he wasn't kind enough to not use it. I won't even allow you to touch me with that blade, Mirti, so you're wasting your time and magic. I thought I taught you better than that. Stay back. Don't you dare come any closer. He sighed. This would be the deciding factor. He was alive now, but he hadn't planned much beyond this. What was it that he wanted? The true world of magic? Did he still want that? Yes. Yes, he did. But the Quincy wouldn't bring it about. All he had to do was look at their army, an army exclusively of Quincy, to see that their goals would never align. The true world of magic welcomed all magic, not just one. The Hollows were equally out, not when they would seek to devour everything aimlessly. And he certainly couldn't follow Zeref with his single-minded destruction orders. This is why myths were always better. He had believed in the man's goals a lot more when he had not heard Franmouth being told the objectives of this war and his eradication orders. That left two groups. Alvarez or Ishgar. By all rights Alvarez would be the best choice. They would welcome him with open arms from what he had managed to glean about the country. Not only was he one of the greatest minds when it came to magic, he was also skilled in its use. And yet he hesitated. Alvarez wanted the same prize as Zeref if he remembered correctly. They wanted Lumen Histo-Ire. He could do a lot of things. He could sacrifice a lot of things. But could he give up her? After everything she had done for him? It was funny. He had already made up his mind when he had begun walking over to them, hadn't he? So instead of threatening the woman in front of her or demanding her to step aside, he looked over to the two behind her. Laxus will be fine. He didn't take many injuries when he was captured. That woman meanwhile, while simply being picked up, is in a critical state. As it stands, she will not make it if she doesn't receive medical help in the next 5 minutes. It will take you 10 to reach the enemy army at your pace, followed by another 20 to get her to where I assume medical tents would be set up. She'll be dead before she reaches the operating table. And Mirti demanded, though her blade lowered slightly, confused at his actions. Why do you care? I don't. But out of all my knowledge that I've acquired, surely you must believe that I've picked up a few branches of healing in my time. In exchange for safe passage, I'll save her life using the last drops of magic I currently can draw upon. You can do that, right, General Mirti? Gritting her teeth, Mirti glanced down at her blade before looking over at Kana. Finally, she lowered her blade, leaving it to hang at her side just in case. If you try anything. She let her warning hang in the air, unsure of how effective it was but still determined anyway to try and carry it through if he broke his word. Hades ignored her for the most part as he passed, keeping hold of the chain that bound Giselle so she wouldn't try and escape in the confusion. If she had a chance to use a speed technique to get away now, he wouldn't have the energy left to capture her again. Looking down at his patient, his staff being placed down beside her body, he let his hand rest against her chest, just slightly above the large hole present there, before he let his magic do the rest of the work. Information filled his head as his magic examined every inch of her body, giving him all the necessary information he would need to know her exact condition. Multiple cracked bones, potentially self-inflicted from the magic she had used in order to beat Franmouth up so much for a single minute, drastic loss of blood, courtesy of the hole in her chest, and very minimal brain activity. Normal healing magic wasn't going to be enough here, not with a hole through her chest combined with that much blood loss. He could heal bones later or have someone else do that so he could ignore that issue for the time being. It wouldn't impact her survival as much as this would. So how to go about this? High-level healing magic or regeneration magic? The latter would provide instant results, but he might not have enough magic to pull it off. Judging by the speed he was taking magic back in and the rate he would have to expend it, he might just be able to pull off a medium-tier healing spell. He wouldn't be able to cast it all at once with what he had left, so he'd have to extend the spell's activation over a longer period of time while allowing its effects to slowly come into play. So long as he could stabilize her long enough for her to reach those with more magic than he currently had available, he would have kept his side of the bargain. Having made his decision, he moved his hand down over the hole, letting energy pour out and onto the wound. First he would restore the flesh, then he would work on the pathways beneath it for the blood to flow through. That should be enough to keep her alive temporarily. For the next 5 minutes, no one spoke. No one dared interrupt him, not even the Quincy, in fear of what he might do if she did. Finally, after what had been an eternity to Mirti and the barely conscious Laxus, he removed his hand, his work done. That should do it. Hold on a moment. Before any of them could ask what he was doing, he grabbed Giselle and slammed his hand against the back of her neck, knocking her out instantly. He was just in time, the chains that bound her breaking the moment afterwards. Barely had enough, it seems. It will take me a while to get used to this body. Maybe I can modify it a bit more than I have already done to make it more to my liking. Turning to Mirti, he gestured at Kana as he slung Giselle over his shoulder. I kept my side. She will live for the moment. This will give you enough time to get her to someone with more magic. Is that satisfactory to you? Crouching down beside Kana, Mirti looked the woman over. She was certainly breathing a bit more calmly than before and she didn't seem to be in much pain. Getting back to her feet, she ignored Hades for a moment as she let her sword vanish, walking instead over to the body of Makaroftriar. You want to give him a proper burial, I suppose, Hades stated in observation. He would like that, though knowing that old brat he wouldn't be too fussed. But for the rest of you, it would certainly help with closure. I wasn't asking for your opinion, Mirti replied in hostility, though he could hear a bit of guilt in there. She was probably remembering that she had been on his side when he had once almost killed Makarov, and actually had believed he had killed him later on. We did have a deal though, Mirti finally said in response to his first question. I'll give you free passage. What you do next, what happens to you next? It's not in my hands. Is that satisfactory to you? The last few words came out more venomous than she had probably intended, but he ignored them for the sake of peace. Of course, he replied simply, reaching down and pulling Laxus over his free shoulder. With his other hand he reached towards Makarov's body as Mirti passed and put it on top of Laxus's own. You take the woman. She might get hurt more if I carry her around like a doll like I'm doing with this lot. Yes, master. Yes, Hades, she said in response, correcting herself halfway through. And I won't say thank you. You're not a nice person. But, even so, for your help, we couldn't have survived without you. Protector of the fairies. Eyes snapping open, Laxus almost fell out of bed as he struggled to get up. Calm down, Laxus, he heard a familiar voice say, forcing him to glance over to see Ichigo trying to keep him in the hospital bed. Glancing to his other side, he saw Levi doing the same, the latter looking like she hadn't had much sleep at all. Ichigo. Levi. What are you two doing here? You really thought we wouldn't hear if you were in trouble, Laxus? Levi asked jokily. We got here as quickly as we could after we heard the news from Mirti. It all flooded back to him. The demon, Kana, the Quincy, and finally Hades. Kana. Is she all right? She's fine, Levi replied. Whatever magic that was used on her did its job. She came out of the operating room about an hour ago and they think there shouldn't be any major problems. She's been ordered to stay in bed for a few days though while they do more checks and make sure everything is healing as it should do. She took a deep wound from what they told me, so they want to make sure there aren't any complications. Thank God, Laxus muttered in relief. I didn't have enough magic to get us both back. I ended up getting us caught. If it hadn't been for him, I don't think we would have made it. You already know, don't you? He added when he noticed the understanding on the two's faces. That Hades is back. We're aware, Ichigo responded, covering up his own worries with a faint smile. Something about a demon and a soul? Honestly, I wasn't paying too much attention to the details. I was more focused on the fact he was alive again and what happened the last time we encountered him. Same, Levi said in addition. We heard about your grandfather from Mirti too. I'm sorry. It's all right, Laxus replied dejectedly. What's done is done. I know I was asking a lot, but did Mirti manage to do anything about him? Did she manage to bring him back? His body is with the others in the guild. They are guarding it for the time being while Fried keeps it under a watchful eye with his runes. Noticing Laxus's shocked expression, she continued on quickly. It's for safety reasons. His body was being controlled by the Quincy. And while her power is being suppressed, according to Hades at least, we can't be sure when it will restore itself. We can't even be sure whether we can trust Hades' words at all currently. So we need to be careful. Kisux examined his handiwork, supplied Ichigo helpfully. He says that the suppression is holding, at least so we can trust Hades on that front. But that's about it as far as it goes. Once we've dealt with the Quincy permanently, the Master's body will be safe once again. Then he'll be safe to be buried. And you'll deal with her soon, right? There was a slight strain to Ichigo's voice when he replied. Yes. If we can. I can't promise we can kill her currently, but we may be able to at least disable her power. If you can do that, then what's the problem when killing her? We can't quite control what happens to her after she's dead, Ichigo muttered quietly. Leave it to us. At the very least we'll make sure you can bury the Master safely. Does that sound fair? Sighing in defeat, Laxus nodded. Fair enough. And the others? How is the guild looking? They're all fine, Levi stated with a smile, hoping it would lighten the mood a bit. We're quite worried about you and Kana when you got brought to them. Almost attacked Hades on the spot too, not that I blame them. I would have done the same. Fried was pretty good at keeping them under control, his main priority on you and Kana rather than Hades, though Mirti's words did help calm some of the others down. Well, I say calm down. But they're still likely to attack him if he gets too close. Levi shrugged. What can I say? Hate runs deep and few are the subject of as much hate from us as Hades is. I think everyone is just hoping he gets thrown in a jail cell to rot somewhere. As much as I would love that, admitted Laxus. He won't be. Isn't that right, Ichigo? How should I know? Asked Ichigo, but Laxus could see his response was weak. He's not under my jurisdiction. True, but you fall under Jushiro's officially. And with a man as dangerous as this, there are three options. Lock him away, kill him, or use him. I'd love to vote for the first two, Levi muttered to herself, but I think we all know what will happen to him. As dangerous as he is to us, he can also be dangerous to the enemy too. So long as he's willing to cooperate. Speaking on that, added Ichigo, I have a request to make of you, Laxus. I know it's a lot to ask of you, but could you come with us to the Fiori War Council? I know you're needed here, I know you're needed to give leadership and commands to the others, but you are the only person alive that we know of to have ever beaten Hades. You fought him once before and you know what he's capable of. It'll just be for a day or two while Hades is in transit and the decision is made about what to do with him, and I'd really appreciate your help. Why not just take him there with Nozomi? Her magic should reach far enough, right? Technically yes, but we aren't sure of what actions Hades might take if we used her magic. It's possible that he has knowledge of a form of magic capable of manipulating the teleport coordinates. And since we lack restraints to seal away his magic on us right now and can't afford to wait around for a shipment to be especially delivered, we have no choice but to take the Genesis with him on board while the council begins to consider the matter with him. I still don't see the problem. Ichigo nodded himself, a nervous smile on his face. Most wouldn't. But you see, the ship above us right now was built by Blue Pegasus. The hull and a lot of the work came from their previous experience with Christina and other smaller projects. But the core systems of the ship besides the Central East Control System all find their roots from research that was done on the wreckage of Grimoire Heart's airship. The same airship that housed Hades and was a product of his own intelligence. It's not far off to say that our own ship is the successor to his, which presents a potential threat if he did try anything or escaped our supervision. Please, Ichigo begged. You're the only one who knows what he's like. Nozomi can bring you back here immediately afterwards, but for the time it takes to get there, could you join us? It was asking a lot currently. He could see where Ichigo was coming from, but the others at the guild did still need him. He was one of the key fighting figures in their force. His mere presence would inspire them because they recognized him as the guild master, and it was because of that which would make his lack of presence unsettling to them all. Even with the others at the other battlefield, they still had Urza to inspire strength in them. Without him here. But at the same time he understood just how dangerous Hades was. At his current level, the man was dangerously strong. In fact, he even seemed stronger than when he had originally faced him, even though he was no longer bound to a magic furnace constantly fueling him with magic. But it was that weakness that had made the man draw upon his true knowledge of magic when he fought Giselle. Even in a semi-conscious state, he had seen some of the displays of magic. What if he was to then combine that with the power of a magic furnace by linking himself into the Genesis before the others on board could stop him? As strong as Ichigo was, he was hesitant to say who would win when the other would gain a supply equal to his friend and regeneration to boot. All right then, he finally said. I'll help out. You said it will take 2 days at most to get there, right? Well, probably 1.5, maybe even 1 if we really push the engines, but yeah. We'll be leaving in a few hours once the situation has settled down here. We might be transporting Giselle too, so we're waiting to hear back from Jushiro once he's made his decision. And I'll be allowed to leave so soon? He couldn't help but ask that. He knew how insistent some doctors were about their patients staying until they were completely healed. One had to look at poor Ryusuke to understand that. He hadn't been too badly hurt, but he was sure he wouldn't be allowed to escape so quickly. We'll sneak you out if they won't let you go, joked Levi. Besides, we can always say we can heal you on board. That's right. We have Wendy and Kelia up there if I remember. He frowned when he noticed the look the two shared. What? What did I say? Do you want to say it, Ichigo? Levi asked, sounding a lot harsher than she normally sounded. You are the one who won't make a move. I can't make a move, Ichigo replied in turn, not sounding anywhere near as harsh and more regretful instead. Leave it, Levi. I'm just saying dash. How many times have you said it, I wonder now? She's a kid. A kid you are abandoning. I'm not abandoning her. But we can't move on them. You know that as well as I do, so don't go putting all this blame on me. I didn't want them to be taken hostage. What? Laxus demanded coldly. Ichigo. What exactly did I miss when I left? What happened to my guild member and her friend? Ichigo refused to meet Laxus's eyes. The trap worked as intended, but things went awry. Kelia pressed forward too much, Wendy chased after her, and they both fell right into the clutches of the Quincy. They what? Then why are you still here? The same reason I'm still here even after they took Gildarts. Ichigo snarled back. How many Sternritter are still left? Are they being replaced as they die? Because I don't know, but we at least know there is a decent number of them still left, even if they aren't replacing their lost soldiers, some of which are more dangerous than you can imagine. You think there are enough forces on the ship to launch an all-out attack on them? And what about Waiwak himself? I'm still here because we lack the power necessary to rescue them. And even if we pulled some of the strongest mages of Ishgar away to help us, we'd be left exposed in those areas. So I'm sorry that I have yet to make a move yet, but when I get the chance I won't be hesitating. Sighing as he did his best to calm down, Laxus eyed Ichigo for any deceit. It wouldn't have been the first time he had tried to mislead him in order to reassure him. And you're telling the truth. All of it. I promise. When we can rescue them, we will. My own sister is there too, so there is more than enough incentive. If it's any consolation, they won't be harmed. Not so long as we have a hostage of our own. That Quincy girl is worth that much. Not her, Levi muttered. You'll meet him when you come on board. He's the entire reason Ichigo's so sure they won't be harmed. All right then, Laxus said as he nodded. When you rescue them, or are preparing to, I expect you to let me know, Ichigo. If firepower is your excuse, then when the time comes I'll lend you all of Fairy Tail. There isn't a single one of us who wouldn't run away from a fight to save a comrade. So when the time comes, prove to me that the same applies to you too. Protector of the Fairies. Check the description for the links to the author.